Elegant presents soon followed. Leather luggage for Jessie's travels, and a lovely mink-lined coat to keep her warm in the abominable British weather. It is a country only a druid could love, Maharet wrote. Jessie loved the coat because the mink was inside and didn't attract attention. The luggage served her well. And Maharet continued to write 2 and 3 times a week. She remained as solicitous as ever. But as the years passed, it was Jessie who grew distant, her letters brief and irregular, because her work with the Talamasca was confidential. She simply could not describe what she did. Jessie still visited members of the great family at Christmas and Easter. Whenever cousins came to London, she met them for sightseeing or lunch. But all such contact was brief and superficial. The Talamasca soon became Jessie's life. A world was revealed to Jessie in the Talamasca archives as she began her translations from the Latin. Records of psychic families and individuals, cases of obvious sorcery, real maleficia, and finally the repetitive yet horribly fascinating transcripts of actual witchcraft trials, which invariably involve the innocent and the powerless. Night and day she worked, translating directly into the computer, retrieving invaluable historical material from crumbling parchment pages. But another world, even more seductive, was opening up to her in the field. Within a year of joining the Talamasca, Jessie had seen poltergeist hauntings frightening enough to send grown men running out of the house and into the street. She had seen a telekinetic child lift an oak table and send it crashing through a window. She had communicated in utter silence with mind readers who received any message she sent to them. She had seen ghosts more palpable than anything she had ever believed could exist. Feats of psychonometry, automatic writing, levitation, trance mediumship, all these she witnessed, jotting down her notes afterwards and forever marveling at her own surprise. Would she never get used to it? Take it for granted? Even the older members of the Talamasca confessed that they were continually shocked by the things they witnessed. And without doubt, Jessie's power to see was exceptionally strong. With constant use, it developed enormously. 2 years after entering the Talamasca, Jessie was being sent to haunted houses all over Europe and the United States. For every day or two spent in the peace and quiet of the library, there was a week in some drafty hallway watching the intermittent appearances of a silent spectre who had frightened others. Jessie seldom came to any conclusions about these apparitions. Indeed, she learned what all members of the Talamasca knew. There was no single theory of the occult to embrace all the strange things one saw or heard. The work was tantalizing, but ultimately frustrating. Jessie was unsure of herself when she addressed these restless entities, or addle-brained spirits, as Mayel had once rather accurately described them. Yet Jessie advised them to move on to higher levels, to seek peace for themselves, and thereby leave mortals at peace also. It seemed the only possible course to take, though it frightened her that she might be forcing these ghosts out of the only life that remained to them. What if death were the end, and hauntings came about only when tenacious souls would not accept it? Too awful to think of that, of the spirit world as a dim and chaotic afterglow before the ultimate darkness. Whatever the case, Jessie dispelled any number of hauntings, and she was constantly comforted by the relief of the living. There developed in her a profound sense of the specialness of her life. It was exciting. She wouldn't have swapped it for anything in the world. Well, not for almost anything. After all, she might have left in a minute if Maharet had appeared on her doorstep and asked her to return to the Sonoma compound and take up the records of the great family in earnest. And then again, perhaps not. Jessie did have one experience with the Talamasca records, however, which caused her considerable personal confusion regarding the great family. In transcribing the witch documents, Jessie eventually discovered that the Talamasca had monitored for centuries certain witch families, whose fortunes appeared to be influenced by supernatural intervention of a verifiable and predictable sort. The Talamasca was watching a number of such families right now. There was usually a witch in each generation of such a family, and this witch could, according to the record, attract and manipulate supernatural forces to ensure the family's steady accumulation of wealth and other success in human affairs. The power appeared to be hereditary, i.e. based in the physical, but no one knew for sure. Some of these families were now entirely ignorant as to their own history. They did not understand the witches who had manifested in the 20th century. And though the Talamasca attempted regularly to make contact with such people, they were often rebuffed or found the work too dangerous to pursue. After all, these witches could work actual maleficia. Shocked and incredulous, Jessie did nothing after this discovery for several weeks. But she could not get the pattern out of her mind. It was too like the pattern of Maharet and the great family. Then she did the only thing she could do without violating her loyalty to anybody. She carefully reviewed the records of every witch family in the Talamasca files. She checked and double-checked. She went back to the oldest records in existence and went over them minutely. No mention of anyone named Maharet. No mention of anyone connected to any branch or surname of the great family that Jessie had ever heard of. No mention of anything even vaguely suspicious. Her relief was enormous, but in the end she was not surprised. Her instincts had told her she was on the wrong track. Maharet was no witch. Not in this sense of the word. There was more to it than that. Yet, in truth, Jessie never tried to figure it all out. She resisted theories about what had happened as she resisted theories about everything. And it occurred to her more than once that she had sought out the Talamasca in order to lose this personal mystery in a wilderness of mysteries. Surrounded by ghosts and poltergeists and possessed children, she thought less and less about Maharet and the great family. By the time Jessie became a full member, she was an expert on the rules of the Talamasca, the procedures, the way to record investigations, when and how to help the police in crime cases, how to avoid all contact with the press. She also came to respect that the Talamasca was not a dogmatic organization. It did not require its members to believe anything, merely to be honest and careful about all the phenomena that they observed. Patterns, similarities, repetitions, these fascinated the Talamasca. Terms abounded, but there was no rigid vocabulary. The files were merely cross-referenced in dozens of different ways. Nevertheless, members of the Talamasca studied the theoreticians. Jessie read the works of all the great psychic detectives, mediums, and mentalists. She studied anything and everything related to the occult. And many a time she thought of Maharet's advice. What Maharet had said was true. Ghosts, apparitions, psychics who could read minds and move objects telekinetically, it was all fascinating to those who witnessed it firsthand. But to the human race at large it meant very little. There was not now, nor would there ever be, any great occult discovery that would alter human history. But Jessie never tired of her work. She became addicted to the excitement, even the secrecy. She was within the womb of the Talamasca, and though she grew accustomed to the elegance of her surroundings, to antique lace and poster beds and sterling silver, to chauffeured cars and servants, she herself became ever more simple and reserved. At 30, she was a fragile-looking, light-skinned woman with her curly red hair parted in the middle and kept long so that it would fall behind her shoulders and leave her alone. She wore no cosmetics, perfume, or jewelry except for the Celtic bracelet. A cashmere blazer was her favorite garment, along with wool pants or jeans if she was in America. Yet she was an attractive person, drawing a little more attention from men than she thought was best. Love affairs she had, but they were always short and seldom very important. What mattered more were her friendships with the other members of the order. She had so many brothers and sisters, and they cared about her as she cared about them. She loved the feeling of the community surrounding her. At any hour of the night one could go downstairs to a lighted parlor where people were awake, reading, talking, arguing perhaps in a subdued way. One could wander into the kitchen where the night cook was ever ready to prepare an early breakfast or a late dinner, whatever one might desire. Jessie might have gone on forever with the Talamasca. Like a Catholic religious order, the Talamasca took care of its old and infirm. To die within the order was to know every luxury as well as every medical attention, to spend your last moments the way you wanted, alone in your bed, or with other members near you, comforting you, holding your hand. You could go home to your relatives if that was your choice, but most over the years chose to die in the mother house. The funerals were dignified and elaborate. In the Talamasca, death was a part of life. A great gathering of black-dressed men and women witnessed each burial. Yes, these had become Jessie's people, and in the natural course of events she would have remained forever. But when she reached the end of her 8th year, something happened that was to change everything, something that led eventually to her break with the order. Jessie's accomplishments up to that point had been impressive. But in the summer of 1981, she was still working under the direction of Aaron Leitner, and she had seldom even spoken to the governing council of the Talamasca or the handful of men and women who were really in charge. So when David Talbot, the head of the entire order, called her up to his office in London, she was surprised. David was an energetic man of 65, heavy of build, with iron-grey hair and a consistently cheerful manner. He offered Jessie a glass of sherry and talked pleasantly about nothing for 15 minutes before getting to the point. Jessie was being offered a very different sort of assignment. He gave her a novel called Interview with a Vampire. He said, "I want you to read this book." Jessie was puzzled. "The fact is, I have read it," she said. "It was a couple of years ago, but what does a novel like this have to do with us?" Jessie had picked up a paperback copy at the airport and devoured it on a long transcontinental flight. The story, supposedly told by a vampire to a young reporter in present-day San Francisco, had affected Jessie rather like a bad dream. She wasn't sure she liked it. Matter of fact, she'd thrown it away later, rather than leave it on a bench at the next airport for fear some unsuspecting person might find it. The main characters of the work, rather glamorous immortals, when you got right down to it, had formed an evil little family in antebellum New Orleans where they preyed on the populace for over 50 years. Lestat was the villain of the piece and the leader. Louis, his anguished subordinate, was the hero and the one telling the tale. Claudia, their exquisite vampire daughter, was a truly tragic figure, her mind maturing year after year while her body remained eternally that of a little girl. Louis's fruitless quest for redemption had been the theme of the book, obviously, but Claudia's hatred for the two male vampires who had made her what she was, and her own eventual destruction, had had a much stronger effect upon Jessie. "The book isn't fiction," David explained simply. "Yet the purpose of creating it is unclear. And the act of publishing it, even as a novel, has us rather alarmed." "Not fiction?" Jessie asked. "I don't understand." "The author's name is a pseudonym," David continued, "and the royalty checks go to a nomadic young man who resists all our attempts at contact. He was a reporter, however, much like the boy interviewer in the novel. But that's neither here nor there at the moment. Your job is to go to New Orleans and document the events in the story which took place there before the Civil War." "Wait a minute. You're telling me there are vampires? That these characters, Louis and Lestat and the little girl Claudia, are real?" "Yes, exactly," David answered. "And don't forget about Armand, the mentor of the Théâtre des Vampires in Paris. You do remember Armand." Jessie had no trouble remembering Armand or the theatre. Armand, the oldest immortal in the novel, had the face and form of an adolescent boy, As for the theatre, it had been a gruesome establishment where human beings were killed on stage before an unsuspecting Parisian audience as part of the regular fare. The entire nightmarish quality of the book was coming back to Jessie, especially the parts that dealt with Claudia. Claudia had died in the theatre of the vampires. The coven under Armand's command had destroyed her. David, am I understanding you correctly? You're saying these creatures exist? Absolutely, David answered. We've been observing this type of being since we came into existence. In a very real way, the Talamasca was formed to observe these creatures. But that's another story. In all probability, there are no fictional characters in this little novel whatsoever, but that would be your assignment, you see, to document the existence of the New Orleans coven as described here, Claudia Louis Lestat. Jessie laughed. She couldn't help it. She really laughed. David's patient expression only made her laugh more. But she wasn't surprising David any more than her laughter had surprised Aaron Leitner 8 years ago when they first met. "Excellent attitude," David said with a little mischievous smile. "We wouldn't want you to be too imaginative or trusting. But this field requires great care, Jessie, and strict obedience to the rules. Believe me when I say that this is an area which can be extremely dangerous. You are certainly free to turn down the assignment right now." "I'm going to start laughing again," Jessie said. She had seldom, if ever, heard the word dangerous in the Talamasca. She had seen it in writing only in the witch family files. Now she could believe in a witch family without much difficulty. Witches were human beings, and spirits could be manipulated, most probably. But vampires? "Well, let's approach it this way," David said. "Before you make up your mind, we'll examine certain artifacts pertaining to these creatures which we have in the vaults." The idea was irresistible. There were scores of rooms beneath the mother house to which Jessie had never been admitted. She wasn't going to pass up this opportunity. As she and David went down the stairs together, the atmosphere of the Sonoma compound came back to her unexpectedly and rather vividly. Even the long corridor with its occasional dim electric bulbs reminded her of Maharet's cellar. She found herself all the more excited. She followed David silently through one locked storage room after another. She saw books, a skull on a shelf, what seemed old clothing heaped on the floor, furniture, oil paintings, trunks and strong boxes, dust. "All this paraphernalia," David said with a dismissive gesture, "is in one way or another connected to our blood-drinking immortal friends. They tend to be a rather materialistic lot, actually, and they leave behind them all sorts of refuse. It is not unknown for them to leave an entire household, complete with furnishings, clothing, and even coffins, very ornate and interesting coffins, when they tire of a particular location or identity. But there are some specific things which I must show you. It will all be rather conclusive, I should think." Conclusive? There was something conclusive in this work? This was certainly an afternoon for surprises. David led her into a final chamber, a very large room, panelled in tin and immediately illuminated by a bank of overhead lights. She saw an enormous painting against the far wall. She placed it at once as Renaissance and probably Venetian. It was done in egg tempera on wood, and it had the marvelous sheen of such paintings, a gloss that no synthetic material can create. She read the Latin title along with the name of the artist in small Roman-style letters painted in the lower right corner. "The Temptation of Amadeo," by Marius. She stood back to study it. A splendid choir of black-winged angels hovered around a single kneeling figure, that of a young auburn-haired boy. The cobalt sky behind them, seen through a series of arches, was splendidly done with masses of gilded clouds, and the marble floor before the figures had a photographic perfection to it. One could feel its coldness, see the veins in the stone. But the figures were the true glory of the picture. The faces of the angels were exquisitely modelled, their pastel robes and black-feathered wings extravagantly detailed. And the boy was very simply alive. His dark brown eyes veritably glistened as he stared forward out of the painting. His skin appeared moist. He was about to move or speak. In fact, it was all too realistic to be Renaissance. The figures were particular rather than ideal. The angels wore expressions of faint amusement, almost bitterness. And the fabric of the boy's tunic and leggings, it was too exactly rendered. She could even see the mends in it, a tiny tear, the dust on his sleeve. There were other such details, dried leaves here and there on the floor, and 2 paintbrushes lying to one side for no apparent reason. "Who is this Marius?" she whispered. The name meant nothing, and never had she seen an Italian painting with so many disturbing elements. Black-winged angels. David didn't answer. He pointed to the boy. "It's the boy I want you to observe," he said. "He's not the real subject of your investigation, merely a very important link." Subject? Link? She was too engrossed in the picture. And look, bones in the corner, human bones covered with dust, as if someone had merely swept them out of the way. But what on earth does it all mean? "Yes," David murmured. "When you see the word temptation, usually there are devils surrounding a saint." "Exactly," she answered. "And the craft is exceptional." The more she stared at the picture, the more disturbed she became. "Where did you get this?" "The order acquired it centuries ago," David answered. "Our emissary in Venice retrieved it from a burnt-out villa on the Grand Canal. These vampires are endlessly associated with fires, by the way. It is the one weapon they can use effectively against one another. There are always fires. In Interview with the Vampire, there were several fires, if you recall. Lewis set fire to a townhouse in New Orleans when he was trying to destroy his maker and mentor Lestat. And later Lewis burned the Theatre of the Vampires in Paris after Claudia's death. Claudia's death. It sent a shiver through Jessie, startling her slightly. "But look at this boy carefully," David said. "It's the boy we're discussing now." Amadeo. It meant one who loves God. He was a handsome creature, all right. 16, maybe 17, with a square, strongly proportioned face and a curiously imploring expression. David had put something in her hand. Reluctantly, she took her eyes off the painting. She found herself staring at a tintype, a late 19th century photograph. After a moment, she whispered, "This is the same boy." "Yes, and something of an experiment," David said. "It was most likely taken just after sunset in impossible lighting conditions, which might not have worked with another subject. Notice not much is really visible but his face." True, yet she could see the style of the hair was of the period. "You might look at this as well," David said, and this time he gave her an old magazine, a 19th century journal, the kind with narrow columns of tiny print and ink illustrations. There was the same boy again, alighting from a barouche, a hasty sketch, though the boy was smiling. "The articles about him, and about his Theatre of the Vampires. Here's an English journal from 1789, that's a full 80 years earlier, I believe. But you will find another very thorough description of the establishment and the same young man." The Theatre of the Vampires. She stared up at the auburn-haired boy kneeling in the painting. "Why, this is Armand, the character in the novel." "Precisely. He seems to like that name. It may have been Amadeo when he was in Italy, but it became Armand by the 18th century, and he's used Armand ever since." "Slow down, please," Jessie said. "You're telling me that the Theatre of the Vampires has been documented by our people?" "Thoroughly. The file's enormous. Countless memoirs describe the theatre. We have the deeds to the property as well. And here we come to another link with our files and this little novel, Interview with the Vampire. The name of the owner of the theatre was Lestat de Liancourt. who purchased it in 1789, and the property in modern Paris is in the hands of a man by the same name, even now." "This is verified?" Jessie said. "It's all in the file," David said. "Photostats of the old records and the recent ones. You can study the signature of Lestat, if you like. Lestat does everything in a big way, covers half the page with his magnificent lettering. We have photostats of several examples. We want you to take those photostats to New Orleans with you. There's a newspaper account of the fire which destroyed the theater exactly as Lewis described it. The date is consistent with the facts of the story. You must go over everything, of course. And the novel. Do read it again, carefully." By the end of the week, Jessie was on a plane for New Orleans. She was to annotate and document the novel in every way possible, searching property titles, transfers, old newspapers, journals, anything she could find to support the theory that the characters and events were real. But Jessie still didn't believe it. Undoubtedly there was something here, but there had to be a catch. And the catch was, in all probability, a clever historical novelist who had stumbled upon some interesting research and woven it into a fictional story. After all, theater tickets, deeds, programs, and the like do not prove the existence of blood-sucking immortals. As for the rules Jessie had to follow, she thought they were a scream. She was not allowed to remain in New Orleans except between the hours of sunrise and 4 p.m. At 4 p.m. she had to drive north to the city of Baton Rouge and spend the night safe within a 16th-story room in a modern hotel. If she should have the slightest feeling that someone was watching her or following her, she was to make for the safety of a large crowd at once. From a well-lighted and populated place, she was to call the Talamasca long distance in London immediately. Never, under any circumstances, must she attempt a sighting of one of these vampire individuals. The parameters of vampiric power were not known to the Talamasca, but one thing was certain. The beings could read minds. Also, they could create mental confusion in human beings, and there was considerable evidence that they were exceptionally strong. Most certainly, they could kill. Also, some of them, without doubt, knew of the existence of the Talamasca. Over the centuries, several members of the order had disappeared during this type of investigation. Jessie was to read the daily papers scrupulously. The Talamasca had reason to believe that there were no vampires in New Orleans at present, or Jessie would not be going there. But at any time, Lestat, Armand, or Lewis might appear. If Jessie came across an article about a suspicious death, she was to get out of the city and not return. Jessie thought all this was hilarious. Even a handful of old items about mysterious deaths did not impress her or frighten her. After all, these people could have been the victims of a satanic cult, and they were all too human. But Jessie had wanted this assignment. On the way to the airport, David had asked her why. "If you really can't accept what I'm telling you, then why do you want to investigate the book?" She'd taken her time in answering. "There is something obscene about this novel. It makes the lives of these beings seem attractive. You don't realize it at first. It's a nightmare, and you can't get out of it. Then all of a sudden you're comfortable there. You want to remain. Even the tragedy of Claudia isn't really a deterrent. And I want to prove it's fiction," Jessie said. That was good enough for the Talamasca, especially coming from a trained investigator. But on the long flight to New York, Jessie had realized there was something she couldn't tell David. She had only just faced it herself. Interview with the vampire reminded her of that long-ago summer with Maharet, though Jessie didn't know why. Again and again, she stopped her reading to think about that summer. And little things were coming back to her. She was even dreaming about it again. Quite beside the point, she told herself. Yet there was some connection, something to do with the atmosphere of the book, the mood, even the attitudes of the characters, and the whole manner in which things seemed one way and were really not that way at all. But Jessie could not figure it out. Her reason, like her memory, was curiously blocked. Jessie's first few days in New Orleans were the strangest in her entire psychic career. The city had a moist Caribbean beauty and a tenacious colonial flavor that charmed her at once. Yet everywhere Jessie went, she felt things. The entire place seemed haunted. The awesome antebellum mansions were seductively silent and gloomy. Even the French Quarter streets, crowded with tourists, had a sensuous and sinister atmosphere that kept her forever walking out of her way or stopping for long periods to dream as she sat slumped on a bench in Jackson Square. She hated to leave the city at 4 o'clock. The high-rise hotel in Baton Rouge provided a divine degree of American luxury. Jessie liked that well enough. But the soft, lazy ambience of New Orleans clung to her. She awoke each morning dimly aware that she'd dreamed of the vampire characters and of Maharet. Then, 4 days into her investigation, she made a series of discoveries that sent her directly to the phone. There most certainly had been a Lestat de Liancourt on the tax rolls in Louisiana. In fact, in 1862, he had taken possession of a Royal Street townhouse from his business partner, Louis de Pointulac. Louis de Pointulac had owned 7 different pieces of Louisiana property, and one of them had been the plantation described in Interview with the Vampire. Jessie was flabbergasted. She was also delighted. But there were even more discoveries. Somebody named Lestat de Liancourt owned houses all over the city right now, and this person's signature, appearing in records dated 1895 and 1910, was identical to the 18th century signatures. Oh, this was too marvelous. Jessie was having a wonderful time. At once she set out to photograph Lestat's properties. 2 were garden district mansions, clearly uninhabitable and falling to ruin behind rusted gates. But the rest, including the Royal Street townhouse, the very same deeded to Lestat in 1862, were rented by a local agency which made payment to an attorney in Paris. This was more than Jessie could bear. She cabled David for money. She must buy out the tenants in Royal Street, for this was surely the house once inhabited by Lestat, Louis, and the child Claudia. They may or may not have been vampires, but they lived there. David wired the money immediately, along with strict instructions that she mustn't go near the ruined mansions she'd described. Jessie answered at once that she'd already examined these places. Nobody had been in them for years. It was the townhouse that mattered. By week's end she'd bought out the lease. The tenants left cheerfully with fists full of cash, and early on a Monday morning Jessie walked into the empty second-floor flat. Deliciously dilapidated. The old mantels, moldings, doors, all there. Jessie went to work with a screwdriver and chisel in the front rooms. Louis had described a fire in these parlors in which Lestat had been badly burnt. Well, Jessie would find out. Within an hour she had uncovered the burnt timbers, and the plasterers, bless them, when they had come to cover up the damage, they had stuffed the holes with old newspapers dated 1862. This fitted with Louis's account perfectly. He'd signed the townhouse over to Lestat, made plans to leave for Paris, then came the fire, during which Louis and Claudia had fled. Of course, Jessie told herself she was still skeptical, but the characters of the book were becoming curiously real. The old black telephone in the hall had been disconnected. She had to go out to call David, which annoyed her. She wanted to tell him everything right now. But she didn't go out. On the contrary, she merely sat in the parlor for hours, feeling the warm sun on the rough floorboards around her, listening to the creaking of the building. A house of this age is never quiet, not in a humid climate. It feels like a living thing. No ghosts here, not that she could see, anyway. Yet she didn't feel alone. On the contrary, there was an embracing warmth. Someone shook her to wake her up suddenly. No, of course not. No one here but her. A clock chiming 4. The next day she rented a wallpaper steamer and went to work in the other rooms. She must get down to the original coverings. Patterns could be dated, and besides, she was looking for something in particular. But there was a canary singing nearby, possibly in another flat or shop, and the song distracted her. So lovely. Don't forget the canary. The canary will die if you forget it. Again she fell asleep. It was well after dark when she awakened. She could hear the nearby music of a harpsichord. For a long time she listened before opening her eyes. Mozart, very fast. Too fast, but what skill! A great rippling riff of notes, a stunning virtuosity. Finally she forced herself to get up and turn on the overhead lights and plug in the steamer again. The steamer was heavy. The hot water dripped down her arm. In each room she stripped a section of wall to the original plaster. Then she moved on. But the droning noise of the thing bothered her. She seemed to hear voices in it, people laughing, talking to one another, someone speaking French in a low, urgent whisper, and a child crying. Or was it a woman? She turned the damn thing off. Nothing. Just a trick of the noise itself in the empty, echoing flat. She went back to work with no consciousness of time, or that she had not eaten, or that she was getting drowsy. On and on she moved the heavy thing, until quite suddenly in the middle bedroom she found what she'd been seeking, a hand-painted mural on a bare plaster wall. For a moment she was too excited to move. Then she went to work in a frenzy. Yes, it was the mural of the magical forest that Lestat had commissioned for Claudia, and in rapid sweeps of the dripping steamer she uncovered more and more. Unicorns and golden birds and laden fruit trees over sparkling streams. It was exactly as Lewis had described it. Finally she had laid bare a great portion of the mural running around all 4 walls. Claudia's room, this, without question. Her head was spinning. She was weak from not eating. She glanced at her watch. 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock! She'd been here half the night. She should go, now, immediately. This was the first time in all these years that she'd broken a rule. Yet she could not bring herself to move. She was so tired, in spite of her excitement. She was sitting against the marble mantel, and the light from the ceiling bulb was so dreary, and her head hurt too. Yet she kept staring at the gilded birds, the small, wonderfully wrought flowers and trees. The sky was a deep vermilion, yet there was a full moon in it, and no sun, and a great drifting spread of tiny stars, bits of hammered silver still clinging to the stars. Gradually she noticed a stone wall painted in the background in one corner. There was a castle behind it. How lovely to walk through the forest towards it, to go through the carefully painted wooden gate, pass into another realm. She heard a song in her head, something she'd all but forgotten, something Maharet used to sing. Then quite abruptly she saw that the gate was painted over an actual opening in the wall. She sat forward. She could see the seams in the plaster. Yes, a square opening, which she had not seen laboring behind the heavy steamer. She knelt down in front of it and touched it. A wooden door. Immediately she took the screwdriver and tried to pry it open. No luck. She worked on one edge and then the other, but she was only scarring the picture to no avail. She sat back on her heels and studied it. A painted gate covering a wooden door. And there was a worn spot right where the painted handle was. Yes. She reached out and gave the worn spot a little jab. The door sprang open. It was as simple as that. She lifted her flashlight. A compartment lined in cedar. And there were things there, a small white leather-bound book, a rosary it looked like, and a doll, a very old porcelain doll. For a moment she couldn't bring herself to touch these objects. It was like desecrating a tomb. And there was a faint scent there, as of perfume. She wasn't dreaming, was she? No, her head hurt too much for this to be a dream. She reached into the compartment and removed the doll first. The body was crude by modern standards, yet the wooden limbs were well jointed and formed. The white dress and lavender sash were decaying, falling into bits and pieces. But the porcelain head was lovely, the large blue paperweight eyes perfect, the wig of flowing blonde hair still intact. "Claudia," she whispered. Her voice made her conscious of the silence. No traffic now at this hour, only the old boards creaking, and the soft, soothing flicker of an oil lamp on a nearby table. And then that harpsichord from somewhere, someone playing Chopin now, the Minute Waltz, with the same dazzling skill she'd heard before. She sat still, looking down at the doll in her lap. She wanted to brush its hair, fix its sash. The climactic events of Interview with the Vampire came back to her. Claudia destroyed in Paris. Claudia caught by the deadly light of the rising sun in a brick-lined air shaft from which she couldn't escape. Jessie felt a dull shock and the rapid, silent beat of her heart against her throat. Claudia gone, while the others continued. Lestat, Louis, Armand. Then, with a start, she realized she was looking at the other things inside the compartment. She reached for the book. A diary. The pages were fragile, spotted, but the old-fashioned sepia script was still readable, especially now that the oil lamps were all lighted, and the room had a cozy brightness to it. She could translate the French effortlessly. The first entry was September 21, 1836. "This is my birthday present from Louis. Use as I like, he tells me. But perhaps I should like to copy into it those occasional poems which strike my fancy, and read these to him now and then. I do not understand entirely what is meant by birthday. Was I born into this world on the 21st of September? Or was it on the day that I departed all things human to become this? My gentlemen parents are forever reluctant to illuminate such simple matters. One would think it bad taste to dwell on such subjects. Louis looks puzzled, then miserable, before he returns to the evening paper. And Lestat, he smiles and plays a little Mozart for me, then answers with a shrug, 'It was the day you were born to us.' Of course he gave me a doll, as usual, the replica of me, which as always wears a duplicate of my newest dress. To France he sends for these dolls, he wants me to know. And what should I do with it? Play with it, as if I were really a child? 'Is there a message here, my beloved father,' I asked him this evening, 'that I shall be a doll forever myself?' He has given me 30 such dolls over the years, if recollection serves me. And recollection never does anything else. Each doll has been exactly like the rest. They would crowd me out of my bedroom if I kept them. But I do not keep them. I burn them, sooner or later. I smash their china faces with the poker. I watch the fire eat their hair. I can't say that I like doing this. After all, the dolls are beautiful, and they do resemble me. Yet it becomes the appropriate gesture. The doll expects it. So do I. And now he has brought me another, and he stands in my doorway, staring at me afterwards as if my question cut him. And the expression on his face is so dark suddenly. I think, this cannot be my Lestat. I wish that I could hate him. I wish that I could hate them both. But they defeat me, not with their strength, but with their weakness. They are so loving and so pleasing to look at. Mon Dieu, how the women go after them. As he stood there watching me examine this doll he had given me, I asked him sharply, "Do you like what you see?" "You don't want them any more, do you?" he whispered. "Would you want them," I asked, "if you were me?" The expression on his face grew even darker. Never have I seen him the way he looked. A scorching heat came into his face, and it seemed he blinked to clear his vision, his perfect vision. He left me and went into the parlor. I went after him. In truth, I couldn't bear to see him the way he was, yet I pursued him. "Would you like them?" I asked, "if you were me?" He stared at me as if I frightened him, and he a man of 6 feet, and I a child no more than half that at best. "Am I beautiful to you?" I demanded. He went past me, down the hall, out the back door, but I caught up with him. I held tight to his sleeve as he stood at the top of the stairs. "Answer me," I said to him. "Look at me. What do you see?" He was in a dreadful state. I thought he'd pull away, laugh, flash his usual brimming colors, but instead he dropped to his knees before me and took hold of both my arms. He kissed me roughly on the mouth. "I love you," he whispered. "I love you," as if it were a curse he laid on me. And then he spoke this poetry to me. "Cover her face. Mine eyes dazzle. She died young." Webster it is, I am almost certain. One of those plays Lestat so loves. I wonder, will Lewis be pleased by this little poem? I cannot imagine why not. It is small, but very pretty. Jessie closed the book gently. Her hand was trembling. She lifted the doll and held it against her breast, her body rocking slightly as she sat back against the painted wall. "Claudia," she whispered. Her head throbbed, but it didn't matter. The light of the oil lamps was so soothing, so different from the harsh electric bulb. She sat still, caressing the doll with her fingers almost in the manner of a blind woman, feeling its soft silken hair, its stiff, starched little dress. The clock chimed again, loudly, each somber note echoing through the room. She must not faint here. She must get up somehow. She must take the little book and the doll and the rosary and leave. The empty windows were like mirrors with the night behind them. Rules broken. Call David, yes, call David, now. But the phone was ringing. At this hour, imagine the phone ringing. And David didn't have any number for this flat because the phone... She tried to ignore it, but it went on, ringing. "All right, answer it." She kissed the doll's forehead. "Be right back, my darling," she whispered. Where was the damn phone in this flat anyway? In the niche in the hallway, of course. She had almost reached it when she saw the wire with the frayed end curled around it. It wasn't connected. She could see it wasn't connected. Yet it was ringing. She could hear it, and it was no auditory hallucination. The thing was giving one shrill pulse after another. And the oil lamps, my God, there were no oil lamps in this flat. All right. You've seen things like this before. Don't panic, for the love of God. Think. What should you do? But she was about to scream. The phone would not stop ringing. If you panic, you will lose control utterly. You must turn off these lamps, stop this phone. But the lamps can't be real. And the living room at the end of the hall, the furniture's not real. The flicker of the fire, not real. And the person moving in there, who is it? A man? Don't look up at him. She reached out and shoved the phone out of the niche so that it fell to the floor. The receiver rolled on its back, tiny and thin. A woman's voice came out of it. "Jessie?" In blind terror, she ran back to the bedroom, stumbling over the leg of a chair, falling against the starched drapery of a 4-poster bed. Not real. Not there. Get the doll, the book, the rosary. Stuffing them in her canvas bag, she climbed to her feet and ran out of the flat to the back stairway. She almost fell as her feet hit the slippery iron. The garden, the fountain. But you know there's nothing there but weeds. There was a wrought iron gate blocking her path. Illusion. Go through it. Run! It was the proverbial nightmare, and she was caught in it, the sounds of horses and carriages thudding in her ears as she ran down the cobblestone pavement. Each clumsy gesture stretched over eternity, her hands struggling to get the car keys, to get the door open, and then the car refusing to start. By the time she reached the edge of the French Quarter, she was sobbing, and her body was drenched with sweat. On she drove through the shabby, garish downtown streets towards the freeway. Blocked at the on-ramp, she turned her head. Back seat empty. Okay, they didn't follow. And the canvas bag was in her lap. She could feel the hard porcelain head of the doll against her breast. She floored it to Baton Rouge. She was sick by the time she reached the hotel. She could barely walk to the desk. An aspirin, a thermometer. Please help me to the elevator. When she woke up, 8 hours later, it was noon. The canvas bag was still in her arms. The temperature was 104. She called David, but the connection was dreadful. He called her back. It was still no good. Nevertheless, she tried to make herself understood. The diary, it was Claudia's, absolutely, it confirmed everything. And the phone, it wasn't connected, yet she heard the woman's voice. The oil lamps, they'd been burning when she ran out of the flat. The flat had been filled with furniture, there'd been fires in the grates. Could they burn down the flat, these lamps and fires? David must do something. And he was answering her, but she could barely hear him. She had the bag, she told him. He must not worry. It was dark when she opened her eyes. The pain in her head had woken her up. The digital clock on the dresser said 10:30. Thirst. Terrible thirst. And the glass by the bed was empty. Someone else was in the room. She turned over on her back. Light through the thin white curtains. Yes, there, a child, a little girl. She was sitting in the chair against the wall. Jessie could just see the outline clearly. The long yellow hair, the puff-sleeved dress, the dangling legs that didn't touch the floor. She tried to focus. Child? Not possible. Apparition? No. Something occupying space. Something malevolent. Menace. And the child was looking at her. Claudia! She scrambled out of the bed, half falling, the bag in her arms still as she backed up against the wall. The little girl got up. There was the clear sound of her feet on the carpet. The sense of menace seemed to grow stronger. The child moved into the light from the window as she came towards Jessie, and the light struck her blue eyes, her rounded cheeks, her soft, naked little arms. Jessie screamed. Clutching the bag against her, she rushed blindly in the direction of the door. She clawed at the lock and chain, afraid to look over her shoulder. The screams were coming out of her uncontrollably. Someone was calling from the other side, and finally she had the door open and she was stumbling out into the hallway. People surrounded her, but they couldn't stop her from getting away from the room. But then someone was helping her up, because apparently she'd fallen again. Someone else had gotten a chair. She cried, trying to be quiet, yet unable to stop it, and she held the bag with the doll and the diary in both hands. When the ambulance arrived, she refused to let them take the bag away from her. In the hospital, they gave her antibiotics, sedatives, enough dope to drive anyone to insanity. She lay curled up like a child in the bed with the bag beside her under the covers. If the nurse so much as touched it, Jessie woke at once. When Aaron Leitner arrived 2 days later, she gave it to him. She was still sick when she got on the plane for London. The bag was in his lap, and and he was so good to her, calming her, caring for her, as she slept on and off on the long flight home. It was only just before they landed that she realized her bracelet was gone. Her beautiful silver bracelet. She'd cried softly with her eyes closed. Mael's bracelet. Gone. They pulled her off the assignment. She knew even before they told her. She was too young for this work, they said, too inexperienced. It had been their mistake sending her. It was simply too dangerous for her to continue. Of course, what she had done was of immense value, and the haunting, it had been one of unusual power, the spirit of a dead vampire entirely possible. And the ringing phone, well, there were many reports of such things. Entities used various means to communicate or frighten. Best to rest now, put it out of her mind. Others would continue the investigation. As for the diary, it included only a few more entries, nothing more significant than what she herself had read. The psychometrics who had examined the rosary and the doll learned nothing. These things would be stored with utmost care, but Jessie really must remove her mind from all this immediately. Jessie argued. She begged to go back. She threw a scene of sorts, finally. But it was like talking to the Vatican. Some day, 10 years from now, maybe 20, she could enter this particular field again. No one was ruling out such a possibility. But for the present, the answer was no. Jessie was to rest, get better, forget what had taken place. Forget what had taken place. She was sick for weeks. She wore white flannel gowns all day long and drank endless cups of hot tea. She sat in the window seat of her room. She looked out on the soft, deep greenery of the park, at the heavy old oak trees. She watched the cars come and go, tiny bits of soundless color moving on the distant gravel road. Lovely here, such stillness. They brought her delicious things to eat, to drink. David came and talked softly to her of anything but the vampires. Aaron filled her room with flowers. Others came. She talked little or not at all. She could not explain to them how deeply this hurt her, how it reminded her of the long-ago summer when she'd been pushed away from other secrets, other mysteries, other documents in vaults. It was the same old story. She'd glimpsed something of inestimable importance only to have it locked away. And now she would never understand what she'd seen or experienced. She must remain here in silence with her regrets. Why hadn't she picked up that phone, spoken into it, listened to the voice on the other end? And the child. What had the spirit of the child wanted? Was it the diary or the doll? No, Jessie had been meant to find them and remove them. And yet she had turned away from the spirit of the child, she who had addressed so many nameless entities, who had stood bravely in darkened rooms talking to weak, flickering things when others fled in panic. She who comforted others with the old assurance, these beings, whatever they are, cannot do us harm. One more chance, she pleaded. She went over everything that had happened. She must return to that New Orleans flat. David and Aaron were silent. Then David came to her and put his arm around her. "Jessie, my darling," he said, "we love you. But in this area, above all others, one simply does not break the rules." At night she dreamed of Claudia. Once she woke at 4 o'clock and went to the window and looked out over the park, straining to see past the dim lights from the lower windows. There was a child out there, a tiny figure beneath the trees in a red cloak and hood, a child looking up at her. She had run down the stairs only to find herself stranded finally on the empty wet grass with the cold grey morning coming. In the spring they sent her to New Delhi. She was to document evidence of reincarnation, reports from little children in India that they remembered former lives. There had been much promising work done in this field by a Dr. Ian Stevenson, and Jessie was to undertake an independent study on behalf of the Talamasca, which might produce equally fruitful results. 2 elder members of the order met her in Delhi. They made her right at home in the old British mansion where they lived. She grew to love the work, and after the initial shocks and minor discomforts, she grew to love India as well. By the end of the year, she was happy and useful again. And something else happened, a rather small thing, yet it seemed a good omen. In a pocket of her old suitcase, the one Maharet had sent her years ago, she'd found Mail's silver bracelet. Yes, happy she had been. But she did not forget what had happened. There were nights when she would remember so vividly the image of Claudia that she would get up and turn on every light in the room. At other times she thought she saw around her in the city streets strange white-faced beings very like the characters in Interview with the Vampire. She felt she was being watched. Because she could not tell Maharet about this strange adventure, her letters became even more hurried and superficial. Yet Maharet was as faithful as ever. When members of the family came to Delhi, they visited Jessie. They tried to keep her in the fold. They sent her news of weddings, births, funerals. They begged her to visit during the holidays. Matthew and Mariah wrote from America, begging Jessie to come home soon. They missed her. Jessie spent 4 happy years in India. She documented over 300 individual cases, which included startling evidence of reincarnation. She worked with some of the finest psychic investigators she had ever known. And she found her work continuously rewarding, almost comforting, very unlike the chasing of haunts which she had done in her early years. In the fall of her 5th year, she finally yielded to Matthew and Mariah. She would come home to the States for a 4-week visit. They were overjoyed. The reunion meant more to Jessie than she had ever thought it would. She loved being back in the old New York apartment. She loved the late-night dinners with her adopted parents. They didn't question her about her work. Left alone during the day, she called old college friends for lunch or took long, solitary walks through the bustling urban landscape of all her childhood hopes and dreams and griefs. 2 weeks after her return, Jessie saw The Vampire Lestat in the window of a bookstore. For a moment she thought she'd made a mistake. Not possible. But there it was. The bookstore clerk told her of the record album by the same name and the upcoming San Francisco concert. Jessie bought a ticket on the way home at the record store where she purchased the album. All day Jessie lay alone in her room reading the book. It was as if the nightmare of Interview with the Vampire had returned, and once again she could not get out of it. Yet she was strangely compelled by every word. Yes, real, all of you. And how the tale twisted and turned as it moved back in time to the Roman coven of Santino, to the island refuge of Marius, and to the druid grove of Mail, and finally to those who must be kept, alive, yet hard and white as marble. Ah, yes, she had touched that stone. She had looked into Mail's eyes. She had felt the clasp of Santino's hand. She had seen the painting done by Marius in the vault of the Talamasca. When she closed her eyes to sleep, she saw Maharet on the balcony of the Sonoma compound. The moon was high above the tips of the redwoods, and the warm night seemed unaccountably full of promise and danger. Eric and Mail were there. So were others whom she'd never seen except in Lestat's pages, all of the same tribe, eyes incandescent, shimmering hair, skin a poreless, shining substance. On her silver bracelet she had traced 1,000 times the old Celtic symbols of gods and goddesses to whom the druids spoke in woodland groves like that to which Marius had once been taken prisoner. How many links did she require between these esoteric fictions and the unforgettable summer? One more, without question. The vampire Lestat himself, in San Francisco, where she would see him and touch him. That would be the final link. She would know then, in that physical moment, the answer to everything. The clock ticked. Her loyalty to the Talamasca was dying in the warm quiet. She could tell them not a word of it. And such a tragedy it was, when they would have cared so much and so selflessly. They would have doubted none of it. The lost afternoon. She was there again, going down into Maharet's cellar by the spiral stairway. Could she not push back the door? Look, see what you saw then. Something not so horrible at first glance, merely those she knew and loved asleep in the dark, asleep. But Mael lies on the cold floor as if dead, and Maharet sits against the wall, upright like a statue. Her eyes are open. She awoke with a start, her face flushed, the room cold and dim around her. "Miriam," she said aloud. Gradually the panic subsided. She had drawn closer, so afraid. She had touched Maharet, cold, petrified, and Mael dead. The rest was darkness. New York. She lay on the bed with the book in her hand, and Miriam didn't come to her. Slowly she climbed to her feet and walked across the bedroom to the window. There, opposite in the dirty afternoon gloom, stood the high, narrow, phantom townhouse of Stanford White. She stared until the bulky image gradually faded. From the album cover propped on the dresser, the vampire Lestat smiled at her. She closed her eyes. She envisioned the tragic pair of those who must be kept. Indestructible king and queen on their Egyptian throne, to whom the vampire Lestat sang his hymns out of the radios and the jukeboxes and from the little tapes people carried with them. She saw Maharet's white face glowing in the shadows. Alabaster, the stone that is always full of light. Dusk falling, suddenly, as it does in the late fall, the dull afternoon fading into the sharp brightness of evening. Traffic roared through the crowded street, echoing up the sides of the buildings. Did ever traffic sound so loud as in the streets of New York? She leaned her forehead against the glass. Stanford White's house was visible in the corner of her eye. There were figures moving inside it. Jessie left New York the next afternoon, in Matt's old roadster. She paid him for the car, in spite of his arguments. She knew she'd never bring it back. Then she embraced her parents, and as casually as she could, she told them all the simple, heartfelt things she'd always wanted them to know. That morning she had sent an express letter to Maharet, along with the 2 vampire novels. She explained that she had left the Talamasca, she was going to the vampire Lestat's concert out west, and she wanted to stop at the Sonoma compound. She had to see Lestat. It was of crucial importance. Would her old key fit the lock of the Sonoma house? Would Maharet allow her to stop there? It was the first night in Pittsburgh that she dreamed of the twins. She saw the 2 women kneeling before the altar. She saw the cooked body ready to be devoured. She saw one twin lift the plate with the heart, the other the plate with the brain. Then the soldiers, the sacrilege. By the time she reached Salt Lake City, she had dreamed of the twins 3 times. She had seen them raped in a hazy and terrifying scene. She had seen a baby born to one of the sisters. She had seen the baby hidden when the twins were again hunted down and taken prisoner. Had they been killed? She could not tell. The red hair. If only she could see their faces, their eyes. The red hair tormented her. Only when she called David from a roadside pay phone did she learn that others had had these dreams, psychics and mediums the world over. Again and again the connection had been made to the vampire Lestat. David told Jessie to come home immediately. Jessie tried to explain gently. She was going to the concert to see Lestat for herself. She had to. There was more to tell, but it was too late now. David must try to forgive her. "You will not do this, Jessica," David said. "What is happening is no simple matter for records and archives. You must come back, Jessica. The truth is you are needed here. You are needed desperately. It's unthinkable that you should attempt this sighting on your own. Jessie, listen to what I'm telling you." "I can't come back, David. I've always loved you all. But tell me, it's the last question I'll ever ask you. How can you not come yourself?" "Jessie, you're not listening to me." "David, the truth. Tell me the truth. Have you ever really believed in them? Or has it always been a question of artifacts and files and paintings and vaults, things you can see and touch? You know what I'm saying, David. Think of the Catholic priest when he speaks the words of consecration at Mass. Does he really believe Christ is on the altar? Or is it just a matter of chalices and sacramental wine and a choir singing?" Oh, what a liar she had been, to keep so much from him, yet press him so hard. But his answer had not disappointed her. "Jessie, you've got it wrong. I know what these creatures are. I've always known. There's never been the slightest doubt with me. And on account of that, no power on earth could induce me to attend this concert. It is you who can't accept the truth. You'll have to see it to believe it. Jessie, the danger's real. Lestat is exactly what he professes to be, and there will be others there, even more dangerous, others who may spot you for what you are and try to hurt you. Realize this, and do as I tell you. Come home now." What a raw and painful moment. He was striving to reach her, and she was only telling him farewell. He had said other things, that he would tell her the whole story, that he would open the files to her, that she was needed on this very matter by them all. But her mind had been drifting. She couldn't tell him her whole story. That was the sorrow. She'd been drowsy again, the dream threatening as she hung up the phone. She'd seen the plates, the body on the altar, their mother. Yes, their mother. Time to sleep. The dream wants in, and then go on. Highway 101, 7:35 p.m., 25 minutes until the concert. She had just come through the mountain pass on the Waldo grade, and there was the old miracle, the great crowded skyline of San Francisco tumbling over the hills, far beyond the black glaze of the water. The towers of the Golden Gate loomed ahead of her, the ice-cold wind off the bay freezing her naked hands as she gripped the steering wheel. Would the vampire Lestat be on time? It made her laugh to think of an immortal creature having to be on time. Well, she would be on time. The journey was almost ended. All grief was gone now, for David and Aaron and those she'd loved. There was no grief either for the great family, only the gratitude for all of it. Yet maybe David was right. Perhaps she had not accepted the cold, frightening truth of the matter, but had merely slipped into the realm of memories and ghosts, of pale creatures who were the proper stuff of dreams and madness. She was walking towards the phantom townhouse of Stanford White, and it didn't matter now who lived there. She would be welcome. They had been trying to tell her that ever since she could remember. Part 2. All Hallows' Eve. Very little is more worth our time than understanding the talent of substance. A bee, a living bee at the window glass, trying to get out, doomed. It can't understand. Stan Rice, untitled poem from Pig's Progress, 1976. Daniel. Long, curving lobby. The crowd was like liquid sloshing against the colorless walls. Teenagers in Halloween costume poured through the front doors. Lines were forming to purchase yellow wigs, black satin capes, fang teeth 50 cents, glossy programs. Whiteface everywhere he looked, painted eyes and mouths, and here and there bands of men and women carefully done up in authentic 19th century clothes, their makeup and coiffed hair exquisite. A velvet-clad woman tossed a great shower of dead rosebuds into the air above her head. Painted blood flowed down her ashen cheeks. Laughter. He could smell the grease paint, and the beer, so alien now to his senses, rotten. The hearts beating all around him made a low, delicious thunder against the tender tympana of his ears. He must have laughed out loud, because he felt the sharp pinch of Armand's fingers on his arm. "Daniel?" "Sorry, boss," he whispered. Nobody was paying a damn bit of attention anyway. Every mortal within sight was disguised, and who were Armand and Daniel but two pale, nondescript young men in the press, black sweaters, jeans, hair partially hidden under sailors' caps of blue wool, eyes behind dark glasses. So what's the big deal? I can't laugh out loud, especially now that everything is so funny? Armand was distracted, listening again. Daniel couldn't get it through his head to be afraid. He had what he wanted now. "None of you my brothers and sisters." Armand had said to him earlier, "You take a lot of teaching." That was during the hunt, the seduction, the kill, the flood of blood through his greedy heart. But he had become a natural at being unnatural, hadn't he, after the clumsy anguish of the first murder, the one that had taken him from shuddering guilt to ecstasy within seconds. Life by the mouthful. He'd woken up thirsting. And 30 minutes ago they'd taken two exquisite little vagabonds in the ruins of a derelict school by the park where the kids lived in boarded-up rooms with sleeping bags and rags and little cans of sterno to cook the food they stole from the Haight-Ashbury dumpsters. No protests this time around. No. Just a thirsting and the ever-increasing sense of the perfection and the inevitability of it, the preternatural memory of the taste faultless. Hurry! Yet there had been such an art to it with Armand, none of the rush of the night before, when time had been the crucial element. Armand had stood quietly outside the building, scanning it, waiting for those who wanted to die. That was the way he liked to do it. You called to them silently, and they came out. And the death had a serenity to it. He'd tried to show that trick to Louis long ago, he'd said, but Louis had found it distasteful. And sure enough, the denim-clad cherubs had come wandering through the side door, as if hypnotized by the music of the Pied Piper. "Yes, you came. We knew you'd come." Dull, flat voices welcoming them as they were led up the stairs and into a parlor made out of army blankets on ropes. To die in this garbage in the sweep of the passing headlights through the cracks in the plywood. Hot, dirty little arms around Daniel's neck, reek of hashish in her hair. He could scarcely stand it. The dance, her hips against him, then driving his fangs into the flesh. "You love me. You know you do," she'd said. And he'd answered yes, with a clear conscience. Was it going to be this good forever? He'd clasped her chin with his hand underneath, pushing her head back, and then the death, like a doubled fist going down his throat to his gut, the heat spreading, flooding his loins and his brain. He'd let her drop. Too much and not enough. He'd clawed at the wall for a moment, thinking it must be flesh and blood, too, and were it flesh and blood, it could be his. Then such a shock to know he wasn't hungry anymore. He was filled and complete, and the night waited, like something made out of pure light, and the other one was dead, folded up like a baby in sleep on the grimy floor, and Armand glowing in the dark, just watching. It was getting rid of the bodies that had been hard. Last night that had been done out of his sight as he wept. Beginner's luck. This time Armand said, "No trace means no trace." So they'd gone down together to bury them deep beneath the basement floor in the old furnace room, carefully putting the paving stones back in place. Lots of work, even with such strength. So loathsome to touch the corpse like that. Only for a second did it flicker in his mind. Who were they? Two fallen beings in a pit. No more now, no destiny. And the waif last night? Was somebody looking for her somewhere? He'd been crying suddenly. He'd heard it, then reached up and touched the tears coming out of his eyes. "What do you think this is?" Armand had demanded, making him help with the paving stones. "A penny dreadful novel? You don't feed if you can't cover it up." The building had been crawling with gentle humans who noticed not a thing, as they'd stolen the clothes they now wore, uniforms of the young, and left by a broken door into an alley. Not my brothers and sisters any more. The woods have always been filled with these soft, doe-eyed things, with hearts beating for the arrow, the bullet, the lance. And now at last I reveal my secret identity. I have always been the huntsman. "Is it all right, the way I am now?" he'd asked Armand. "Are you happy?" Haight Street, 7:35, bumper-to-bumper traffic, junkies screaming on the corner. Why didn't they just go on to the concert? Doors open already. He couldn't bear the anticipation. But the Coven House was near, Armand had explained. Big, tumble-down mansion 1 block from the park, and some of them were still hanging back in there, plotting Lestat's ruin. Armand wanted to pass close, just for a moment, know what was going on. "Looking for someone?" Daniel had asked. "Answer me, are you pleased with me or not?" What had he seen in Armand's face? A sudden flare of humor? Lust? Armand had hurried him along the dirty, stained pavements, past the bars, the cafes, the stores crowded with stinking old clothes, the fancy clubs with their gilded letters on the greasy plate glass, and overhead fans stirring the fumes with gilded wooden blades, while the potted ferns died a slow death in the heat and the semi-darkness. Past the first little children, "Trick or treat," in their taffeta and glitter costumes. Armand had stopped, at once surrounded by tiny upturned faces covered in store-bought masks, plastic spooks, ghouls, witches. A lovely warm light had filled his brown eyes. With both hands he dropped shiny silver dollars in their little candy sacks, then taken Daniel by the arm and led him on. "I love it well enough the way you turned out," he had whispered with a sudden irrepressible smile, the warmth still there. "You're my firstborn," he'd said. Was there a catch in his throat? A sudden glancing from right to left as if he'd found himself cornered? Back to the business at hand. "Be patient. I'm being afraid for both of us, remember?" "Oh, we shall go to the stars together. Nothing can stop us. All the ghosts running through these streets are mortal." Then the Coven House had blown up. He'd heard the blast before he saw it, and a sudden rolling plume of flame and smoke, accompanied by a shrill sound he would never before have detected, preternatural screams, like silver paper curling in the heat, sudden scatter of shaggy-haired humans running to see the blaze. Armand had shoved Daniel off the street into the stagnant air of a narrow liquor store. bilious glare, sweat and reek of tobacco, mortals oblivious to the nearby conflagration, reading the big, glossy, girly magazines. Armand had pushed him to the very rear of the tiny corridor. Old lady buying tiny carton of milk and 2 cans of cat food out of the icebox. No way out of here. But how could one hide from the thing that was passing over, from the deafening sound that mortals could not even hear? He'd lifted his hands to his ears, but that was foolish, useless. Death out there in alleyways, things like him running through the debris of backyards, caught, burnt in their tracks. He saw it in sputtering flashes. Then nothing. Ringing silence. The clanging bells and squealing tires of the mortal world. Yet he'd been too enthralled still to be afraid. Every second was eternal. The frost on the icebox door, beautiful. The old lady with the milk in her hand, eyes like 2 small cobalt stones. Armand's face had gone blank beneath the mask of his dark glasses, hands slipped into his tight pants pockets. The tiny bell on the door jangled as a young man entered, bought a single bottle of German beer, and went out. "It's over, isn't it?" "For now," Armand had answered. Not until they'd gotten in the cab did he say more. "It knew we were there. It heard us. Then why didn't it? I don't know. I only know it knew we were there. It knew before we found shelter. And now push and shove inside the hall, and he loved it, the crowd carrying them closer and closer to the inner doors. He could not even raise his arms, so tight was the press, yet young men and women elbowed past him, buffeted him with delicious shocks. He laughed again as he saw the life-sized posters of Lestat plastered to the walls. He felt Armand's fingers against his back. He felt a subtle change in Armand's whole body. A red-haired woman up ahead had turned around and was facing them as she was moved along towards the open door. A soft, warm shock passed through Daniel. Armand, the red hair! So like the twins in the dream. It seemed her green eyes locked on him as he said, "Armand, the twins!" Then her face vanished as she turned away again and disappeared inside the hall. "No," Armand whispered, small shake of his head. He was in a silent fury. Daniel could feel it. He had the rigid, glassy look he always got when profoundly offended. "Talamasca," he whispered with a faint, uncharacteristic sneer. Talamasca. The word struck Daniel suddenly as beautiful. Talamasca. He broke it down from the Latin, understood its parts. Somewhere out of his memory bank it came. Animal mask, old word for witch or shaman. "But what does it really mean?" he asked. "It means Lestat is a fool," Armand said, flicker of deep pain in his eyes. "But it makes no difference now." Cayman watched from the archway as the vampire Lestat's car entered the gates of the parking lot. Almost invisible, Cayman was, even in the stylish denim coat and pants he'd stolen earlier from a shop mannequin. He didn't need the silver glasses that covered his eyes. His glowing skin didn't matter. Not when everywhere he looked he saw masks and paint, glitter and gauze and sequined costumes. He moved closer to Lestat, as if swimming through the wriggling bodies of the youngsters who mobbed the car. At last he glimpsed the creature's blonde hair, and then his violet blue eyes as he smiled and blew kisses to his adorers. Such charm the devil had. He drove the car himself, gunning the motor and forcing the bumper against these tender little humans, even as he flirted, winked, seduced, as if he and his foot on the gas pedal weren't connected to each other. Exhilaration. Triumph. That's what Lestat felt and knew at this moment. and even his reticent companion, Louis, the dark-haired one in the car beside him, staring timidly at the screaming children as if they were birds of paradise, didn't understand what was truly happening. Neither knew that the Queen had waked. Neither knew the dreams of the twins. Their ignorance was astonishing, and their young minds were so easy to scan. Apparently the vampire Lestat, who had hidden himself quite well until this night, was now prepared to do battle with everyone. He wore his thoughts and intentions like a badge of honor. "Hunt us down." That's what he said aloud to his fans, though they didn't hear. "Kill us. We're evil. We're bad. It's perfectly fine to cheer and sing with us now, but when you catch on, well, then the serious business will begin, and you'll remember that I never lied to you." For one instant his eyes and Cayman's eyes met. "I want to be good. I would die for that." But there was no recognition of who or what received this message. Louis, the watcher, the patient one, was there on account of love, pure and simple. The two had found each other only last night, and theirs had been an extraordinary reunion. Louis would go where Lestat led him. Louis would perish if Lestat perished, but their fears and hopes for this night were heartbreakingly human. They did not even guess that the Queen's wrath was close at hand, that she'd burnt the San Francisco Coven House within the hour, or that the infamous Vampire Tavern on Castro Street was burning now as the Queen hunted down those fleeing from it. But then the many blood drinkers scattered throughout this crowd did not know these simple facts either. They were too young to hear the warnings of the old, to hear the screams of the doomed as they perished. The dreams of the twins had only confused them. From various points they glared at Lestat, overcome with hatred or religious fervor. They would destroy him or make of him a god. They did not guess at the danger that awaited them. But what of the twins themselves? What was the meaning of the dreams? Cayman watched the car move on, forcing its way towards the back of the auditorium. He looked up at the stars overhead, the tiny pinpricks of light behind the mist that hung over the city. He thought he could feel the closeness of his old sovereign. He turned back towards the auditorium and made his way carefully through the press. To forget his strength in such a crowd as this would have been disaster. He would bruise flesh and break bones without even feeling it. He took one last look at the sky, and then he went inside, easily befuddling the ticket-taker as he went through the little turnstile and towards the nearest stairway. The auditorium was almost filled. He looked about himself thoughtfully, savoring the moment somewhat as he savored everything. The hall itself was nothing, a shell of a place to hold light and sound, utterly modern and unredeemably ugly. But the mortals, how pretty they were, glistering with health, their pockets full of gold, sound bodies everywhere, in which no organ had been eaten by the worms of disease, no bone ever broken. In fact, the sanitized well-being of this entire city rather amazed Cayman. True, he'd seen wealth in Europe, such as he could never have imagined, but nothing equaled the flawless surface of this small and overpopulated place, even to the San Francisco peasantry, whose tiny stucco cottages were choked with luxuries of every description. Driveways here were jammed with handsome automobiles. Paupers drew their money from bank machines with magic plastic cards. No slums anywhere. Great towers the city had, and fabulous hostelries, mansions in profusion. Yet girded as it was by sea and mountains and the glittering waters of the bay, it seemed not so much a capital as a resort, an escape from the world's greater pain and ugliness. No wonder Lestat had chosen this place to throw down the gauntlet. In the main, these pampered children were good. Deprivation had never wounded or weakened them. They might prove perfect combatants for real evil. That is, When they came to realize that the symbol and the thing were one and the same. Wake up and smell the blood, young ones. But would there be time for that now? Lestat's great scheme, whatever it truly was, might be stillborn, for surely the Queen had a scheme of her own, and Lestat knew nothing of it. Cayman made his way now to the top of the hall, to the very last row of wooden seats, where he had been earlier. He settled comfortably in the same spot, pushing aside the 2 vampire books which still lay on the floor unnoticed. Earlier he had devoured the texts, Lewis's Testament, Behold the Void, and Lestat's history, and this, and this, and this, and it means nothing. They had clarified for him many things, and what Cayman had divined of Lestat's intentions had been confirmed completely. But of the mystery of the twins, of course, the book told nothing. And as for the Queen's true intent, that continued to baffle him. She had slain hundreds of blood-drinkers the world over, yet left others unharmed. Even now, Marius lived. In destroying her shrine, she had punished him but not killed him, which would have been simple. He called to the older ones from his prison of ice, warning, begging for assistance, and effortlessly Cayman sensed 2 immortals moving to answer Marius's call, though one, Marius's own child, could not even hear it. Pandora was that one's name. She was a lone one, a strong one. The other, called Santino, did not have her power, but he could hear Marius's voice as he struggled to keep pace with her. Without doubt, the Queen could have struck them down had she chosen to do it, yet on and on they moved, clearly visible, clearly audible, yet unmolested. How did the Queen make such choices? Surely there were those in this very hall whom she had spared for some purpose. Daniel. They had reached the doors, and now had to push the last few feet down a narrow ramp into the giant open oval of the main floor. The crowd loosened, like marbles rolling in all directions. Daniel moved towards the center, his fingers hooked around Armand's belt so as not to lose him, his eyes roaming over the horseshoe-shaped theater, the high banks of seats rising to the ceiling. Mortals everywhere swarmed the cement stairs, or hung over iron railings, or flowed into the milling crowd around him. A blur it was, suddenly, the noise of it like the low grind of a giant machine. But then, in the moment of deliberately distorted vision, he saw the others. He saw the simple, inescapable difference between the living and the dead. Beings like himself in every direction, concealed in the mortal forest, yet shining like the eyes of an owl in the light of the moon. No paint or dark glasses or shapeless hats or hooded capes could ever conceivably hide them from each other. And it wasn't merely the unearthly sheen to their faces or hands. It was the slow, lissome grace of their movements, as if they were more spirit than flesh. Ah, my brothers and sisters, at last! But it was hatred he felt around him, a rather dishonest hatred. They loved Lestat and condemned him simultaneously. They loved the very act of hating, punishing. Suddenly he caught the eye of a powerful, hulking creature with greasy black hair who bared his fangs in an ugly flash and then revealed the plan in stunning completeness. Beyond the prying eyes of mortals, they would hack Lestat's limbs from his body. They would sever his head, then the remains would be burnt on a pyre by the sea. The end of the monster and his legend. Are you with us or against us? Daniel laughed out loud. You'll never kill him, Daniel said. Yet he gaped as he glimpsed the sharpened scythe the creature held against his chest inside his coat. Then the beast turned and vanished. Daniel gazed upward through the smoky light. One of them now. Know all their secrets. He felt giddy, on the verge of madness. Armand's hand closed on his shoulder. They had come to the very center of the main floor. The crowd was getting denser by the second. Pretty girls in black silk gowns shoved and pushed against the crude bikers in their worn black leather. Soft feathers brushed his cheek. He saw a red devil with giant horns, a bony skeleton face topped with golden curls and pearl combs. Random cries rose in the bluish gloom. The bikers howled like wolves. Someone shouted, "Lestat!" in a deafening voice, and others took up the call instantly. Armand again had the lost expression, the expression that belonged to deep concentration, as if what he saw before him meant nothing at all. 30, perhaps, he whispered in Daniel's ear. No more than that. And 1 or 2 so old they could destroy the rest of us in an instant. Where? Tell me where. Listen, Armand said, and see for yourself. There is no hiding from them. Cayman. Maharet's child. Jessica. The thought caught Cayman off guard. Protect Maharet's child. Somehow escape from here. He roused himself, senses sharpened. He'd been listening to Marius again, Marius trying to reach the young, untuned ears of the vampire Lestat, who preened backstage before a broken mirror. What could this mean? Maharet's child, Jessica, and when the thoughts pertained, without doubt, to a mortal woman. It came again, the unexpected communication of some strong yet unveiled mind. Take care of Jessie, somehow stop the mother. But there were no words, really. It was no more than a shining glimpse into another's soul, a sparkling overflow. Cayman's eyes moved slowly over the balconies opposite, over the swarming main floor. Far away, in some remote corner of the city, an old one wandered, full of fear of the queen, yet longing to look upon her face. He had come here to die, but to know her face in the final instant. Cayman closed his eyes to shut this out. Then he heard it again suddenly. Jessica, my Jessica. And behind the soulful call, the knowledge of Maharet, the sudden vision of Maharet, enshrined in love, and ancient and white as he himself was. It was a moment of stunning pain. He slumped back in the wooden seat and bowed his head just a little. Then he looked out again over the steel rafters, the ugly tangles of black wire and rusted cylindrical lights. Where are you? There, far away, against the opposite wall, he saw the figure from whom the thoughts were coming. Ah, the oldest he had seen so far. A giant Nordic blood-drinker, seasoned and cunning, dressed in coarse brown rawhide garments, with flowing straw-colored hair, his heavy brows and small deep-set eyes giving him a brooding expression. The being was tracking a small mortal woman who fought her way through the crowds of the main floor. Jessie, Maharet's mortal daughter. Maddened, disbelieving, Cayman focused tightly on the small woman. He felt his eyes mist with tears as he saw the astonishing resemblance. Here was Maharet's long, coppery red hair, curling, thick, and the same tall, bird-like frame, the same clever and curious green eyes, sweeping the scene as the female let herself be turned around and around by those who pushed against her. Maharet's profile, Maharet's skin, which had been so pale and almost luminous in life, so like the inner lining of a seashell. In a sudden, vivid memory, he saw Maharet's skin through the mesh of his own dark fingers, As he had pushed her face to the side during the rape, his fingertips had touched the delicate folds of flesh over her eyes. Not till a year later had they plucked out her eyes, and he had been there, remembering the moment, the feel of the flesh. That is, before he had picked up the eyes themselves, and... He shuddered. He felt a sharp pain in his lungs. His memory wasn't going to fail him. He would not slip away from this moment, the happy clown, remembering nothing. Maharet's child, all right. But how? Through how many generations had these characteristics survived to flower again in this small female who appeared to be fighting her way towards the stage at the end of the hall? It was not impossible, of course. He quickly realized it. Perhaps 300 ancestors stood between this 20th century woman and the long-ago afternoon when he had put on the king's medallion and stepped down from the dais to commit the king's rape. Maybe even less than that. A mere fraction of this crowd, to put it more neatly in perspective. But more astonishing than this, that Maharet knew her own descendants, and know this woman, Maharet, did. The tall blood-drinker's mind yielded that fact immediately. He scanned the tall Nordic one. Maharet, alive. Maharet, the guardian of her mortal family. Maharet, the embodiment of illimitable strength and will. Maharet, who had given him, this blonde servant, no explanation of the dreams of the twins, but had sent him here instead to do her bidding, save Jessica. Ah, but she lives, Cayman thought. She lives. And if she lives, then in a real way, they both live, the red-haired sisters. Cayman studied the creature even more intently, probing even deeper. But all he caught now was the fierce protectiveness. Rescue Jessie, not merely from the danger of the mother, but from this place altogether, where Jessie's eyes would see what no one could ever explain away. And how he loathed the mother, this tall, fair being with the posture of a warrior and a priest in one. He loathed that the mother had disrupted the serenity of his timeless and melancholy existence. Loathed that his sad, sweet love for this woman, Jessica, exacerbated the alarm he felt for himself. He knew the extent of the destruction, too, that every blood-drinker from one end of this continent to the other had been destroyed, save for a precious few, most of whom were under this roof, never dreaming of the fate that threatened them. He knew as well of the dreams of the twins, but he did not understand them. After all, 2 red-headed sisters he had never known. Only one red-haired beauty ruled his life. And once again Cayman saw Maharet's face, a vagrant image of softened, weary human eyes peering from a porcelain mask. Mael, do not ask me anything more, but do as I tell you. Silence. The blood-drinker was aware of the surveillance suddenly. With a little jerk of his head he looked around the hall, trying to spot the intruder. The name had done it, as names so often do. The creature had felt himself known, recognized. And Cayman had recognized the name at once, connecting it with the Mael of Lestat's pages. Undoubtedly they were one and the same. This was the druid priest who had lured Marius into the sacred grove where the blood god had made him one of its own, and sent him off to Egypt to find the mother and the father. Yes, this was the same Mael. And the creature felt himself recognized, and hated it. After the initial spasm of rage, all thought and emotion vanished. A rather dizzying display of strength, Cayman conceded. He relaxed in the chair, but the creature couldn't find him. 24 other white faces he picked out of the crowd, but not Cayman. Intrepid Jessica had meantime reached her destination. Ducking low, she'd slipped through the heavy-muscled motorcycle riders who claimed the space before the stage as their own, and had risen to take hold of the lip of the wooden platform. Flash of her silver bracelet in the light, and that might as well have been a tiny dagger to the mental shield of Mael, because his love and his thoughts were wholly visible again for one fluid instant. This one is going to die too, if he doesn't become wise, Cayman thought. He'd been schooled by Maharet, no doubt, and perhaps nourished by her powerful blood. Yet his heart was undisciplined, and his temper beyond his control, it was obvious. Then some feet behind Jessie, in the swirling color and noise, Cayman spied another intriguing figure, much younger, yet almost as powerful in his own fashion as the Gaul Mael. Cayman sought for the name, but the creature's mind was a perfect blank. Not so much as a glimmer of personality escaped from it. A boy he'd been when he died, with straight, dark auburn hair and eyes a little too big for his face. But it was easy, suddenly, to filch the being's name from Daniel, his newborn fledgling who stood beside him. Armand. And the fledgling, Daniel, was scarcely dead. All the tiny molecules of his body were dancing with the demon's invisible chemistry. Armand immediately attracted Cayman. Surely he was the same Armand of whom Lewis and Lestat had both written, the immortal with the form of a youth. And this meant that he was no more than 500 years old, yet he veiled himself completely. Shrewd, cold he seemed, yet without flair, a stance that required no room in which to display itself. And now, sensing infallibly that he was watched, he turned his large, soft brown eyes upward and fixed instantly upon the remote figure of Cayman. "No harm meant to you or your young one," Cayman whispered, so that his lips might shape and control the thoughts. "No friend to the mother." Armand heard, but gave no answer. Whatever terror he felt at the sight of one so old, he masked completely. One would have thought he was looking at the wall behind Cayman's head, at the steady stream of laughing and shouting children who poured down the steps from the topmost doorways. And, quite inevitably, this oddly beguiling little 500-year-old being fixed his eyes upon Mael, as the gaunt one felt another irresistible surge of concern for his fragile Jessie. Cayman understood this being, Armand. He felt he understood him and liked him completely. As their eyes met again, all that had been written of this creature in the two little histories was informed and balanced by the creature's innate simplicity. The loneliness which Cayman had felt in Athens was now very strong. "Not unlike my own simple soul," Cayman whispered. "You're lost in all this because you know the terrain too well, and that no matter how far you walk, you come again to the same mountains, the same valley." No response. Of course. Cayman shrugged and smiled. To this one he'd give anything that he could, and guilelessly he let Armand know it. Now the question was how to help them, these two that might have some hope of sleeping the immortal sleep until another sunset. And most important of all, how to reach Maharet, to whom the fierce and distrusting Mael was unstintingly devoted. To Armand, Cayman said with the slightest movement of his lips, "No friend of the mother, I told you, and keep with the mortal crowd. She'll pick you out when you step apart. It's that simple." Armand's face registered no change. Beside him, the fledgling Daniel was happy, glorying in the pageant that surrounded him. He knew no fear, no plans or dreams. And why not? He had this extremely powerful creature to take care of him. He was a damn sight luckier than the rest. Cayman rose to his feet. It was the loneliness as much as anything else. He would be near to one of these two, Armand or Maël. That's what he had wanted in Athens when all this glorious remembering and knowing had begun. To be near another like himself, to speak, to touch something. He moved along the top aisle of the hall, which circled the entire room, save for a margin at the far end behind the stage, which belonged to the giant video screen. He moved with slow, human grace, careful not to crush the mortals who pushed against him. And also he wanted this slow progress because he must give Maël the opportunity to see him. He knew instinctively that if he snuck up on this proud and quarrelsome thing, the insult would never be borne. And so he proceeded, only picking up his pace when he realized Maël was now aware of his approach. Maël couldn't hide his fear as Armand could. Maël had never seen a blood-drinker of Cayman's age, save for Maharet. He was gazing at a potential enemy. Cayman sent the same warm greeting he had sent to Armand, who watched. But nothing in the old warrior's stance changed. The auditorium was now full and locked. Outside, children screamed and beat upon the doors. Cayman heard the whine and belch of the police radios. The vampire Lestat and his cohorts stood spying upon the hall through the holes in a great serge curtain. Lestat embraced his companion, Louis, and they kissed on the mouth as the mortal musicians put their arms around both of them. Cayman paused to feel the passion of the crowd, the very air charged with it. Jessica had rested her arms on the edge of the platform. She had rested her chin upon the back of her hands. The men behind her, hulking creatures clothed in shiny black leather, shoved her brutally out of carelessness and drunken exuberance, but they couldn't dislodge her. Neither could Maël, should he make the attempt. And something else came clear to Cayman suddenly as he looked down at her. It was the single word, Talamasca. This woman belonged to them. She was part of the order. Not possible, he thought again, then laughed silently at his own foolish innocence. This was a night of shocks, was it not? Yet it seemed quite incredible that the Talamasca should have survived from the time he had known it centuries before, when he had played with its members and tormented them, and then turned his back on them out of pity for their fatal combination of innocence and ignorance. Ah, memory was too ghastly a thing. Let his past lives slip into oblivion. He could see the faces of those vagabonds, those secular monks of the Talamasca, who had so clumsily pursued him across Europe, recording glimpses of him in great leather-bound books, their quill pens scratching late into the night. Benjamin had been his name in that brief respite of consciousness, and Benjamin the Devil they had labeled him in their fancy Latin script, sending off crackling parchment epistles with big sloppy wax seals to their superiors in Amsterdam. It had been a game to him to steal their letters and add his notes to them, to frighten them, to crawl out from under their beds in the night and grab them by the throats and shake them. It had been fun. And what was not? When the fun stopped, he'd always lost his memory again. But he had loved them, not exorcists they, or witch-hunting priests, or sorcerers who hoped to chain and control his power. It had even occurred to him once that when it came time to sleep, he would choose the vaults beneath their mouldy mother-house. For all their meddlesome curiosity, they would never have betrayed him. And now to think that the order had survived with the tenacity of the Church of Rome, and this pretty mortal woman with the shining bracelet on her arm, beloved of Maharet and Maël, was one of their special breed. No wonder she had fought her way to the front ranks, as if to the bottom step of the altar. Cayman drew closer to Mael, but he stopped short of him by several feet, the crowd passing ceaselessly in front of them. This he did out of respect for Mael's apprehension, and the shame the creature felt for being afraid. It was Mael who approached and stood at Cayman's side. The restless crowd passed them as if they were the wall itself. Mael leant close to Cayman, which in its own way was a greeting, an offering of trust. He looked out over the hall where no empty seat was visible, and the main floor was a mosaic of flashing colors and glistening hair and tiny upthrust fists. Then he reached out and touched Cayman, as if he couldn't prevent himself from doing it. With his fingertips he touched the back of Cayman's left hand, and Cayman remained still to allow this little exploration. How many times had Cayman seen such a gesture between immortals, the young one verifying for himself the texture and hardness of the elder's flesh? Hadn't some Christian saint slipped his hand in Christ's wounds because the sight of them had not been sufficient? More mundane comparisons made Cayman smile. It was like two fierce dogs tentatively examining each other. Far below, Armand remained impassive as he kept his eyes upon the two figures. Surely he saw Mael's sudden disdainful glance, but he did not acknowledge it. Cayman turned and embraced Mael and smiled at him. But this merely frightened Mael, and Cayman felt the disappointment heavily. Politely he stepped away. For a moment he was painfully confused. He stared down at Armand. Beautiful Armand, who met his gaze with utter passivity. But it was time to say now what he'd come to say. "You must make your shield stronger, my friend," he explained to Mael gently. "Don't let your love for that girl expose you. The girl will be perfectly safe from our queen if you curb your thoughts of the girl's origins and her protector. That name is anathema to the queen. It always has been." "And where is the queen?" Mael asked, his fear surging again, along with the rage that he needed to fight it. "She's close." "Yes, but where?" "I cannot say. She's burnt their tavern house. She hunts the few rogues who haven't come to the hall. She takes her time with it. And this I've learned through the minds of her victims." Cayman could see the creature shudder. He could see subtle changes in him that marked his ever-increasing anger. Well and good. The fear withered in the heat of the anger. But what a basically quarrelsome creature this one was. His mind did not make sophisticated distinctions. "And why do you give me this warning?" demanded Mael, "when she can hear every word we speak to each other?" "But I don't think that she can," Cayman replied calmly. "I am of the first brood, friend. To hear other blood-drinkers as we hear mortal men, that curse belongs only to distant cousins. I could not read her mind if she stood on this spot, and mine is closed to her as well, you can be sure of it, and so it was with all our kind through the early generations." That clearly fascinated the blond giant. So Maharet could not hear the mother. Maharet had not admitted this to him. "No," Cayman said. "And the mother can only know of her through your thoughts, so kindly guard them. Speak to me now in a human voice, for this city is a wilderness of such voices." Mael considered, brows puckered in a frown. He glared at Cayman as if he meant to hit him. "And this will defeat her?" "Remember," Cayman said, "that excess can be the very opposite of essence. He looked back at Armand as he spoke. She who hears a multitude of voices may not hear any one voice, and she who would listen closely to one must shut out the others. You are old enough to know the trick. Mael didn't answer out loud, but it was clear that he understood. The telepathic gift had always been a curse to him, too, whether he was besieged by the voices of blood-drinkers or humans. Cayman gave a little nod. The telepathic gift. Such nice words for the madness that had come on him eons ago, after years of listening, years of lying motionless, covered with dust in the deep recesses of a forgotten Egyptian tomb, listening to the weeping of the world without knowledge of himself or his condition. "Precisely my point, my friend," he said. "And for 2,000 years you have fought the voices, while our queen may well have been drowned by them. It seems the vampire Lestat has outshouted the din. He has, as it were, snapped his fingers in the corner of her eye and brought her to attention. But do not overestimate the creature who sat motionless for so long. It isn't useful to do so." These ideas startled Mael somewhat, but he saw the logic of them. Below, Armand remained attentive. "She can't do all things," Cayman said, "whether she herself knows it or not. She was always one to reach for the stars, and then draw back, as if in horror." "How so?" Mael said. Excited, he leaned closer. "What is she really like?" he whispered. "She was full of dreams and high ideals. She was like Lestat," Cayman shrugged, "the blonde one down there who would be good and do good and gather to himself the needy worshippers." Mael smiled, coldly, cynically. "But what in the name of hell does she mean to do?" he asked. "So he has waked her with his abominable songs. Why does she destroy us?" "There's a purpose. You can be sure of it. With our queen there has always been a purpose. She could not do the smallest thing without a grand purpose, and you must know we do not really change over time. We are as flowers unfolding. We merely become more nearly ourselves." He glanced again at Armand. "As for what her purpose may be, I can give you only speculations." "Yes, tell me." "This concert will take place because Lestat wants it. And when it is finished she will slaughter more of our kind, but she will leave some to serve this purpose, some perhaps to witness." Cayman gazed at Armand, marvelous how his expressionless face conveyed wisdom, while the harried, weary face of Mael did not. And who can say which one understood the most? Mael gave a little bitter laugh. "To witness?" Mael asked. "I think not. I think she is cruder than that. She spares those whom Lestat loves. It's that simple." This hadn't occurred to Cayman. "Ah, yes, think on it," Mael said in the same sharply pronounced English. "Louis, Lestat's companion, is he not alive? And Gabrielle, the mother of the fiend, she is near at hand, waiting to rendezvous with her son as soon as it is wise to do so. And Armand down there, whom you so like to look at. It seems Lestat would see him again, so he is alive. And that outcast with him, the one who published the accursed book, the one the others would tear limb from limb if only they guessed. No, there's more to it than that." "There has to be," Cayman said. "Some of us she can't kill. And those who go to Marius now, Lestat knows nothing of them but their names." Mael's face changed slightly. It underwent a deep human flush as his eyes narrowed. It was clear to Cayman that Mael would have gone to Marius if he could. He would have gone this very night if only Maharet had come to protect Jessica. He tried now to banish Maharet's name from his thoughts. He was afraid of Maharet, deeply afraid. "Ah, yes. You try to hide what you know," Cayman said. "And this is just what you must reveal to me." "But I can't," Mael said. The wall had gone up, impenetrable. "I am not given answers, only orders, my friend, and my mission is to survive this night and to take my charge safely out of here." Cayman meant to press, to demand, but he did neither. He had felt a soft, subtle change in the atmosphere around him, a change so insignificant yet pure that he couldn't call it movement or sound. She was coming. She was moving close to the hall. He felt himself slip away from his body into pure listening. Yes, it was she. All the sounds of the night rose to confuse him, yet he caught it, a low, irreducible sound which she could not veil, the sound of her breathing, the beat of her heart, of a force moving through space at tremendous and unnatural speed, causing the inevitable tumult amid the visible and the invisible. Mael sensed it. So did Armand. Even the young one beside Armand heard it, though so many other young ones did not. Even some of the more finely tuned mortals seemed to feel it and to be distracted by it. "I must go, my friend," Cayman said. "Remember my advice." Impossible to say more now. She was very close. Undoubtedly she scanned, she listened. He felt the first irresistible urge to see her, to scan for the minds of those hapless souls out there in the night whose eyes might have passed over her. "Goodbye, friend," he said. "It's no good for me to be near you." Mael looked at him in confusion. Below, Armand gathered Daniel to him and made for the edge of the crowd. The hall went dark suddenly, and for one split second Cayman thought it was her magic, that some grotesque and vengeful judgment would now be made. But the mortal children all around him knew the ritual. The concert was about to begin. The hall went mad with shrieks and cheers and stomping. Finally it became a great collective roar. He felt the floor tremble. Tiny flames appeared as mortals struck their matches, ignited their chemical lighters, and a drowsy, beautiful illumination once again revealed the thousands upon thousands of moving forms. The screams were a chorus from all sides. "I am no coward," Mael whispered suddenly, as if he could not remain silent. He took hold of Cayman's arm, then let it go as if the hardness of it repelled him. "I know," Cayman said. "Help me, help Jessica. Don't speak her name again. Stay away from her, as I've told you. You are conquered again, Druid, remember? Time to fight with cunning, not rage. Stay with the mortal herd. I will help you when and if I can." There was so much more he wanted to say. "Tell me where Maharet is." But it was too late now for that. He turned away and moved along the aisle swiftly until he came to an open place above a long, narrow flight of cement stairs. Below, on the darkened stage, the mortal musicians appeared, darting over wires and speakers to gather their instruments from the floor. The vampire Lestat came striding through the curtain, his black cloak flaring around him as he moved to the very front of the platform. Not 3 feet from Jessie he stood, with microphone in hand. The crowd had gone into ecstasies, clapping, hooting, howling. It was a noise such as Cayman had never actually heard. He laughed in spite of himself at the stupid frenzy, at the tiny, smiling figure down there who loved it utterly, who was laughing even as Cayman laughed. Then, in a great white flash, light flooded the small stage. Cayman stared, not at the small figures strutting in their finery, but at the giant video screen that rose behind them to the very roof. The living image of the vampire Lestat, 30 feet in height, blazed before Cayman. The creature smiled. He lifted his arms and shook his mane of yellow hair. He threw back his head and howled. The crowd was on its feet in delirium. The very structure rumbled, but it was the howl that filled all ears. The vampire Lestat's powerful voice swallowed every other sound in the auditorium. Cayman closed his eyes. In the heart of the monstrous cry of the vampire Lestat, he listened again for the sound of the mother, but he could no longer find it. "My queen," he whispered, searching, scanning, hopeless though it was. Did she stand up there on some grassy slope, listening to the music of her troubadour? He felt the soft, damp wind, and saw the grey, starless sky, as random mortals felt and saw these things. The lights of San Francisco, its spangled hills and glowing towers, these were the beacons of the urban night, as terrible suddenly as the moon or the drift of the galaxies. He closed his eyes. He envisioned her again as she'd been in the Athens street, watching the tavern burn with her children in it. Her tattered cape had hung loose over her shoulders, the hood thrown back from her plaited hair. Ah, the Queen of Heaven, she'd seemed, as she had once so loved to be known, presiding over centuries of litany. Her eyes had been shining and empty in the electric light, her mouth soft, guileless. The sheer sweetness of her face had been infinitely beautiful. The vision carried him back now over the centuries to a dim and awful moment when he'd come a mortal man, heart pounding to hear her will, his queen now cursed and consecrated to the moon, the demon in her demanding blood, his queen who would not allow even the bright lamps to be near to her. How agitated she had been, pacing the mud floor, the colored walls around her full of silent, painted sentinels. "These twins," she'd said, "these evil sisters, they have spoken such abominations." "Have mercy," he had pleaded. "They meant no harm. I swear they tell the truth. Let them go again, Your Highness. They cannot change it now." Oh, such compassion he had felt for all of them, the twins and his afflicted sovereign. "Ah, but you see, we must put it to the test, their revolting lies," she had said. "You must come closer, my devoted steward, you who have always served me with such devotion." "My queen, my beloved queen, what do you want of me?" And with the same lovely expression on her face, she had lifted her icy hands to touch his throat, to hold him fast suddenly with a strength that terrified him. In shock he'd watched her eyes go blank, her mouth open, the 2 tiny fanged teeth he'd seen as she rose on tiptoe with the eerie grace of nightmare. "Not me! You would not do this to me! My queen! I am Cayman!" He should have perished long before now, as so many blood-drinkers had afterwards, gone without a trace, like the nameless multitudes dissolved within the earth of all lands and nations. But he had not perished, and the twins, at least one, had lived on also. Did she know it? Did she know those terrible dreams? Had they come to her from the minds of all the others who had received them, or had she travelled the night around the world, dreamless and without cease, and bent upon one task since her resurrection? They live, my queen. They live on in the one, if not in the two together. Remember the old prophecy. If only she could hear his voice. He opened his eyes. He was back again in the moment with this ossified thing that was his body, and the rising music saturated him with its remorseless rhythm. It pounded against his ears. The flashing lights blinded him. He turned his back and put his hand against the wall. Never had he been so engulfed by sound. He felt himself losing consciousness, but Lestat's voice called him back. With his fingers splayed across his eyes, Cayman looked down at the fiery white square of the stage. Behold the devil dance and sing with such obvious joy. It touched Cayman's heart in spite of himself. Lestat's powerful tenor needed no electric amplification, and even the immortals lost among their prey were singing with him. It was so contagious, this passion. Everywhere he looked, Cayman saw them, caught up, mortal and immortal alike, bodies twisted in time with the bodies on the stage. Voices rose, the hall swayed with one wave of movement after another. The giant face of Lestat expanded on the video screen as the camera moved in upon it. The blue eye fixed upon Cayman and winked. "Why don't you kill me? You know what I am!" Lestat's laughter rose above the twanging scream of the guitars. "Don't you know evil when you see it?" Ah, such a belief in goodness, in heroism. Cayman could see it even in the creature's eyes, a dark grey shadow there of tragic need. Lestat threw back his head and roared again. He stamped his feet and howled. He looked to the rafters as if they were the firmament. Cayman forced himself to move. He had to escape. He made his way clumsily to the door, as if suffocating in the deafening sound. Even his sense of balance had been affected. The blasting music came after him into the stairwell, but at least he was sheltered from the flashing lights. Leaning against the wall, he tried to clear his vision. Smell of blood. Hunger of so many blood drinkers in the hall. And the throb of the music through the wood and the plaster. He moved down the steps, unable to hear his own feet on the concrete, and sank down finally on a deserted landing. He wrapped his arms around his knees and bowed his head. The music was like the music of old, when all songs had been the songs of the body, and the songs of the mind had not yet been invented. He saw himself dancing. He saw the king, the mortal king he had so loved, turn and leap into the air. He heard the beat of the drums, the rise of the pipes. The king put the beer in Cayman's hand. The table sagged beneath its wealth of roasted game and glistening fruit, its steaming loaves of bread. The queen sat in her golden chair, immaculate and serene, a mortal woman with a tiny cone of scented wax atop her elaborate hair, melting slowly in the heat to perfume her plaited tresses. Then someone had put the coffin in his hand, the tiny coffin that was passed now among those who feasted, the little reminder, eat, drink, for death awaits all of us. He held it tight. Should he pass it now to the king? He felt the king's lips against his face suddenly. "Dance, Cayman. Drink. Tomorrow we march north to slay the last of the flesh-eaters." The king didn't even look at the tiny coffin as he took it. He slipped it into the queen's hands, and she, without looking down, gave it to another. The last of the flesh-eaters. How simple it had all seemed, how good, until he had seen the twins kneeling before that altar. The great rattle of drums drowned out Lestat's voice. Mortals passed Cayman, hardly noticing him huddled there. A blood drinker ran quickly by without the slightest heed of him. The voice of Lestat rose again, singing of the children of darkness, hidden beneath the cemetery called Les Innocents in superstition and fear. "Into the light we've come, my brothers and sisters. Kill us, my brothers and sisters." Sluggishly Cayman rose. He was staggering, but he moved on, downward, until he had come out in the lobby where the noise was just a little muted, and he rested there, across from the inner doors, in a cooling draught of fresh air. Calm was returning to him, but only slowly, when he realized that two mortal men had paused nearby and were staring at him as he stood against the wall with his hands in his pockets, his head bowed. He saw himself suddenly as they saw him. He sensed their apprehension mingled with a sudden irrepressible sense of victory. Men who had known about his kind, men who had lived for a moment such as this, yet dreaded it and never truly hoped for it. Slowly, he looked up. They stood some 20 feet away from him, near to the cluttered concession stand, as if it could hide them, proper British gentlemen. They were old, in fact, learned, with heavily creased faces and prim, formal attire. Utterly out of place here, their fine grey overcoats, the bit of starched collar showing, the gleaming knot of silk tie. They seemed explorers from another world among the flamboyant youth that moved restlessly to and fro, thriving on the barbaric noise and broken chatter. And with such natural reticence they stared, as if they were too polite to be afraid. Elders of the Talamasca, looking for Jessica. Know us? Yes, you do, of course. No harm. Don't care. His silent words drove the one called David Talbot back a pace. The man's breathing became hurried, and there was a sudden dampness on his forehead and upper lip. Yet such elegant composure. David Talbot narrowed his eyes as if he would not be dazzled by what he saw, as if he would see the tiny dancing molecules in the brightness. How small it seemed suddenly, the span of a human life. Look at this fragile man, for whom education and refinement have only increased all risks. So simple to alter the fabric of his thought, his expectations. Should Cayman tell them where Jessie was? Should he meddle? It would make no difference, ultimately. He sensed now that they were afraid to go or to remain, that he had them fixed almost as if he'd hypnotized them. In a way, it was respect that kept them there, staring at him. It seemed he had to offer something, if only to end this awful scrutiny. Don't go to her. You'd be fools if you did. She has others like me now to look after her. Best leave here. I would if I were you. Now how would all this read in the archives of the Talamasca? Some night he might find out. To what modern places had they removed their old documents and treasures? Benjamin the Devil. That's who I am. Don't you know me? He smiled at himself. He let his head droop, staring at the floor. He had not known he possessed this vanity. And suddenly he did not care what this moment meant to them. He thought listlessly of those olden times in France when he had played with their kind. "Allow us but to speak to you," they pleaded, dusty scholars with pale, eternally red-rimmed eyes and worn velvet clothing, so unlike these two fine gentlemen for whom the occult was a matter of science, not philosophy. The hopelessness of that time suddenly frightened him. The hopelessness of this time was equally frightening. "Go away." Without looking up, he saw that David Talbot had nodded. Politely, he and his companion withdrew. Glancing back over their shoulders, they hurried down the curve of the lobby and into the concert. Cayman was alone again, with the rhythm of the music coming from the doorway, alone and wondering why he had come here, what it was he wanted, wishing that he could forget again, that he was in some lovely place full of warm breezes and mortals who didn't know what he was, and twinkling electric lights beneath the faded clouds, and flat, endless city pavements to walk until morning. Jessie. "Let me alone, you son of a bitch!" Jessie kicked the man beside her, the one who had hooked his arm around her waist and lifted her away from the stage. "You bastard!" Doubled over with pain in his foot, he was no match for her sudden shove. He toppled and went down. 5 times she'd been swept back from the stage. She ducked and pushed through the little cluster that had taken her place, sliding against their black leather flanks as if she were a fish, and rising up again to grab the apron of unpainted wood, one hand taking hold of the strong synthetic cloth that decorated it and twisting it into a rope. In the flashing lights she saw the vampire Lestat leap high into the air and come down without a palpable sound on the boards, his voice rising again without benefit of the mic to fill the auditorium, his guitar players prancing around him like imps. The blood ran in tiny rivulets down his white face, as if from Christ's crown of thorns, his long blonde hair flying out as he turned full circle, his hand ripping at his shirt, tearing it open down his chest, the black tie loose and falling. His pale, crystalline blue eyes were glazed and shot with blood as he screamed the unimportant lyrics. Jessie felt her heart knocking again as she stared up at him, at the rocking of his hips, the tight cloth of the black pants revealing the powerful muscles of his thighs. He leapt again, rising effortlessly, as if he would ascend to the very ceiling of the hall. Yes, you see it, and there is no mistake, no other explanation. She wiped at her nose. She was crying again. But touch him. Damn it, you have to. In a daze she watched him finish the song, stomping his foot to the last 3 resounding notes as the musicians danced back and forth, taunting, tossing their hair over their heads, their voices lost in his as they struggled to meet his pace. God, how he loved it! There was not the slightest pretense. He was bathed in the adoration he was receiving. He was soaking it up as if it were blood. And now, as he went into the frenzied opening of another song, he ripped off the black velvet cloak, gave it a great twirl, and sent it flying into the audience. The crowd wailed, shifted. Jessie felt a knee in her back, a boot scraping her heel, but this was her chance, as the guards jumped down off the boards to stop the melee. With both hands pressed down hard on the wood, she sprang up and over on her belly and onto her feet. She ran right towards the dancing figure, whose eyes suddenly looked into hers. "Yes, you! You!" she cried out. In the corner of her eye was the approaching guard. She threw her full weight at the vampire Lestat. Shutting her eyes, she locked her arms around his waist. She felt the cold shock of his silky chest against her face. She tasted the blood suddenly on her lip. "Oh, God, real!" she whispered. Her heart was going to burst, but she hung on. Yes, male skin like this, and Maharet skin like this, and all of them. Yes, this, real, not human, always. And it was all here in her arms, and she knew, and it was too late for them to stop her now. Her left hand went up and caught a thick tangle of his hair, and as she opened her eyes she saw him smiling down at her, saw the poreless, gleaming white skin and the tiny fanged teeth. "You devil!" she whispered. She was laughing like a mad woman, crying and laughing. "Love you, Jessica," he whispered back at her, smiling at her as if he were teasing her, the wet blonde hair tumbling down into his eyes. Astonished, she felt his arm around her, and then he lifted her on his hip, swinging her in a circle. The screaming musicians were a blur. The lights were violent streaks of white, red. She was moaning, but she kept looking up at him, at his eyes. Yes, real. Desperately she hung on, for it seemed he meant to throw her high into the air over the heads of the crowd. And then as he set her down and bowed his head, his hair falling against her cheek, she felt his mouth close on hers. The throbbing music went dim, as if she'd been plunged into the sea. She felt him breathe into her, sigh against her, his smooth fingers sliding up her neck. Her breasts were pressed against the beat of his heart, and a voice was speaking to her, purely, the way a voice had long ago, a voice that knew her, a voice that understood her questions and knew how they must be answered. "Evil, Jessie, as you have always known." Hands pulled her back, human hands. She was being separated from him. She screamed. Bewildered, he stared at her. He was reaching deep, deep into his dreams for something he only faintly remembered, the funeral feast. The red-haired twins kneeling on either side of the altar. But it was no more than a split second, then gone, He was baffled. His smile flashed again, impersonal, like one of the lights that were constantly blinding her. "Beautiful Jessie," he said, his hand lifted as if in farewell. They were carrying her backwards away from him, off the stage. She was laughing when they set her down. Her white shirt was smeared with blood. Her hands were covered with it, pale streaks of salty blood. She felt she knew the taste of it. She threw back her head and laughed, and it was so curious not to be able to hear it, only to feel it. To feel the shudder running through her, to know she was crying and laughing at the same time. The guard said something rough to her, something crude, threatening, but that didn't matter. The crowd had her again. It just swallowed her, tumbling against her, driving her out of the center. A heavy shoe crushed her right foot. She stumbled and turned and let herself be pushed along ever more violently towards the doors. Didn't matter now. She knew. She knew it all. Her head spun. She could not have stood upright if it were not for the shoulders knocking against her, and never had she felt such wondrous abandon. Never had she felt such release. The crazy, cacophonous music went on. Faces flickered and disappeared in a wash of colored light. She smelled the marijuana, the beer. Thirst. Yes, something cold to drink. Something cold, so thirsty. She lifted her hand again and licked at the salt and the blood. Her body trembled, vibrated, the way it so often did on the verge of sleep. A soft, delicious tremor that meant that dreams were coming. She licked at the blood again and closed her eyes. Quite suddenly she felt herself pass into an open place, no one shoving her. She looked up and saw that she had come to the doorway, to the slick ramp that led some 10 feet into the lobby below. The crowd was behind her, above her, and she could rest here. She was all right. She ran her hand along the greasy wall, stepping over the crush of paper cups, a fallen wig with cheap yellow curls. She lay her head back suddenly and merely rested, the ugly light from the lobby shining in her eyes. The taste of the blood was on the tip of her tongue. It seemed she was going to cry again, and it was a perfectly fine thing to do. For the moment there was no past or present, no necessity, and all the world was changed, from the simplest things to the grandest. She was floating, as if in the center of the most seductive state of peace and acceptance that she had ever known. Oh, if only she could tell David these things, if only somehow she could share this great and overwhelming secret. Something touched her, something hostile to her. Reluctantly she turned and saw a hulking figure at her side. What? She struggled to see it clearly. Bony limbs, black hair slicked back, red paint on the twisted, ugly mouth, but the skin, the same skin, and the fanged teeth, not human, one of them. Talamasca! It came at her like a hiss. It struck her in the chest. Instinctively her arms rose, crossing over her breasts, fingers locking on her shoulders. Talamasca! It was soundless, yet deafening in its rage. She moved to back away, but his hand caught her, fingers biting into her neck. She tried to scream as she was lifted off her feet. Then she was flying across the lobby, and she was screaming until her head slammed into the wall. Blackness. She saw the pain. It flashed yellow and then white as it traveled down her backbone and then spread out as if into a million branches in her limbs. Her body went numb. She hit the floor with another shocking pain in her face and in the open palms of her hands, and then she rolled over on her back. She couldn't see. Maybe her eyes were closed, but the funny thing was, if they were, she couldn't open them. She heard voices, people shouting. A whistle blew, or was it the clang of a bell? There was a thunderous noise, but that was the crowd inside applauding. People near her argued. Someone close to her ear said, "Don't touch her neck's broken." Broken? Can you live when your neck is broken? Someone laid a hand on her forehead, but she couldn't really feel it so much as a tingling sensation, as if she were very cold, walking in snow, and all real feeling had left her. "Can't see." "Listen, honey," a young man's voice, one of those voices you could hear in Boston or New Orleans or New York City. Firefighter, cop, saver of the injured. "We're taking care of you, honey. The ambulance is on its way. Now lie still, honey, don't you worry." Someone touching her breast. No, taking the cards out of her pocket. Jessica Miriam Reeves, yes. She stood beside Maharet, and they were looking up at the giant map with all the tiny lights. And she understood. Jessie, born of Miriam, who was born of Alice, who was born of Carlotta, who was born of Jane Marie, who was born of Anne, who was born of Janet Bell, who was born of Elizabeth, who was born of Louise, who was born of Frances, who was born of Frida, who was born of, if you will allow me, please, we are her friends, David. They were lifting her. She heard herself scream, but she had not meant to scream. She saw the screen again, and the great tree of names. Frida, born of Dagmar, born of... Steady now, steady, God damn it! The air changed. It went cool and moist. She felt the breeze moving over her face. Then all feeling left her hands and feet completely. She could feel her eyelids, but not move them. Maharet was talking to her. Came out of Palestine, down into Mesopotamia, and then up slowly through Asia Minor and into Russia, and then into Eastern Europe. Do you see? This was either a hearse or an ambulance, and it seemed too quiet to be the latter, and the siren, though steady, was too far away. What had happened to David? He wouldn't have let her go unless she was dead. But then how could David have been there? David had told her nothing could induce him to come. David wasn't here. She must have imagined it. And the odd thing was, Miriam wasn't here either. Holy Mary, Mother of God, now and at the hour of our death. She listened. They were speeding through the city. She felt them turn the corner, but where was her body? She couldn't feel it. Broken neck. That meant surely that one had to be dead. What was that? The light she could see through the jungle. A river? It seemed too wide to be a river. How to cross it? But it wasn't Jessie who was walking through the jungle, and now along the bank of the river. It was somebody else. Yet she could see the hands out in front of her, moving aside the vines and the wet, sloppy leaves, as if they were her hands. She could see red hair when she looked down, red hair in long, curling tangles, full of bits of leaf and earth. "Can you hear me, honey? We've got you. We're taking care of you. Your friends are in the car behind us. Now don't you worry." He was saying more, but she had lost the thread. She couldn't hear him. Only the tone of it, the tone of loving care. Why did he feel so sorry for her? He didn't even know her. Did he understand that it wasn't her blood all over her shirt, her hands? Guilty. Lestat had tried to tell her it was evil, but that had been so unimportant to her, so impossible to relate to the whole. It wasn't that she didn't care about what was good and what was right. It was that this was bigger for the moment, knowing. And he'd been talking as if she meant to do something, and she hadn't meant to do anything at all. That's why dying was probably just fine. If only Maharet would understand. And to think David was with her in the car behind them. David knew some of the story anyway, and they would have a file on her, Reeves, Jessica, and it would be more evidence. One of our devoted members, definitely the result of most dangerous, must not under any circumstances attempt a sighting. They were moving her again. Cool air again, and smells rising of gasoline and ether. She knew that just on the other side of this numbness, this darkness, there was terrible pain, and it was best to lie very still and not try to go there. Let them carry you along. Let them move the gurney down the hallway. Someone crying. A little girl. Can you hear me, Jessica? I want you to know that you're in the hospital and that we are doing everything we can for you. Your friends are outside, David Talbot and Aaron Leitner. We've told them that you must lie very still. Of course, when your neck is broken, you are either dead or you die if you move. That was it. Years ago in a hospital, she had seen a young girl with a broken neck. She remembered now, and the girl's body had been tied to a huge aluminum frame. Every now and then a nurse would move the frame to change the girl's position. Will you do that to me? He was talking again, but this time he was farther away. She walked a little faster through the jungle to get closer, to hear over the sound of the river. He was saying, "Of course we can do all that. We can run those tests, of course, but you must understand what I'm saying. This situation is terminal. The back of the skull is completely crushed. You can see the brain, and the obvious injury to the brain is enormous. Now, in a few hours, the brain will begin to swell, if we even have a few hours." "Bastard! You killed me. You threw me against the wall. If I could move anything, my eyelids, my lips, but I'm trapped inside here. I have no body anymore, yet I'm trapped in here. When I was little, I used to think it would be like this. Death. You'd be trapped in your head in the grave with no eyes to see and no mouth to scream, and years would pass. Or you roamed the twilight realm with the pale ghosts, thinking you were alive when you were really dead. Dear God, I have to know when I'm dead. I have to know when it's begun." Her lips. There was the faintest sensation. Something moist, warm, something parting her lips. But there's no one here, is there? They were out in the hallway and the room was empty. She would have known if someone was here. Yet now she could taste it, the warm fluid flowing into her mouth. "What is it? What are you giving me? I don't want to go under." "Sleep, my beloved." "I don't want to. I want to feel it when I die. I want to know." But the fluid was filling her mouth, and she was swallowing. The muscles of her throat were alive. Delicious, the taste of it, the saltiness of it. She knew this taste. She knew this lovely, tingling sensation. She sucked harder. She could feel the skin of her face come alive and the air stirring around her. She could feel the breeze moving through the room. A lovely warmth was moving down her spine. It was moving through her legs and her arms, taking exactly the path the pain had taken, and all her limbs were coming back. "Sleep, beloved." The back of her head tingled, and the tingling moved through the roots of her hair. Her knees were bruised, but her legs weren't hurt, and she'd be able to walk again, and she could feel the sheet under her hand. She wanted to reach up, but it was too soon for that, too soon to move. Besides, she was being lifted, carried. And it was best to sleep now, because if this was death, well, it was just fine. The voices she could barely hear, the men arguing, threatening, they didn't matter now. It seemed David was calling out to her. But what did David want her to do? To die? The doctor was threatening to call the police. The police couldn't do anything now. That was almost funny. Down and down the stairs they went. Lovely cold air. The sound of the traffic grew louder. A bus roaring past. She had never liked these sounds before, but now they were like the wind itself, that pure. She was being rocked again, gently, as if in a cradle. She felt the car move forward with a sudden lurch, and then the smooth, easy momentum. Miriam was there, and Miriam wanted Jessie to look at her, but Jessie was too tired now. "I don't want to go, Mother." "But Jessie, please, it's not too late. You can still come." Like David calling, "Jessica!" Daniel. About halfway through, Daniel understood. The white-faced brothers and sisters would circle each other, eye each other, even threaten each other, all during the concert, but nobody would do anything. The rule was too hard and fast. Leave no evidence of what we are, not victims, not a single cell of our vampiric tissue. Lestat was to be the only kill, and that was to be done most carefully. Mortals were not to see the scythes unless it was unavoidable. Snatch the bastard when he tried to take his leave. That was the scheme. Dismember him before the cognoscenti only. That is, unless he resisted, in which case he must die before his fans, and the body would have to be destroyed completely. Daniel laughed and laughed. Imagine Lestat allowing such a thing to happen. Daniel laughed in their spiteful faces. Pallid as orchids, these vicious souls who filled the hall with their simmering outrage, their envy, their greed. You would have thought they hated Lestat if for no other reason than his flamboyant beauty. Daniel had broken away from Armand, finally. Why not? Nobody could hurt him, not even the glowing stone figure he'd seen in the shadows, the one so hard and so old he looked like the golem of legend. What an eerie thing that was, that stone one, staring down at the wounded mortal woman who lay with her neck broken, the one with the red hair who looked like the twins in the dream. And probably some stupid human being had done that to her, broken her neck like that. And the blonde vampire in the buckskin pushing past them to reach the scene. He had been an awe-inspiring sight as well, with the hardened veins bulging on his neck and on the backs of his hands when he reached the poor broken victim. Armand had watched the men take the red-haired woman away with the most unusual expression on his face, as if he should somehow intervene. Or maybe it was only that the golem thing standing idly by made him wary. Finally, he'd shoved Daniel back into the singing crowd. But there was no need to fear. It was sanctuary for them in this place, this cathedral of sound and light. And Lestat was Christ on the cathedral cross. How describe his overwhelming and irrational authority? His face would have been cruel if it hadn't been for the childlike rapture and exuberance. Pumping his fist into the air, he bawled, pleaded, roared at the powers that be as he sang of his downfall. Lelio, the boulevard actor, turned into a creature of night against his will. His soaring tenor seemed to leave his body utterly as he recounted his defeats, his resurrections, the thirst inside him which no measure of blood could ever quench. "Am I not the devil in you all?" he cried, not to the moonflower monsters in the crowd, but to the mortals who adored him. And even Daniel was screaming, bellowing, leaping off his feet as he cried in agreement, though the words meant nothing, finally. It was merely the raw force of Lestat's defiance. Lestat cursed heaven on behalf of all who had ever been outcasts, all who had ever known violation, and then turned in guilt and malice on their own kind. It seemed to Daniel at the highest moments as though it were an omen that he should find immortality on the eve of this great mass. The vampire Lestat was God, or the nearest thing he had ever known to it. The giant on the video screen gave his benediction to all that Daniel had ever desired. How could the others resist? Surely the fierceness of their intended victim made him all the more inviting. The final message behind all Lestat's lyrics was simple. Lestat had the gift that had been promised to each of them. Lestat was unkillable. He devoured the suffering forced upon him and emerged all the stronger. To join with him was to live forever. This is my body. This is my blood. Yet the hates boiled among the vampire brothers and sisters. As the concert came to a close, Daniel felt it keenly, an odor rising from the crowd, an expanding hiss beneath the strum of the music. Kill the god, tear him limb from limb. Let the mortal worshippers do as they have always done, mourn for him who was meant to die. Go, the mass is ended. The house lights went on. The fans stormed the wooden stage, tearing down the black serge curtain to follow the fleeing musicians. Armand grabbed Daniel's arm. "Out the side door," he said. "Our only chance is to get to him quickly." Cayman. It was just as he had expected. She struck out at the first of those who struck at him. Lestat had come through the back door, Louis at his side, and made a dash for his black Porsche when the assassin set upon him. It seemed a rude circle sought to close, but at once the first, with scythe raised, went up in flames. The crowd panicked, terrified children stampeding in all directions. Another immortal assailant was suddenly on fire, and then another. Cayman slipped back against the wall as the clumsy humans hurtled past him. He saw a tall, elegant female blood-drinker slice unnoticed through the mob and slide behind the wheel of Lestat's car, calling to Louis and Lestat to join her. It was Gabrielle, the fiend's mother, and logically enough the lethal fire did not harm her. There wasn't a particle of fear in her cold blue eyes as she readied the vehicle with swift, decisive gestures. Lestat, meantime, turned around and around in a rage. Maddened, robbed of the battle, he finally climbed into the car only because the others forced him to do so. And as the Porsche plowed viciously through the rushing youngsters, blood-drinkers burst into flame everywhere. In a horrid, silent chorus, their cries rose, their frantic curses, their final questions. Cayman covered his face. The Porsche was halfway to the gates before the crowd forced it to stop. Sirens screamed, voices roared commands, children had fallen with broken limbs, mortals cried in misery and confusion. Get to Armand, Cayman thought. But what was the use? He saw them burning everywhere he looked, in great writhing plumes of orange and blue flame that changed suddenly to white in their heat as they released the charred clothes which fell to the pavements. How could he come between the fire and Armand? How could he save the young one, Daniel? He looked up at the distant hills, at a tiny figure glowing against the dark sky, unnoticed by all who screamed and fled and cried for help around him. Suddenly he felt the heat. He felt it touch him as it had in Athens. He felt it dance about his face. He felt his eyes watering. Steadily he regarded the distant, tiny source. And then, for reasons that he might never himself understand, he chose not to drive back the fire, but rather to see what it might do to him. Every fiber of his being said, "Give it back." Yet he remained motionless, washed of thought, and feeling the sweat drip from him. The fire circled him, embraced him, and then it moved away, leaving him alone, cold and wounded beyond his wildest imagining. Quietly he whispered a prayer. "May the twins destroy you." Daniel. "Fire!" Daniel caught the rank, greasy stench just as he saw the flames themselves breaking out, here and there, all through the multitude. What protection was the crowd now? Like tiny explosions the fires were, as groups of frantic teenagers stumbled to get away from them and ran in senseless circles, colliding helplessly with one another. The sound. Daniel heard it again. It was moving above them. Armand pulled him back against the building. It was useless. They could not get to Lestat, and they had no cover. Dragging Daniel after him, Armand retreated into the hall again. A pair of terrified vampires ran past the entrance, then exploded into tiny conflagrations. In horror, Daniel watched the skeletons glowing as they melted within the pale yellow blaze. Behind them, in the deserted auditorium, a fleeing figure was suddenly caught in the same ghastly flames. Twisting, turning, he collapsed on the cement floor, smoke rising from his empty clothing. A pool of grease formed on the cement, then dried up even as Daniel stared at it. Out into the fleeing mortals they ran again, this time towards the distant front gates, over yards and yards of asphalt. And suddenly they were traveling so fast that Daniel's feet had left the ground. The world was nothing but a smear of color. Even the piteous cries of the frightened fans were stretched, softened. Abruptly they stopped at the gates, just as Lestat's black Porsche raced out of the parking lot, past them and into the avenue. Within seconds it was gone, like a bullet traveling south towards the freeway. Armand made no attempt to follow it. He seemed not even to see it. He stood near the gatepost, looking back over the heads of the crowd, beyond the curved roof of the hall to the distant horizon. The eerie telepathic noise was deafening now. It swallowed every other sound in the world. It swallowed every sensation. Daniel couldn't keep his hands from going to his ears, couldn't keep his knees from buckling. He felt Armand draw close, but he could no longer see. He knew that if it was meant to happen, it would be now. Yet still he couldn't feel the fear. Still he couldn't believe in his own death. He was paralyzed with wonder and confusion. Gradually the sound faded. Numb, he felt his vision clear. He saw the great red shape of a lumbering ladder truck approach, the firemen shouting for him to move out of the gateway. The siren came as if from another world, an invisible needle through his temples. Armand was gently pulling him out of the path. Frightened people thundered past as if driven by a wind. He felt himself fall, but Armand caught him. Into the warm crush of mortals outside the fence they passed, slipping among those who peered through the chain mesh of the melee. Hundreds still fled. Sirens, sour and discordant, drowned out their cries. One fire engine after another roared up to the gates to nudge its way through dispersing mortals. But these sounds were thin and distant, dulled still by the receding supernatural noise. Armand clung to the fence, his eyes closed, his forehead pressed against the metal. The fence shuddered, as if it alone could hear the thing as they heard it. It was gone. An icy quiet descended, the quiet of shock, emptiness. Though the pandemonium continued, it did not touch them. They were alone, the mortals loosening, milling, moving away. And the air carried those lingering preternatural cries like burning tinsel again. More dying, but where? Across the avenue he moved at Armand's side, unhurried, and down a dark side street they made their way, past faded stucco houses and shabby corner stores, past sagging neon signs and over cracked pavements. On and on they walked. The night grew cold and still around them. The sound of the sirens was remote, almost mournful. As they came to a broad, garish boulevard, a great lumbering trolley bus appeared, flooded with a greenish light. Like a ghost, it seemed, proceeding towards them through the emptiness and the silence. Only a few forlorn mortal passengers peered from its smeared and dirty windows. The driver drove as if in his sleep. Armand raised his eyes wearily, as if only to watch it pass. And to Daniel's amazement, the bus came to a halt for them. They climbed aboard together, ignoring the little coin box, and sank down side by side on the long leather bench seat. The driver never turned his head from the dark windshield before him. Armand sat back against the window. Dully he stared at the black rubber floor. His hair was tousled, his cheek smudged with soot. His lower lip protruded ever so slightly. Lost in thought, he seemed utterly unconscious of himself. Daniel looked at the lackluster mortals, the prune-faced woman with a slit for a mouth who looked at him angrily, the drunken man with no neck who snored on his chest, and the small-headed teenage woman with the stringy hair and the sores at the corners of her mouth who held a giant toddler on her lap with skin like bubble gum. Why, something was horribly wrong with each of them. And there, the dead man on the back seat, with his eyes half-masked and the dried spit on his chin. Did nobody know he was dead? The urine stank as it dried beneath him. Daniel's own hands looked dead, lurid. Like a corpse with one live arm, the driver seemed as he turned the wheel. Was this a hallucination? The bus to hell? No. Only a trolley bus, like a million he had taken in his lifetime, on which the weary and the down-and-out rode the city streets through the late hours. He smiled suddenly, foolishly. He was going to start laughing, thinking of the dead man back there, and these people just riding along, and the way the light made everyone look. But then a sense of dread returned. The silence unnerved him. The slow rocking of the bus unnerved him. The parade of dingy houses beyond the windows unnerved him. The sight of Armand's listless face and empty stare was unbearable. "Will she come back for us?" he asked. He could not endure it any longer. "She knew we were there," Armand said, eyes dull, voice low. "She passed us over." Cayman. He had retreated to the high grassy slope, with the cold Pacific beyond it. It was like a panorama now, death at a distance, lost in the lights, the vapor-thin wails of preternatural souls interwoven with the darker, richer voices of the human city. The fiends had pursued Lestat, forcing the Porsche over the edge of the freeway. Unhurt, Lestat had emerged from the wreck, spoiling for battle, but the fire had struck again, to scatter or destroy those who surrounded him. Finally left alone with Louis and Gabrielle, he had agreed to retreat, uncertain of who or what had protected him. And unbeknownst to the trio, the Queen pursued their enemies for them. Over the roofs her power moved, destroying those who had fled, those who had tried to hide, those who had lingered near fallen companions in confusion and anguish. The night stank of their burning, these wailing phantoms that left nothing on the empty pavement but their ruined clothes. Below, under the arc lamps of the abandoned parking lots, the lawmen searched in vain for bodies. The firefighters looked in vain for those to assist. The mortal youngsters cried piteously. Small wounds were treated, the crazed were narcotized and taken away gently. So efficient, the agencies of this plentiful time. Giant hoses cleaned the lots. They washed away the scorched rags of the burnt ones. Tiny beings down there argued and swore that they had witnessed these immolations, but no evidence remained. She had destroyed completely her victims. And now she moved on, far away from the hall, to search the deepest recesses of the city. Her power turned corners and entered windows and doorways. There would be a tiny burst of flame out there, like the striking of a sulphur match. Then nothing. The night grew quieter. Taverns and shops shut their doors, winking out in the thickening darkness. Traffic thinned on the highways. The ancient one she caught in the North Beach streets, the one who had wanted but to see her face, she had burned him slowly as he crawled along the sidewalk. His bones turned to ash, the brain a mass of glowing embers in its last moments. Another she struck down upon a high, flat roof, so that he fell like a shooting star out over the glimmering city. His empty clothes took flight like dark paper when it was finished. And south Lestat went, to his refuge in Carmel Valley. Jubilant, drunk on the love he felt for Louis and Gabrielle, he spoke of old times and new dreams, utterly oblivious to the final slaughter. "Maharet, where are you?" Cayman whispered. The night gave no answer. If Mael was near, if Mael heard the call, he gave no sign of it. Poor, desperate Mael, who had run out into the open after the attack upon Jessica. Mael, who might have been slain now too. Mael staring helplessly as the ambulance carried Jessie away from him. Cayman could not find him. He combed the light-studded hills, the deep valleys in which the beat of souls was like a thunderous whisper. "Why have I witnessed these things?" he asked. "Why have the dreams brought me here?" He stood, listening to the mortal world. The radios chattered of devil worship, riots, random fires, mass hallucinations. They whined of vandalism and crazed youth. But it was a big city, for all its geographic smallness. The rational mind had already encapsulated the experience and disregarded it. Thousands took no notice. Others slowly and painstakingly revised in memory the impossible things they had seen. The vampire Lestat was a human rock star and nothing more, his concert the scene of predictable though uncontrollable hysteria. Perhaps it was part of the Queen's design to so smoothly abort Lestat's dreams, to burn his enemies off the earth before the frail blanket of human assumptions could be irreparably damaged. If this was so, would she punish the creature himself, finally? No answer came to Cayman. His eyes moved over the sleepy terrain. An ocean fog had swept in, settling in deep, rosy layers beneath the tops of the hills. The whole had a fairy tale sweetness to it now, in the first hour past midnight. Collecting his strongest power, he sought to leave the confines of his body, to send his vision out of himself like the wandering Ka of the Egyptian dead, to see those whom the mother might have spared, to draw close to them. "Armand," he said aloud. And then the lights of the city went dim. He felt the warmth and illumination of another place, and Armand was there before him. He and his fledgling, Daniel, had come safely again to the mansion where they would sleep beneath the cellar floor unmolested. Groggily the young one danced through the large and sumptuous rooms, his mind full of Lestat's songs and rhythms. Armand stared out into the night, his youthful face as impassive as ever. He saw Cayman. He saw him standing motionless on the faraway hill. It felt him near enough to touch. Silently, invisibly, they studied one another. It seemed Cayman's loneliness was more than he could bear, but the eyes of Armand held no emotion, no trust, no welcome. Cayman moved on, drawing on ever greater strength, rising higher and higher in his search, so far from his body now that he could not for the moment even locate it. To the north he went, calling the names Santino, Pandora. In a blasted field of snow and ice he saw them, two black figures in the endless whiteness, Pandora's garments shredded by the wind, her eyes full of blood tears as she searched for the dim outline of Marius's compound. She was glad of Santino at her side, this unlikely explorer in his fine clothes of black velvet. The long, sleepless night through which Pandora had circled the world had left her aching in every limb and near to collapsing. All creatures must sleep, must dream. If she did not lie down soon in some dark place, her mind would be unable to fight the voices, the images, the madness. She did not want to take to the air again, and this Santino could not do such things, and so she walked beside him. Santino cleaved to her, feeling only her strength, his heart shrunken and bruised from the distant yet inescapable cries of those whom the Queen had slaughtered. Feeling the soft brush of Cayman's gaze, he pulled his black cloak tight around his face. Pandora took no notice whatsoever. Cayman veered away. Softly, it hurt him to see them touch. It hurt him to see the two of them together. In the mansion on the hill, Daniel slit the throat of a wriggling rat and let its blood flow into a crystal glass. "Lestat's trick," he said, studying it in the light. Armand sat still by the fire, watching the red jewel of blood in the glass as Daniel lifted it to his lips lovingly. Back into the night Cayman moved, wandering higher again, far from the city lights, as if in a great orbit. "Mael, answer me. Let me know where you are. Had the mother's cold, fiery beam struck him too, or did he mourn now so deeply for Jessie that he hearkened to nothing and no one? Poor Jessie, dazzled by miracles, struck down by a fledgling in the blink of an eye before anyone could prevent it. Maharet's child. My child. Cayman was afraid of what he might see, afraid of what he dared not seek to alter. But maybe the druid was simply too strong for him now. The druid concealed himself and his charge from all eyes and all minds. Either that, or the queen had had her way, and it was finished. Jessie. So quiet here. She lay on a bed that was hard and soft, and her body felt floppy like that of a rag doll. She could lift her hand, but then it would drop, and still she could not see, except in a vague, ghostly way, things that might have been an illusion. For example, lamps around her. Ancient clay lamps, shaped like fish and filled with oil. They gave a thick, odoriferous perfume to the room. Was this a funeral parlor? It came again, the fear that she was dead, locked in the flesh, yet disconnected. She heard a curious sound. What was it? A scissors cutting. It was trimming the edges of her hair. The feel of it traveled to her scalp. She felt it even in her intestines. A tiny, vagrant hair was plucked suddenly from her face. One of those annoying hairs quite out of place which women so hate. She was being groomed for the coffin, wasn't she? Who else would take such care, lifting her hand now and inspecting her fingernails so carefully? But the pain came again, an electric flash moving down her back, and she screamed. She screamed aloud in this room where she'd been only hours before, in this very bed, with the chains creaking. She heard a gasp from someone near her. She tried to see, but she only saw the lamps again. And some dim figure standing in the window. Miriam watching. "Where?" he asked. He was startled, trying to see the vision. Hadn't this happened before? "Why can't I open my eyes?" she asked. He could look forever, and he would never see Miriam. "Your eyes are open," he said. How raw and tender his voice sounded. "I can't give you any more unless I give it all. We are not healers, we are slayers. It's time for you to tell me what you want. There is no one to help me." "I don't know what I want. All I know is I don't want to die. I don't want to stop living." What cowards we are, she thought. What liars. A great fatalistic sadness had accompanied her all the way to this night, yet there had been the secret hope of this always, not merely to see, to know, but to be part of. She wanted to explain, to hone it carefully with audible words, but the pain came again, a fiery brand touched to her spine, the pain shooting into her legs. And then the blessed numbness. It seemed the room she couldn't see grew dark, and the flames of the ancient lamps sputtered. Outside the forest whispered, the forest writhed in the dark, and Mael's grip on her wrist was weak suddenly, not because he had let her go, but because she couldn't any longer feel it. "Jessie!" He shook her with both his hands, and the pain was like lightning shattering the dark. She screamed through her clenched teeth. Miriam, stony-eyed and silent, glared from the window. "Mael! Do it!" she cried. With all her strength she sat up on the bed. The pain was without shape or limit. The scream strangled inside her. But then she opened her eyes, truly opened them. In the hazy light she saw Miriam's cold, unmerciful expression. She saw the tall, bent figure of Mael towering over the bed. And then she turned to the open door. Maharet was coming. Mael didn't know, didn't realize till she did. With soft, silky steps, Maharet came up the stairs, her long skirts moving with a dark, rustling sound. She came down the corridor. Oh, after all these years, these long years... Through her tears, Jessie watched Maharet move into the light of the lamps. She saw her shimmering face and the burning radiance of her hair. Maharet gestured for Mael to leave them. Then Maharet approached the bed. She lifted her hands, palms open, as if in invitation. She raised her hands, as if to receive a baby. "Yes, do it." "Say farewell, then, my darling, to Miriam." In olden times there was a terrible worship in the city of Carthage. To the great bronze god Baal, the populace offered in sacrifice their little children. The small bodies were laid on the statue's outstretched arms, and then by means of a spring the arms would rise, and the children would fall into the roaring furnace of the god's belly. After Carthage was destroyed, only the Romans carried the old tale, and as the centuries passed, wise men came not to believe it. Too terrible, it seemed, the immolation of these children. But as the archaeologists brought their shovels and began to dig, they found the bones of the small victims in profusion. Whole necropolises they unearthed of nothing but little skeletons. And the world knew the old legend was true, that the men and women of Carthage had brought their offspring to the god and stood in obeisance as their children tumbled screaming into the fire. It was religion. Now as Maharet lifted Jessie, as Maharet's lips touched her throat, Jessie thought of the old legend. Maharet's arms were like the hard metal arms of the god Baal, and in one fiery instant Jessie knew unspeakable torment. But it was not her own death that Jessie saw. It was the deaths of others, the souls of the immolated undead, rising upwards, away from terror and the physical pain of the flames that consumed their preternatural bodies. She heard their cries. She heard their warnings. She saw their faces as they left the earth, dazzling as they carried with them still the stamp of human form without its substance. She felt them passing from misery into the unknown. She heard their song just beginning. And then the vision paled and died away, like music half heard and half remembered. She was near to death, her body gone, all pain gone, all sense of permanence or anguish. She stood in the clearing, in the sunshine, looking down at the mother on the altar. "In the flesh," Maharet said, "in the flesh all wisdom begins. Beware the thing that has no flesh. Beware the gods. Beware the idea. Beware the devil." Then the blood came. It poured through every fiber of her body. She was legs and arms again as it electrified her limbs, her skin stinging with the heat, and the hunger making her body writhe as the blood sought to anchor her soul to substance forever. They lay in each other's arms, she and Maharet's hard skin warmed and softened so that they became one wet and tangled thing, hair enmeshed, Jessie's face buried in Maharet's neck as she gnawed at the fount, as one shock of ecstasy passed through her after another. Suddenly Maharet drew away and turned Jessie's face against the pillow. Maharet's hand covered Jessie's eyes, and Jessie felt the tiny razor-sharp teeth pierce her skin. She felt it all being taken back, drawn out, like the whistling wind, the sensation of being emptied, of being devoured, of being nothing. "Drink again, my darling." Slowly she opened her eyes. She saw the white throat and the white breasts. She reached out and caught the throat in her hands, and this time it was she who broke the flesh. She tore it, and when the first spill of blood hit her tongue, she pulled Maharet down under her. Utterly compliant, Maharet was. Hers. Maharet's breasts against her breasts, Maharet's lips against her face, as she sucked the blood, sucked it harder and harder. You are mine. You are utterly and completely mine. All images, voices, visions gone now. They slept, or almost slept, folded against one another. It seemed the pleasure left its shimmer. It seemed that to breathe was to feel it again. To shift against the silken sheets or against Maharet's silken skin was to begin again. The fragrant wind moved through the room. A great collective sigh rose from the forest. No more Miriam, no more the spirits of the twilight realm caught between life and death. She had found her place, her eternal place. As she closed her eyes, she saw the thing in the jungle stop and look at her. The red-haired thing saw her and saw Maharet in her arms. It saw the red hair, two women with red hair, and the thing veered and moved towards them. Cayman. Dead quiet, the peace of Carmel Valley. So happy were the little coven in the house, Lestat, Louis, Gabrielle, so happy to be together. Lestat had rid himself of his soiled clothes and was resplendent again in shining vampire attire, even to the black velvet cloak thrown casually over one shoulder. And the others, how animated they were, the woman Gabrielle unbraiding her yellow hair rather absently as she talked in an easy, passionate manner, and Louis, the human one, silent, yet profoundly excited by the presence of the other two, entranced, as it were, by their simplest gestures. At any other time, how moved Cayman would have been by such happiness. He would have wanted to touch their hands, look into their eyes, tell them who he was and what he had seen. He would have wanted just to be with them. But she was near, and the night was not finished. The sky paled, and the faintest warmth of the morning crept across the fields. Things stirred in the growing light. The trees shifted, their leaves uncurling ever so slowly. Cayman stood beneath the apple tree, watching the color of the shadows change, listening to the morning. She was here, without question. She concealed herself, willfully and powerfully, but Cayman she could not deceive. He watched. He waited, listening to the laughter and talk of the small coven. At the doorway of the house, Lestat embraced his mother as she took leave of him. Out into the grey morning she came, with a sprightly step, in her dusty, neglected khaki clothes, her thick blonde hair brushed back, the picture of a carefree wanderer. And the black-haired one, the pretty one, Louis, was beside her. Cayman watched them cross the grass, the female moving on into the open field before the woods where she meant to sleep within the earth itself, while the male entered the cool darkness of a small outbuilding. Something so refined about that one, even as he slipped beneath the floorboards, something about the way that he lay down as if in the grave, the way he composed his limbs, falling at once into utter darkness. And the woman, with stunning violence, she made her deep and secret hiding-place, the leaves settling as if she had never been there. The earth held her outstretched arms, her bent head. Into the dreams of the twins she plunged, into images of jungle and river she would never remember. So far, so good. Cayman did not want them to die, to burn up. Exhausted, he stood with his back to the apple tree, the pungent green fragrance of the apples enveloping him. Why was she here? And where was she hiding? When he opened himself to it, he felt the low, radiant sound of her presence, rather like an engine of the modern world, giving off some irrepressible whisper of itself and its lethal power. Finally, Lestat emerged from the house and hurried towards the lair he had made for himself beneath the acacia trees against the hillside. Through a trap door he descended, down earthen steps, and into a dank chamber. So it was peace for them all. Peace until tonight, when he would be the bringer of bad tidings. The sun rose closer to the horizon. The first deflected rays appeared, which always dulled Cayman's vision. He focused upon the soft, deepening colors of the orchard as all the rest of the world lost its distinct lines and shapes. He closed his eyes for a moment, realizing that he must go into the house, that he must seek some cool and shadowy place where mortals were unlikely to disturb him. And when the sun set, he'd be waiting for them when they woke. He would tell them what he knew. He would tell them about the others. With a sudden stab of pain he thought of Mayhel and of Jessie, whom he could not find, as if the earth had devoured them. He thought of Maharet, and he wanted to weep. But he made his way towards the house now. The sun was warm on his back. His limbs were heavy. Tomorrow night, whatever else came to pass, he wouldn't be alone. He would be with Lestat and his cohorts, and if they turned him away, he would seek out Armand. He would go north to Marius. He heard the sound first, a loud, crackling roar. He turned, shielding his eyes from the rising sun. A great spray of earth shot up from the floor of the forest. The acacias swayed as if in a storm, limbs cracking, roots heaved up from the soil, trunks falling helter-skelter. In a dark streak of wind-blown garments, the queen rose with ferocious speed, the limp body of Lestat dangling from her arms as she made for the western sky, away from the sunrise. Cayman gave a loud cry before he could stop himself, and his cry rang out over the stillness of the valley. So she had taken her lover. Oh, poor lover! Oh, poor, beautiful, blonde-haired prince! But there was no time to think, or to act, or to know his own heart. He turned to the shelter of the house. The sun had struck the clouds, and the horizon had become an inferno. Daniel stirred in the dark. The sleep seemed to lift like a blanket that had been about to crush him. He saw the gleam of Armand's eye. He heard Armand's whisper, "She's taken him." Jessie moaned aloud. Weightless she drifted in the pearly gloom. She saw the two rising figures as if in a dance, the mother and the son, like saints ascending on the painted ceiling of a church. Her lips formed the words, "The mother." In their deep-dug grave beneath the ice, Pandora and Santino slept in each other's arms. Pandora heard the sound. She heard Cayman's cry. She saw Lestat with his eyes closed and his head thrown back, rising in Akasha's embrace. She saw Akasha's black eyes fixed upon his sleeping face. Pandora's heart stopped in terror. Marius closed his eyes. He could keep them open no longer. Above, the wolves howled. The wind tore at the steel roof of the compound. Through the blizzard the feeble rays of the sun came, as if igniting the swirling snow, and he could feel the dulling heat move down through layer upon layer of ice to numb him. He saw the sleeping figure of Lestat in her arms. He saw her rising into the sky. "Beware of her, Lestat," he whispered with his last conscious breath. "Danger." On the cool, carpeted floor, Cayman stretched out and buried his face in his arm. And a dream came at once, a soft, silky dream of a summer night in a lovely place, where the sky was big over the city lights, and they were all together, these immortals whose names he knew and held to his heart now. Part 3. As it was in the beginning, is now, and ever shall be. Hide me from me. Fill these holes with eyes, for mine are not mine. Hide me head and need, for I am no good, so dead in life, so much time. Be wing and shade my me from my desire to be hooked fish. That worm wine looks sweet and makes my me blind, and to my heart hide, for I shall at this rate it also eat in time. Stan Rice, Cannibal, Some Lamb, 1975. Chapter 1. Lestat, in the arms of the goddess. I can't say when I awoke, when I first came to my senses. I remember knowing that she and I had been together for a long time, that I'd been feasting on her blood with an animal abandon, that Enkil was destroyed and she alone held the primeval power, and that she was causing me to see things and understand things that made me cry like a child. 200 years ago, when I drunk from her in the shrine, the blood had been silent, eerily and magnificently silent. Now it was an utter transport of images, ravishing the brain just as the blood itself ravished the body. I was learning everything that had happened. I was there as the others died, one by one, in that horrible way. And then there were the voices that rose and fell, seemingly without purpose, like a whispering choir in a cave. It seemed there was a lucid moment in which I connected everything, the rock concert, the house in Carmel Valley, her radiant face before me, and the knowledge that I was here now with her in this dark, snowy place. I'd waked her, or rather I had given her the reason to rise, as she had said it, the reason to turn and stare back at the throne on which she'd sat and take those first faltering steps away from it. Do you know what it meant to lift my hand and see it move in the light? Do you know what it meant to hear the sudden sound of my own voice echoing in that marble chamber? Surely we had danced together in the dark snow-covered wood, or was it only that we had embraced over and over again? Terrible things had happened. Over the whole world, terrible things, the execution of those who should never have been born, evil's spawn. The massacre at the concert had been only the finish. Yet I was in her arms, in this chilling darkness, in the familiar scent of winter, and her blood was mine again, and it was enslaving me. When she drew away, I felt agony. I had to clear my thoughts, had to know whether or not Marius was alive, whether or not Louis and Gabrielle and Armand had been spared. I had to find myself again somehow. But the voices, the rising tide of voices, mortals near and far, distance made no difference, intensity was the measure. It was 1,000,000 times my old hearing, when I could pause on a city street and hear the tenants of some dark building, each in his own chamber, talking, thinking, praying, for as long and as closely as I liked. Sudden silence when she spoke. Gabrielle and Louis are safe. I've told you this. Do you think I would hurt those you love? Look into my eyes now, and listen only to what I say. I have spared many more than are required, and this I did for you as well as for myself, that I may see myself reflected in immortal eyes, and hear the voices of my children speaking to me. But I chose the ones you love, the ones you would see again. I could not take that comfort from you. But now you are with me, and you must see and know what is being revealed to you. You must have courage to match mine. I couldn't endure it. The vision she was giving me. That horrid little baby Jenks in those last moments. Had it been a desperate dream, the moment of her death, a string of images flickering within her dying brain? I couldn't bear it. And Laurent, my old companion, Laurent, drying up in the flames on the pavement, and on the other side of the world, Felix, whom I had also known at the Theatre of the Vampires, driven, burning through the alleyways of Naples and finally into the sea. And the others, so many others, the world over. I wept for them. I wept for all of it. Suffering without meaning. A life like that, I said of baby Jenks, crying. That's why I showed you all of it, she answered. That's why it is finished. The children of darkness are no more. And we shall have only angels now. But the others? I asked. What has happened to Armand? And the voices were starting again, the low humming that could mount to a deafening roar. Come now, my prince, she whispered. Silence again. She reached up and held my face in her hands. Her black eyes grew larger, the white face suddenly supple and almost soft. If you must see it, I'll show you those who still live, those whose names will become legend, along with yours and mine. Legend? She turned her head ever so slightly. It seemed a miracle when she closed her eyes, because then the visible life went out of her altogether. A dead and perfect thing, fine black eyelashes curling exquisitely. I looked down at her throat, at the pale blue of the artery beneath the flesh, suddenly visible as if she meant for me to see it. The lust I felt was unsupportable. The goddess, mine. I took her roughly with a strength that would have hurt a mortal woman. The icy skin seemed absolutely impenetrable, and then my teeth broke through it, and the hot fount was roaring into me again. The voices came, yet they died back at my command, and there was nothing then but the low rush of the blood and her heart beating slowly next to my own. Darkness, a brick cellar, a coffin made of oak and polished to a fine luster, locks of gold. The magic moment, the locks opened as if sprung by an invisible key. The lid rose, revealing the satin lining. There was a faint scent of Eastern perfume. I saw Armand lying on the white satin pillow, a seraph with long, full auburn hair, head to one side, eyes blank, as if to wake was unfailingly startling. I watched him rise from the coffin with slow, elegant gestures. Our gestures, for we are the only beings who routinely rise from coffins. I saw him close the lid. Across the damp brick floor he walked to yet another coffin, and this one he opened, reverently, as if it were a casket containing a rare prize. Inside, a young man lay sleeping, lifeless, yet dreaming of a jungle where a red-haired woman walked. A woman I could not clearly see. And then the most bizarre scene, something I'd glimpsed before, but where? 2 women kneeling beside an altar. That is, I thought it was an altar. A tensing in her, a tightening. She shifted against me like a statue of the Virgin, ready to crush me. I swooned. I thought I heard her speak a name. But the blood came in another gush, and my body was throbbing again with the pleasure. No earth, no gravity. The brick cellar once more. A shadow had fallen over the young man's body. Another had come into the cellar and placed a hand on Armand's shoulder. Armand knew him. Mael was his name. Come. But where is he taking them? Purple evening in the redwood forest. Gabrielle was walking in that careless, straight-backed, unstoppable way of hers, her eyes like two chips of glass, giving back nothing to what she saw around her, and there was Louis beside her, struggling gracefully to keep up. Louis looked so touchingly civilized in the wilderness, so hopelessly out of place. The vampire guise of last night had been discarded, yet he seemed even more the gentleman in his worn old clothing, merely a little down on his luck. Out of his league with her, and does she know it? Will she take care of him? But they're both afraid. Afraid for me. The tiny sky above was turning to polished porcelain. The trees seemed to bring the light down their massive trunks almost to the roots. I could hear a creek rushing in the shadows. Then I saw it. Gabrielle walked right into the water in her brown boots. But where are they going? And who was the third one with them, who came into view only as Gabrielle turned back to look at him? My God, such a face, and so placid. Ancient, powerful, yet letting the two young ones walk before him. Through the trees I could see a clearing, a house. On a high stone veranda stood a red-haired woman, the woman whom I'd seen in the jungle. Ancient, expressionless mask of a face, like the face of the male in the forest who was looking up at her, face like the face of my queen. Let them come together. I sighed as the blood poured into me. It will make it all the simpler. But who were they, these ancient ones, these creatures with countenances washed as clean as her own? The vision shifted. This time the voices were a soft wreath around us, whispering, crying, and for one moment I wanted to listen, to try to detach from the monstrous chorus one fleeting mortal song. Imagine it, voices from all over, from the mountains of India, from the streets of Alexandria, from the tiny hamlets near and far. But another vision was coming. Marius. Marius was climbing up out of a blood-stained pit of broken ice, with Pandora and Santino to aid him. They had just managed to reach the jagged shelf of a basement floor. The dried blood was a crust covering half of Marius's face. He looked angry, bitter, eyes dull, his long yellow hair matted with blood. With a limp he went up a spiraling iron stairs, Pandora and Santino in his wake. It was like a pipe through which they ascended. When Pandora tried to help him, he brushed her aside roughly. Wind, bitter cold. Marius's house lay open to the elements as if an earthquake had broken it apart. Sheets of glass were shattered into dangerous fragments. Rare and beautiful tropical fish were frozen on the sand floor of a great ruined tank. Snow blanketed the furnishings and lay heaped against the bookshelves, against the statues, against the racks of records and tapes. The birds were dead in their cages. The green plants were dripping with icicles. Marius stared at the dead fish in the murky margin of ice in the bottom of the tank. He stared at the great dead stalks of seaweed that lay among the shards of gleaming glass. Even as I watched, I saw him healing. The bruises seemed to melt from his face. I saw the face itself regain its natural shape. His leg was mending. He could stand almost straight. In rage, he stared at the tiny blue and silver fish. He looked up at the sky, at the white wind that obliterated the stars completely. He brushed the flakes of dried blood from his face and hair. Thousands of pages had been scattered about by the wind, pages of parchment, old crumbling paper. The swirling snow came down now, lightly into the ruined parlor. There Marius took up the brass poker for a walking stick, and stared out through the ruptured wall at the starving wolves howling in their pen. No food for them since he, their master, had been buried. Ah, the sound of the wolves howling. I heard Santino speak to Marius, try to tell him that they must go. They were expected, that a woman waited for them in the redwood forest, a woman as old as the mother, and the meeting could not begin until they had come. A chord of alarm went through me. What was this meeting? Marius understood, but he didn't answer. He was listening to the wolves. To the wolves. The snow and the wolves. I dreamed of wolves. I felt myself drift away, back into my own mind, into my own dreams and memories. I saw a pack of fleet wolves racing over the newly fallen snow. I saw myself as a young man fighting them. A pack of wolves that had come in deep winter to prey upon my father's village 200 years ago. I saw myself, the mortal man, so close to death that I could smell it. But I had cut down the wolves one by one. Ah, such coarse, youthful vigor, the pure luxury of thoughtless, irresistible life, or so it seemed. At the time it had been misery, hadn't it? The frozen valley, my horse and dogs slain. But now all I could do was remember, and to see the snow covering the mountains, my father's land. I opened my eyes. She had let me go and forced me back a pace. For the first time I understood where we really were, not in some abstract night, but in a real place, and a place that had once for all purposes been mine. "Yes," she whispered. "Look around you." I knew it by the air, by the smell of winter, and as my vision cleared again, I saw the broken battlements high above, and the tower. "This is my father's house," I whispered. "This is the castle in which I was born." Stillness. The snow shining white over the old floor. This had been the great hall where we now stood. God! To see it in ruins, to know that it had been desolate for so long. Soft as earth the old stones seemed, and here had been the table, the great long table fashioned in the time of the Crusades, and there had been the gaping hearth, and there the front door. The snow was not falling now. I looked up and I saw the stars. The tower had its round shape still, soaring hundreds of feet above the broken roof, though all the rest was as a fractured shell. My father's house. Lightly she stepped away from me, across the shimmering whiteness of the floor, turning slowly in a circle, her head back as if she were dancing. To move, to touch solid things, to pass from the realm of dreams into the real world of all these joys she'd spoken earlier. It took my breath away watching her. Her garments were timeless, a black silk cloak, a gown of silken folds that swirled gently about her narrow form. Since the dawn of history, women have worn such garments, and they wear them now into the ballrooms of the world. I wanted to hold her again, but she forbade it with a soft, sudden gesture. What had she said? "Can you imagine it? When I realized that he could no longer keep me there, that I was standing before the throne and he had not stirred, that not the faintest response came from him?" She turned. She smiled. The pale light of the sky struck the lovely angles of her face, the high cheekbones, the gentle slope of her chin. Alive she looked, utterly alive. Then she vanished. "Akasha!" "Come to me," she said. But where was she? Then I saw her, far, far away from me, at the very end of the hall, a tiny figure at the entrance to the tower. I could scarce make out the features of her face now, yet I could see behind her the black rectangle of the open door. I started to walk towards her. "No," she said. "Time to use the strength I've given you. Merely come." I didn't move. My mind was clear. My vision was clear. And I knew what she meant. But I was afraid. I'd always been the sprinter, the leaper, the player of tricks. Preternatural speed that baffled mortals, that was not new to me. But she asked for a different accomplishment. I was to leave the spot where I stood and locate myself suddenly beside her with a speed which I myself could not track. It required a surrender to try such a thing. "Yes, surrender," she said gently. "Come." For a tense moment I merely looked at her, her white hand gleaming on the edge of the broken door. Then I made the decision to be standing at her side. It was as if a hurricane touched me, full of noise and random force. Then I was there. I felt myself shudder all over. The flesh of my face hurt a little, but what did that matter? I looked down into her eyes, and I smiled. Beautiful she was. So beautiful. The goddess with her long, black, plaited hair. Impulsively I took her in my arms and kissed her cold lips, and felt them yield to me just a little. Then the blasphemy of it struck me. It was like the time I'd kissed her in the shrine. I wanted to say something in apology, but I was staring at her throat again, hungry for the blood. It tantalized me that I could drink it, and yet she was who she was. She could have destroyed me in a second, with no more than the wish to see me die. That's what she had done to the others. The danger thrilled me darkly. I closed my fingers round her arms, felt the flesh give ever so slightly. I kissed her again and again. I could taste blood in it. She drew back and placed her finger on my lips. Then she took my hand and led me through the tower door. Starlight fell through the broken roof hundreds of feet above us, through a gaping hole in the floor of the highest room. "Do you see?" she said. "The room at the very top is still there. The stairs are gone. The room is unreachable. Except for you and me, my prince." Slowly she started to rise. Never taking her eyes off me, she traveled upwards, the sheer silk of her gown billowing only slightly. I watched in astonishment as she rose higher and higher, her cloak ruffled as if by a faint breeze. She passed through the opening and then stood on the very edge. Hundreds of feet! Not possible for me to do this. "Come to me, my prince," she said, her soft voice carrying in the emptiness. "Do as you have already done. Do it quickly, and as mortals so often say, don't look down." Whispered laughter. Suppose I got a fifth of the way up. A good leap, the height, say, of a 4-story building, which was rather easy for me, but also the limit of dizziness. Not possible. Disorientation. How had we come to be here? It was all spinning again. I saw her, but it was dreamlike, and the voices were intruding. I didn't want to lose this moment. I wanted to remain connected with time in a series of linked moments, to understand this on my terms. "Lestat," she whispered. "Now." Such a tender thing, her small gesture to me to be quick. I did what I had done before. I looked at her and decided I should instantly be at her side. The hurricane again, the air bruising me. I threw up my arms and fought the resistance. I think I saw the hole in the broken boards as I passed through it. Then I was standing there, shaken, terrified I would fall. It sounded as if I were laughing, but I think I was just going mad a little, crying, actually. "But how?" I said. "I have to know how I did it." "You know the answer," she said. "The intangible thing which animates you has much more strength now than it did before. It moved you as it has always moved you. Whether you take a step or take flight, it is simply a matter of degree." "I want to try it again," I said. She laughed very softly but spontaneously. "Look about this room," she said. "Do you remember it?" I nodded. "When I was a young man, I came here all the time," I said. I moved away from her. I saw piles of ruined furniture, the heavy benches and stools that had once filled our castle, medieval work so crude and strong it was damn near indestructible, like the trees that fall in the forest and remain for centuries, the bridges over streams, their trunks covered with moss. So these things had not rotted away. Even old caskets remained, and armor. Oh, yes, the old armor, ghosts of past glory, and in the dust I saw a faint bit of color. Tapestries, but they were utterly destroyed. In the Revolution these things must have been brought here for safekeeping, and then the stairs had fallen away. I went to one of the tiny, narrow windows, and I looked out on the land. Far below, nestled in the mountainside, were the electric lights of a little city, sparse, yet there. A car made its way down the narrow road. Ah, the modern world, so close yet far away. The castle was the ghost of itself. "Why did you bring me here?" I asked her. "It's so painful to see this, as painful as everything else." "Look there, at the suits of armor," she said, "at what lies at their feet. You remember the weapons you took with you the day you went out to kill the wolves?" "Yes, I remember them." "Look at them again. I will give you new weapons, infinitely more powerful weapons, with which you will kill for me now." "Kill?" I glanced down at the cache of arms. Rusted, ruined it seemed, save for the old broadsword, the fine one, which had been my father's and given to him by his father, who had got it from his father, and so forth and so on, back to the time of St. Louis. The Lord's broadsword, which I, the seventh son, had used on that long-ago morning, when I'd gone out like a medieval prince to kill the wolves. "But whom will I kill?" I asked. She drew closer. How utterly sweet her face was, how brimming with innocence. Her brows came together. There was that tiny vertical fold of flesh in her forehead, just for an instant, then all went smooth again. "I would have you obey me without question," she said gently, "and then understanding would follow. But this is not your way." "No," I confessed. "I've never been able to obey anyone, not for very long." "So fearless," she said, smiling. She opened her right hand gracefully, and quite suddenly she was holding the sword. It seemed I'd felt the thing moving towards her, a tiny change of atmosphere, no more. I stared at it, at the jeweled scabbard and the great bronze hilt that was, of course, a cross. The belt still hung from it, the belt I'd bought for it during some long-ago summer of toughened leather and plaited steel. It was a monster of a weapon, as much for battering as for slashing or piercing. I remembered the weight of it, the way it had made my arm ache when I had slashed again and again at the attacking wolves. Knights in battle had often held such weapons with two hands. But then what did I know of such battles? I'd been no knight. I'd skewered an animal with this weapon, my only moment of mortal glory in what it had got me, the admiration of an accursed bloodsucker who chose to make me his heir. She placed the sword in my hands. "It's not heavy now, my prince," she said. "You are immortal, truly immortal. My blood is in you, and you will use your new weapons for me as you once used this sword." A violent shudder went through me as I touched the sword. It was as if the thing held some latent memory of what it had witnessed. I saw the wolves again. I saw myself standing in the blackened, frozen forest, ready to kill. And I saw myself a year later in Paris, dead, immortal, a monster, and on account of those wolves, wolf-killer, the vampire had called me. He had picked me from the common herd because I had slain those cursed wolves and worn their fur so proudly through the winter streets of Paris. How could I feel such bitterness, even now? Did I want to be dead and buried down below in the village graveyard? I looked out of the window again at the snow-covered hillside. Wasn't the same thing happening now? Loved for what I'd been in those early, thoughtless, mortal years? Again I asked, but whom or what will I kill? No answer. I thought of baby Jenks again, that pitiful little thing, and all the blood-drinkers who were now dead. And I had wanted a war with them, a little war, and they were all dead. All who had responded to the battle call, dead. I saw the Coven House in Istanbul, burning. I saw an old one she had caught and burned so slowly, one who had fought her and cursed her. I was crying again. "Yes, I took your audience from you," she said. "I burnt away the arena in which you sought to shine. I stole the battle. But don't you see? I offer you finer things than you have ever reached for. I offer you the world, my prince." "How so?" "Stop the tears you shed for baby Jenks and for yourself. Think on the mortals you should weep for. Envision those who have suffered through the long, dreary centuries, the victims of famine and deprivation and ceaseless violence, victims of endless injustice and endless battling. How then can you weep for a race of monsters who, without guidance or purpose, played the devil's gambit on every mortal they chanced to meet?" "I know, I understand. Do you? Or do you merely retreat from such things to play your symbolic games, symbol of evil in your rock music? That is nothing, my prince. Nothing at all." "Why didn't you kill me along with the rest of them?" I asked belligerently, miserably. I grasped the hilt of the sword in my right hand. I fancied I could see the dried blood of the wolf still on it. I pulled the blade free of the leather scabbard. Yes, the blood of the wolf. "I'm no better than they are, am I?" I said. "Why spare any of us?" Fear stopped me suddenly. Terrible fear for Gabrielle and Louis and Armand, for Marius, even for Pandora and Mael. Fear for myself. There isn't a thing made that doesn't fight for life, even when there is no real justification. I wanted to live, I always had. "I would have you love me," she whispered tenderly. Such a voice. In a way it was like Armand's voice, a voice that could caress you when it spoke to you, draw you into itself. "And so, I take time with you," she continued. She put her hands on my arms and looked up into my eyes. "I want you to understand. You are my instrument, and so the others shall be if they are wise. Don't you see? There has been a design to all of it. Your coming, my waking. For now the hopes of the millennia can be realized at last. Look on the little town below, and on this ruined castle. This could be Bethlehem, my prince, my savior. And together we shall realize all the world's most enduring dreams." "But how could that possibly be?" I asked. Did she know how afraid I was, that her words moved me from simple fear into terror? Surely she did. "Ah, you are so strong, princeling," she said. "But you were destined for me, surely. Nothing defeats you. You fear, and you don't fear. For a century I watched you suffer, watched you grow weak and finally go down in the earth to sleep, and then I saw you rise, the very image of my own resurrection." She bowed her head now, as if she were listening to sounds from far away. The voices rising. I heard them too, perhaps because she did. I heard the ringing din, and then annoyed I pushed them away. "So strong," she said. "They cannot drag you down into them, the voices, but do not ignore this power. It's as important as any other you possess. They are praying to you, just as they have always prayed to me." I understood her meaning. But I didn't want to hear their prayers. What could I do for them? What had prayers to do with the thing that I was? For centuries they were my only comfort, she continued. By the hour, by the week, by the year, I listened. It seemed in early times that the voices I heard had woven a shroud to make of me a dead and buried thing. Then I learned to listen more carefully. I learned to select one voice from the many, as if picking a thread from the whole. To that voice alone I would listen, and through it I knew the triumph and ruin of a single soul. I watched her in silence. Then, as the years passed, I acquired a greater power. To leave my body invisibly and go to the single mortal whose voice I listened to see then through that mortal's eyes. I would walk in the body of this one or that one. I would walk in sunshine and in darkness. I would suffer. I would hunger. I would know pain. Sometimes I walked in the bodies of immortals as I walked in the body of baby Jenks. Often I walked with Marius. Selfish, vain Marius. Marius who confuses greed with respect, who is ever dazzled by the decadent creations of a way of life as selfish as he is. Oh, don't suffer so. I loved him. I love him now. He cared for me. My keeper. Her voice was bitter, but only for that instant. But more often I walked with one among the poor and the sorrowful. It was the rawness of true life I craved. She stopped. Her eyes clouded, her brows came together, and the tears rose in her eyes. I knew the power of which she spoke, but only slightly. I wanted so to comfort her, but when I reached out to embrace her, she motioned for me to be still. I would forget who I was, where I was, she continued. I would be that creature, the one whose voice I had chosen, sometimes for years. Then the horror would return. The realization that I was a motionless, purposeless thing, condemned to sit forever in a golden shrine. Can you imagine the horror of waking suddenly to that realization? That all you have seen and heard and been is nothing but illusion, the observation of another's life. I would return to myself. I would become again what you see before you, this idol with a heart and brain. I nodded. Centuries ago, when I had first laid eyes upon her, I had imagined unspeakable suffering locked within her. I had imagined agonies without expression. And I had been right. I knew he kept you there, I said. I spoke of Enkil, who was now gone, destroyed, a fallen idol. I was remembering the moment in the shrine when I'd drunk from her, and he'd come to claim her and almost finished me then and there. Had he known what he meant to do? Was all reason gone even then? She only smiled in answer. Her eyes were dancing as she looked out into the dark. The snow had begun again, swirling almost magically, catching the light of the stars and the moon, and diffusing it through all the world, it seemed. It was meant, what happened, she answered finally, that I should pass those years growing ever more strong, growing so strong finally that no one can be my equal. She stopped. Just for a moment her conviction seemed to waver, but then she grew confident again. He was but an instrument, in the end, my poor beloved king, my companion in agony. His mind was gone, yes. And I did not destroy him, not really. I took into myself what was left of him. And at times I had been as empty, as silent, as devoid of the will even to dream as he was. Only for him there was no returning. He had seen his last visions. He was of no use any more. He has died a god's death, because it only made me stronger. And it was all meant, my prince. All meant from start to finish. But how? By whom? Whom? She smiled again. Don't you understand? You need look no further for the cause of anything. I am the fulfillment, and I shall, from this moment on, be the cause. There is nothing and no one now who can stop me. Her face hardened for a second. That wavering again. Old curses mean nothing. In silence I have attained such power that no force in nature could harm me. Even my first brood cannot harm me, though they plot against me. It was meant that those years should pass before you came. How did I change it? She came a step closer. She put her arm around me, and it felt soft for the moment, not like the hard thing it truly was. We were just two beings standing near to each other, and she looked indescribably lovely to me, so pure and otherworldly. I felt the awful desire for the blood again, to bend down, to kiss her throat, to have her as I had had 1,000 mortal women, yet she, the goddess, she, with the immeasurable power. I felt the desire rising, cresting. Again she put her finger on my lips as if to say, "Be still." "Do you remember when you were a boy here?" she asked. "Think back now on the time when you begged them to send you to the monastery school. Do you remember the things the brothers taught you? Prayers, the hymns, the hours you worked in the library, the hours in the chapel when you prayed alone?" "I remember, of course." I felt the tears coming again. I could see it so vividly, the monastery library and the monks who had taught me and believed I could be a priest. I saw the cold little cell with its bed of boards. I saw the cloister and the garden veiled in rosy shadow. God, I didn't want to think now of those times. But some things can never be forgotten. "Do you remember the morning that you went into the chapel?" she continued, "and you knelt on the bare marble floor with your arms out in the form of the cross, and you told God you would do anything if only he would make you good." Yes, good. Now it was my voice that was tinged with bitterness. "You said you would suffer martyrdom, torments unspeakable. It did not matter, if only you were to be someone who was good." Yes, I remember. I saw the old saints. I heard the hymns that had broken my heart. I remembered the morning my brothers had come to take me home, and I had begged them on my knees to let me stay there. And later, when your innocence was gone, and you took the high road to Paris, it was the same thing you wanted. When you danced and sang for the boulevard crowds, you wanted to be good. "I was," I said haltingly. "It was a good thing to make them happy, and for a little while I did." "Yes, happy," she whispered. I could never explain to Nicola, my friend, that it was so important to believe in a concept of goodness, even if we make it up ourselves. We don't really make it up. It's there, isn't it? "Oh, yes, it's there," she said. "It's there because we put it there." Such sadness. I couldn't speak. I watched the falling snow. I clasped her hand and felt her lips against my cheek. "You were born for me, my prince," she said. "You were tried and perfected. And in those first years when you went into your mother's bedchamber and brought her into the world of the undead with you, it was but a prefigurement of your waking me. I am your true mother, the mother who will never abandon you, and I have died and been reborn too. All the religions of the world, my prince, sing of you and of me." "How so?" I asked. "How can that be?" "Ah, but you know. You know." She took the sword from me and examined the old belt slowly, running it across the open palm of her right hand. Then she dropped it down into the rusted heap, the last remnants on earth of my mortal life. And it was as if a wind touched these things, blowing them slowly across the snow-covered floor until they were gone. "Discard your old illusions," she said, "your inhibitions. They are no more of use than these old weapons. Together we will make the myths of the world real." A chill cut through me, a dark chill of disbelief and then confusion. But her beauty overcame it. "You wanted to be a saint when you knelt in that chapel," she said. "Now you shall be a god with me." There were words of protest on the tip of my tongue. I was frightened. Some dark sense overcame me. Her words, what could they possibly mean? But suddenly I felt her arm around me, and we were rising out of the tower, up through the shattered roof. The wind was so fierce it cut my eyelids. I turned towards her. My right arm went around her waist, and I buried my head against her shoulder. I heard her soft voice in my ear, telling me to sleep. It would be hours before the sun set on the land to which we were going, to the place of the first lesson. Suddenly I was weeping again, clinging to her, weeping because I was lost and she was all there was to cling to, and I was in terror now of what she would ask of me. Chapter 2. Marius. Coming Together. They met again at the edge of the redwood forest, their clothes tattered, their eyes tearing from the wind. Pandora stood to the right of Marius, Santino to the left. And from the house across the clearing, Mael came towards them, a lanky figure almost loping over the mown grass. Silently he embraced Marius. "Old friend," Marius said. But his voice had no vitality. Exhausted, he looked past Mael towards the lighted window of the house. He sensed a great hidden dwelling within the mountain behind the visible structure, with its peaked and gabled roof. And what lay there waiting for him? For all of them. If only he had the slightest spirit for it. If only he could recapture the smallest part of his own soul. "I'm weary," he said to Mael. "I'm sick from the journey. Let me rest here a moment longer, then I'll come." Marius did not despise the power to fly, as he knew Pandora did. Nevertheless, it invariably chastened him. He had been defenseless against it on this night of all nights, and he had now to feel the earth under him, to smell the forest, and to scan the distant house in a moment of uninterrupted quiet. His hair was tangled from the wind and still matted with dried blood. The simple grey wool jacket and pants he had taken from the ruins of his house barely gave him warmth. He brought the heavy black cloak close around him, not because the night here required it, but because he was still chilled and sore from the wind. Mael appeared not to like his hesitation, but to accept it. Suspiciously he gazed at Pandora, whom he had never trusted, and then with open hostility he stared at Santino, who was busy brushing off his black garments and combing his fine, neatly trimmed black hair. For 1 second their eyes met, Santino bristling with viciousness. Then Mael turned away. Marius stood still, listening, thinking. He could feel the last bit of healing in his body. It rather amazed him that he was once again whole. Even as mortals learn year by year that they are older and weaker, so immortals must learn that they are stronger than ever they imagined they would be. It maddened him at the moment. Scarcely an hour had passed since he was helped from the icy pit by Santino and Pandora, and now it was as if he had never been there, crushed and helpless for 10 days and nights, visited again and again by the nightmares of the twins. Yet nothing could ever be as it had been. The twins. The red-haired woman was inside the house, waiting. Santino had told him this. Mael knew it too. But who was she? And why did he not want to know the answers? Why was this the blackest hour he had ever known? His body was fully healed, no doubt about it, but what was going to heal his soul? Armand? In this strange wooden house at the base of the mountain? Armand again, after all this time? Santino had told him about Armand also, and that the others, Louis and Gabrielle, had also been spared. Mael was studying him. "He's waiting for you," he said. "You're Amadeo." It was respectful, not cynical or impatient. And out of the great bank of memories that Marius carried forever with him, there came a long neglected moment, startling in its purity. Mael coming to the palazzo in Venice, in the contented years of the 15th century, when Marius and Armand had known such happiness, and Mael seeing the mortal boy at work with the other apprentices on a mural which Marius had only lately left to their less competent hands. Strange how vivid the smell of the egg tempera, the smell of the candles, and that familiar smell, not unpleasant now in remembering, which permeated all Venice, the smell of the rottenness of things, of the dark and putrid waters of the canals. "And so you would make that one?" Mael had asked with simple directness. "When it's time," Marius had said dismissively, "when it's time." Less than a year later he had made his little blunder. "Come into my arms, young one. I can live without you no more." Marius stared at the distant house. "My world trembles and I think of him, my Amadeo, my Armand." The emotions he felt were suddenly as bitter-sweet as music, the blended orchestral melodies of recent centuries, the tragic strains of Brahms or Shostakovich which he had come to love. But this was no time for cherishing this reunion, no time to feel the keen warmth of it, to be glad of it, and to say all the things to Armand that he so wanted to say. Bitterness was something shallow compared to his present state of mind. "Should have destroyed them, the mother and the father, should have destroyed us all." "Thank the gods," Mael said, "that you did not." "And why?" Marius demanded. "Tell me why." Pandora shuddered. He felt her arm come round his waist. And why did that make him so angry? He turned sharply to her. He wanted to strike her, push her away. But what he saw stopped him. She wasn't even looking at him, and her expression was so distant, so soul-weary, that he felt his own exhaustion all the more heavily. He wanted to weep. The well-being of Pandora had always been crucial to his own survival. He did not need to be near her, better that he was not near her, but he had to know that she was somewhere and continuing, and that they might meet again. What he saw now in her, had seen earlier, filled him with foreboding. If he felt bitterness, then Pandora felt despair. "Come," Santino said. "They're waiting." It was said with courtly politeness. "I know," Marius answered. "Ah, what a trio we are," Pandora whispered suddenly. She was spent, fragile, hungering for sleep and dreams, yet protectively she tightened her grip on Marius's waist. "I can walk unaided, thank you," he said with uncharacteristic meanness, and to this one, the one he most loved. "Walk then," she answered, and just for a second he saw her old warmth, even a spark of her old humor. She gave him a little shove and then started out alone towards the house. Acid. His thoughts were acid as he followed. He could not be of use to these immortals. Yet he walked on with Mael and Santino into the light streaming from the windows beyond. The redwood forest receded into shadow, not a leaf moved. But the air was good here, warm here, full of fresh scents, and without the sting of the north. Armand. It made him want to weep. Then he saw the woman appear in the doorway, a sylph with her long, curly red hair catching the hallway light. He did not stop, but surely he felt a little intelligent fear. Old as Akasha she was, certainly. Her pale eyebrows were all but faded into the radiance of her countenance. Her mouth had no color anymore, and her eyes were not really her eyes. No, they had been taken from a mortal victim, and they were already failing her. She could not see very well as she looked at him. Ah, the blinded twin from the dreams she was. And she felt pain now in the delicate nerves connected to the stolen eyes. Pandora stopped at the edge of the steps. Marius went past her and up onto the porch. He stood before the red-haired woman, marveling at her height. She was as tall as he was, and at the fine symmetry of her mask-like face. She wore a flowing gown of black wool with a high neck and full dagged sleeves. In long, loose gores the cloth fell from a slender girdle of braided black cord just beneath her small breasts. A lovely garment, really. It made her face seem all the more radiant and detached from everything around it, a mask with the light behind it, glowing in a frame of red hair. But there was a great deal more to marvel at than these simple attributes, which she might have possessed in one form or another 6,000 years ago. The woman's vigor astonished him. It gave her an air of infinite flexibility and overwhelming menace. Was she the true immortal? The one who had never slept, never gone silent, never been released by madness? One who had walked with a rational mind and measured steps through all the millennia since she had been born? She let him know, for what it was worth, that this was exactly what she was. He could see her immeasurable strength, as if it were incandescent light. Yet he could sense an immediate informality, the immediate receptivity of a clever mind. How to read her expression, however, how to know what she really felt. A deep, soft femininity emanated from her, no less mysterious than anything else about her, a tender vulnerability that he associated exclusively with women, though now and then he found it in a very young man. In the dreams her face had evinced this tenderness. Now it was something invisible, but no less real. At another time it would have charmed him. Now he only took note of it, as he noted her gilded fingernails, so beautifully tapered, and the jeweled rings she wore. "All those years you knew of me," he said politely, speaking in the old Latin. "You knew I kept the mother and the father. Why didn't you come to me? Why didn't you tell me who you were?" She considered for a long moment before answering, her eyes moving back and forth suddenly over the others who drew close to him now. Santino was terrified of this woman, though he knew her very well, and Mael was afraid of her too, though perhaps a little less. In fact, it seemed that Mael loved her and was bound to her in some subservient way. As for Pandora, she was merely apprehensive. She drew even closer to Marius, as if to stand with him, regardless of what he meant to do. "Yes, I knew of you," the woman said suddenly. She spoke English in the modern fashion. But it was the unmistakable voice of the twin in the dream, the blind twin who had cried out the name of her mute sister, Makare, as both had been shut up in stone coffins by the angry mob. Our voices never really change, Marius thought. The voice was young, pretty. It had a reticent softness as she spoke again. "I might have destroyed your shrine if I had come," she said. "I might have buried the king and the queen beneath the sea. I might even have destroyed them, and in so doing destroyed all of us. And this I didn't want to do. And so I did nothing. What would you have had me do? I couldn't take your burden from you. I couldn't help you. So I did not come." It was a better answer than he had expected. It was not impossible to like this creature. On the other hand, this was merely the beginning, and her answer, It wasn't the whole truth. "No?" she asked him. Her face revealed a tracery of subtle lines for an instant, the glimpse of something that had once been human. "What is the whole truth?" she asked. "That I owed you nothing, least of all the knowledge of my existence, and that you are impertinent to suggest that I should have made myself known to you? I have seen 1,000 like you. I know when you come into being, I know when you perish. What are you to me? We come together now because we have to. We are in danger. All living things are in danger. And maybe when this is finished we will love each other and respect each other. And maybe not. Maybe we'll all be dead." "Perhaps so," he said quietly. He couldn't help smiling. She was right. And he liked her manner, the bone-hard way in which she spoke. It had been his experience that all immortals were irrevocably stamped by the age in which they were born. And so it was true also of even this ancient one, whose words had a savage simplicity, though the timbre of the voice had been soft. "I'm not myself," he added hesitantly. "I haven't survived all this as well as I should have survived it. My body's healed, the old miracle," he sneered. "But I don't understand my present view of things, the bitterness, the utter—" He stopped. "The utter darkness," she said. "Yes. Never has life itself seemed so senseless," he added. "I don't mean for us, I mean, to use your phrase, for all living things. It's a joke, isn't it? Consciousness, it's a kind of joke." "No," she said, "that's not so." "I disagree with you. Will you patronize me? Tell me how many thousands of years you've lived before I was born. How much you know that I don't know." He thought again of his imprisonment, the ice hurting him, the pain shooting through his limbs. He thought of the immortal voices that had answered him, the rescuers who had moved towards him, only to be caught one by Akasha's fire. He had heard them die, if he had not seen them. And what had sleep meant for him? The dreams of the twins. She reached out suddenly and caught his right hand gently in both of hers. It was rather like being held in the maw of a machine, and though Marius had inflicted that very impression upon many young ones himself over the years, he had yet to feel such overpowering strength himself. "Marius, we need you now," she said warmly, her eyes glittering for an instant in the yellow light that poured out of the door behind her, and out of the windows to the right and to the left. "For the love of heaven, why?" "Don't jest," she answered. "Come into the house. We must talk while we have time." "About what?" he insisted. "About why the mother has allowed us to live? I know the answer to that question. It makes me laugh. You she cannot kill, obviously, and we are spared because Lestat wants it. You realize this, don't you? 2,000 years I cared for her, protected her, worshipped her, and she has spared me now on account of her love for a 200-year-old fledgling named Lestat." "Don't be so sure of it," Santino said suddenly. "No," the woman said, "it's not her only reason, but there are many things we must consider." "I know you're right," he said, "but I haven't the spirit for it. My illusions are gone, you see, and I didn't even know they were illusions. I thought I had attained such wisdom. It was my principal source of pride. I was with the eternal things. Then when I saw her standing there in the shrine, I knew that all my deepest hopes and dreams had come true. She was alive inside that body, alive while I played the acolyte, the slave, the eternal guardian of the tomb. But why try to explain it? Her vicious smile, her mocking words to him, the ice falling, the cold darkness afterwards, and the twins. Ah, yes, the twins. That was at the heart of it as much as anything else, and it occurred to him suddenly that the dreams had cast a spell on him. He should have questioned this before now. He looked at her, and the dreams seemed to surround her suddenly, to take her out of the moment, back to those stark times. He saw sunlight. He saw the dead body of the mother. He saw the twins poised above the body. So many questions. "But what have these dreams to do with this catastrophe?" he demanded suddenly. He had been so defenseless against those endless dreams. The woman looked at him for a long moment before answering. "This I will tell you, insofar as I know. But you must calm yourself. It's as if you've got your youth back, and what a curse it must be." He laughed. "I was never young. But what do you mean by this?" "You rant and rave, and I can't console you." "And you would if you could." "Yes." He laughed softly. But very gracefully she opened her arms to him. The gesture shocked him, not because it was extraordinary, but because he had seen her so often go to embrace her sister in this manner in the dreams. "My name is Maharet," she said. "Call me by my name and put away your distrust. Come into my house." She leant forward, her hands touching the sides of his face as she kissed him on the cheek. Her red hair touched his skin, and the sensation confused him. The perfume rising from her clothes confused him. The faint oriental scent that made him think of incense, which always made him think of the shrine. "Maharet," he said angrily, "if I am needed, why didn't you come for me when I lay in that pit of ice? Could she have stopped you?" "Marius, I have come," she said, "and you are here now with us." She released him and let her hands fall, gracefully clasped before her skirts. "Do you think I had nothing to do during these nights when all our kind were being destroyed? To the left and right of me the world over she slew those I had loved or known. I could not be here and there to protect these victims. Cries reached my ears from every corner of the earth. And I had my own quest, my own sorrow." Abruptly she stopped. A faint, carnal blush came over her. In a warm flash the normal, expressive lines of her face returned. She was in pain, both physical and mental, and her eyes were clouding with thin blood tears. Such a strange thing, the fragility of the eyes and the indestructible body. And the suffering emanating from her. He could not bear it. It was like the dreams themselves. He saw a great riff of images, vivid yet wholly different. And quite suddenly he realized, "You aren't the one who sent the dreams to us," he whispered. "You are not the source." She didn't answer. "Ye gods, where is your sister? What does all this mean?" There was a subtle recoiling, as if he'd struck her heart. She tried to veil her mind from him, but he felt the unquenchable pain. In silence she stared at him, taking in all of his face and figure slowly and obviously, as if to let him know that he had unforgivably transgressed. He could feel the fear coming from Mael and Santino, who dared to say nothing. Pandora drew even closer to him and gave him a little warning signal as she clasped his hand. Why had he spoken so brutally, so impatiently? My quest, my own sorrow. But damn it all! He watched her close her eyes and press her fingers tenderly to her eyelids, as if she would make the ache in her eyes go away, but she could not. "Maharet," he said with a soft, honest sigh, "we're in a war, and we stand about on the battlefield speaking harsh words to each other. I am the worst offender. I only want to understand." She looked up at him, her head still bowed, her hand hovering before her face. And the look was fierce, almost malicious. Yet he found himself staring senselessly at the delicate curve of her fingers, at the gilded nails and the ruby and emerald rings, which flashed suddenly as if sparked with electric light. The most errant and awful thought came to him, that if he didn't stop being so damned stupid, he might never see Armand. She might drive him out of here, or worse. And he wanted so, before it was over, to see Armand. "You come in now, Marius," she said suddenly, her voice polite, forgiving. "You come with me and be reunited with your old child, and then we'll gather with the others who have the same questions. We will begin." "Yes, my old child," he murmured. He felt the longing for Armand again, like music, like Bartok's violin phrases played in a remote and safe place where there was all the time in the world to hear. Yet he hated her. He hated all of them. He hated himself. The other twin. Where was the other twin? Flashes of heated jungle, flashes of the vines torn and the saplings breaking underfoot. He tried to reason, but he couldn't. Hatred poisoned him. Many a time he had witnessed this black denial of life in mortals. He had heard the wisest of them say, life is not worth it, and he had never fathomed it. Well, he understood it now. Vaguely he knew she had turned to those around him. She was welcoming Santino and Pandora into the house. As if in a trance he saw her turn to lead the way. Her hair was so long it fell to her waist and back, a great mass of soft red curls. And he felt the urge to touch it, see if it was as soft as it looked. How positively remarkable that he could be distracted by something lovely at this moment, something impersonal, and that it could make him feel all right, as if nothing had happened, as if the world were good. He beheld the shrine intact again, the shrine at the center of his world. Ah, the idiot human brain, he thought, how it seizes whatever it can, and to think Armand was waiting, so near. She led them through a series of large, sparely furnished rooms. The place, for all its openness, had the air of a citadel. The ceiling beams were enormous. The fireplaces, each with a roaring blaze, were no more than open stone hearths. So like the old meeting halls of Europe in the dark times, when the Roman roads had fallen to ruin and the Latin tongue had been forgotten and the old warrior tribes had risen again. The Celts had been triumphant in the end, really. They were the ones who conquered Europe. Its feudal castles were no more than Celtic encampments. Even in the modern states, the Celtic superstitions, more than Roman reason, lived on. But the appointments of this place harkened back to even earlier times. Men and women had lived in cities built like this before the invention of writing, in rooms of plaster and wood, among things woven or hammered by hand. He rather liked it. Ah, the idiot brain again, he thought, that he could like something at such a time. But the places built by immortals always intrigued him. And this one was a place to study slowly, to come to know over a great span of time. Now they passed through a steel door and into the mountain itself. The smell of the raw earth enclosed him, yet they walked in new metal corridors with walls of tin. He could hear the generators, the computers, all the sweet humming electrical sounds that had made him feel so safe in his own house. Up an iron stairs they went. It doubled back upon itself again and again as Maharet led them higher and higher. Now roughened walls revealed the innards of the mountain, its deep veins of colored clay and rock. Tiny ferns grew here, but where did the light come from? A skylight high above. Little portal to heaven. He glanced up thankfully at the bare glimmer of blue light. Finally they emerged on a broad landing and entered a small, darkened room. A door lay open to a much larger chamber where the others waited. But all Marius could see for the moment was the bright shock of distant firelight, and it made him turn his eyes away. Someone was waiting here in this little room for him, someone whose presence he had been unable, except by the most ordinary means, to detect. A figure who stood behind him now. And as Maharet went on into the large room, taking Pandora and Santino and Mael with her, he understood what was about to happen. To brace himself, he took a slow breath and closed his eyes. How trivial all his bitterness seemed. He thought of this one whose existence had been for centuries unbroken suffering, whose youth, with all its needs, had been rendered truly eternal, this one whom he had failed to save or to perfect. How many times over the years had he dreamed of such a reunion, and he had never had the courage for it. And now, on this battlefield, in this time of ruin and upheaval, they were at last to meet. "My love," he whispered. He felt himself chastened suddenly, as he had been earlier, when he had flown up and up over the snowy wastes past the realm of the indifferent clouds. Never had he spoken words more heartfelt. "My beautiful Amadeo," he said, and reaching out he felt the touch of Armand's hand. Supple still, this unnatural flesh, supple as if it were human, and cool and so soft. He couldn't help himself now. He was weeping. He opened his eyes to see the boyish figure standing before him. Oh, such an expression, so accepting, so yielding. Then he opened his arms. Centuries ago, in a palazzo in Venice, he had tried to capture in imperishable pigment the quality of this love. What had been its lesson? That in all the world no two souls contain the same secret, the same gift of devotion or abandon, that in a common child, a wounded child, he had found a blending of sadness and simple grace that would forever break his heart. This one had understood him. This one had loved him as no other ever had. Through his tears he saw no recrimination for the grand experiment that had gone wrong. He saw the face that he had painted, now darkened slightly with the thing we naively call wisdom, and he saw the same love he had counted upon so totally in those lost nights. If only there were time to seek the quiet of the forest, some warm, secluded place among the soaring redwoods, and there talk together by the hour through long, unhurried nights. But the others waited, and so these moments were all the more precious and all the more sad. He tightened his arms around Armand. He kissed Armand's lips and his long, loose, vagabond hair. He ran his hand covetously over Armand's shoulders. He looked at the slim white hand he held in his own. Every detail he had sought to preserve forever on canvas. Every detail he had certainly preserved in death. "They're waiting, aren't they?" he asked. "They won't give us more than a few moments now." Without judgment, Armand nodded. In a low, barely audible voice he said, "It's enough. I always knew that we would meet again." Oh, the memories that the timbre of the voice brought back. The palazzo with its coffered ceilings, beds draped in red velvet, the figure of this boy rushing up the marble staircase, his face flushed from the winter wind off the Adriatic, his brown eyes on fire. "Even in moments of the greatest jeopardy," the voice continued, "I knew we would meet before I would be free to die." "Free to die?" Marius responded. "We are always free to die, aren't we? What we must have now is the courage to do it, if indeed it is the right thing to do." Armand appeared to think on this for a moment, and the soft distance that crept into his face brought back the sadness again to Marius. "Yes, that's true," he said. "I love you," Marius whispered suddenly, passionately as a mortal man might. "I have always loved you. I wish that I could believe in anything other than love at this moment, but I can't." Some small sound interrupted them. Maharet had come to the door. Marius slipped his arm around Armand's shoulder. There was one final moment of silence and understanding between them. And then they followed Maharet into an immense mountain-top room. All of glass it was, except for the wall behind him and the distant iron chimney that hung from the ceiling above the blazing fire. No other light here save the blaze, and above and beyond with the sharp tips of the monstrous redwoods and the bland Pacific sky with its vaporous clouds and tiny, cowardly stars. But it was beautiful still, wasn't it? Even if it was not the sky over the Bay of Naples, or seen from the flank of Annapurna, or from a vessel cast adrift in the middle of the blackened sea. The mere sweep of it was beautiful, and to think that only moments ago he had been high up there, drifting in the darkness, seen only by his fellow travelers and by the stars themselves. The joy came back to him again as it had when he looked at Maharet's red hair. No sorrow as when he thought of Armand beside him, just joy, impersonal and transcendent, a reason to remain alive. It occurred to him suddenly that he wasn't very good at bitterness or regret, that he didn't have the stamina for them, and if he was to recapture his dignity, he had better shape up fast. A little laugh greeted him. Friendly, unobtrusive, a little drunken maybe, the laugh of a fledgling who lacked common sense. He smiled in acknowledgment, darting a glance at the amused one, Daniel, the anonymous boy of Interview with the Vampire. It hit him quickly that this was Armand's child, the only child Armand had ever made. A good start on the Devil's Road this creature had, this exuberant and intoxicated being, strengthened with all that Armand had to give. Quickly he surveyed the others who had gathered around the oval table. To his right, and some distance away, there was Gabrielle, with her blonde hair in a braid down her back and her eyes full of undisguised anguish. And beside her Louis, unguarded and passive as always, staring at Marius mutely as if in scientific inquiry or worship, or both. Then came his beloved Pandora, her rippling brown hair free over her shoulders and still speckled with the tiny sparkling droplets of melted frost. Santino sat to her right, finally, looking composed once more, all the dirt gone from his finely cut black velvet clothes. On his left sat Cayman, another ancient one, who gave his name silently and freely, a horrifying being, actually, with a face even smoother than that of Maharet. Marius found he couldn't take his eyes off this one. Never had the faces of the mother and the father so startled him, though they too had had these black eyes and jet-black hair. It was the smile, wasn't it? The open, affable expression fixed there in spite of all the efforts of time to wash it away. The creature looked like a mystic or a saint, yet he was a savage killer. Recent feasts of human blood had softened his skin just a little and given a faint blush to his cheeks. Mayo, shaggy and unkempt as always, had taken the chair to Cayman's left. And after him came another old one, Eric, past 3,000 years by Marius's reckoning, gaunt and deceptively fragile in appearance, perhaps 30 when he died. His soft brown eyes regarded Marius thoughtfully. His handmade clothes were like exquisite replicas of the store-bought goods men of business wore today. But what was this other being? The one who sat to the right of Maharet, who stood directly opposite Marius at the far end. Now this one truly gave him a shock. The other twin was his first rash conjecture as he stared at her green eyes and her coppery red hair. But this being had been alive yesterday, surely, and he could find no explanation for her strength, her frigid whiteness, the piercing manner in which she stared at him, and the overwhelming telepathic power that emanated from her, a cascade of dark and finely delineated images which she seemed unable to control. She was seeing with uncanny accuracy the painting he had done centuries ago of his Amadeo, surrounded by black-winged angels as he knelt in prayer. A chill passed over Marius. "In the crypt of the Talamasca," he whispered. "My painting?" He laughed, rudely, venomously. "And so it's there." The creature was frightened. She hadn't meant to reveal her thoughts. Protective of the Talamasca and hopelessly confused, she shrank back into herself. Her body seemed to grow smaller, and yet to redouble its power. A monster with green eyes and delicate bones, born yesterday, yes, exactly as he had figured it. There was living tissue in her. And suddenly he understood all about her. This one, named Jessie, had been made by Maharet. This one was an actual human descendant of the woman, and now she had become the fledgling of her ancient mother. The scope of it astonished him and frightened him slightly. The blood racing through the young one's veins had a potency that was unimaginable to Marius. She was absolutely without thirst, yet she wasn't even really dead. But he must stop this merciless and rummaging appraisal. They were, after all, waiting for him. Yet he could not help but wonder where in God's name were his own mortal descendants, spawn of the nephews and nieces he had so loved when he was alive. For a few hundred years, true, he had followed their progress, but finally he could no longer recognize them. He could no longer recognize Rome itself. and he had let it all go into darkness, as Rome had passed into darkness. Yet surely there were those walking the earth today who had that old family blood in their veins. He continued to stare at the red-haired young one. How she resembled her great mother, tall yet frail of bone, beautiful yet severe. Some great secret here, something to do with the lineage, the family. She wore soft, dark clothes, rather similar to those of the Ancient One. Her hands were immaculate. She wore no scent or paint. They were all of them magnificent in their own way. The tall, heavily built Santino was elegant in his priestly black, with his lustrous black eyes and a sensuous mouth. Even the unkempt male had a savage and overpowering presence as he glowered at the ancient woman with an obvious mixture of love and hate. Armand's angelic face was beyond description, and the boy Daniel a vision, with his ashen hair and gleaming violet eyes. Was nobody ugly ever given immortality? Or did the dark magic simply make beauty out of whatever sacrifice was thrown into the blaze? But Gabrielle had been a lovely thing in life, surely, with all her son's courage and none of his impetuosity. And Louis, Louis, of course, had been picked for the exquisite bones of his face, for the depth of his green eyes. He had been picked for the inveterate attitude of somber appreciation that he revealed now. He looked like a human being lost among them, his face softened with color and feeling, his body curiously defenseless, his eyes wondering and sad. Even Cayman had an undeniable perfection of face and form, horrifying as the total effect had come to be. As for Pandora, he saw her alive and mortal when he looked at her. He saw the eager, innocent woman who had come to him so many eons ago in the ink-black nighttime streets of Antioch, begging to be made immortal, not the remote and melancholy being who sat so still now in her simple biblical robes, staring through the glass wall opposite her at the fading galaxy beyond the thickening clouds. Even Eric, bleached by the centuries and faintly radiant, retained, as Maharet did, an air of great human feeling, made all the more appealing by a beguiling androgynous grace. The fact was, Marius had never laid eyes on such an assemblage. A gathering of immortals of all ages, from the newborn to the most ancient, and each endowed with immeasurable powers and weaknesses, even to the delirious young man whom Armand had skillfully created with all the unspent virtue of his virgin blood. Marius doubted that such a coven had ever come together before. And how did he fit into the picture? He who had been the eldest of his own carefully controlled universe in which the ancients had been silent gods. The winds had cleansed him of the dried blood that had clung to his face and shoulder-length hair. His long black cloak was damp from the snows from which he'd come. And as he approached the table, as he waited belligerently for Maharet to tell him he might be seated, he fancied he looked as much the monster as the others did, his blue eyes surely cold with the animosity that was burning him from within. "Please," she said to him graciously. She gestured to the empty wooden chair before him, a place of honor, obviously, at the foot of the table. That is, if one conceded that she stood at the head. Comfortable it was, not like so much modern furniture. Its curved back felt good to him as he seated himself, and he could rest his hand on the arm. That was good, too. Armand took the empty chair to his right. Maharet seated herself without a sound. She rested her hands with fingers folded on the polished wood before her. She bowed her head, as if collecting her thoughts to begin. "Are we all that is left?" Marius asked, "other than the queen and the brat prince and—" He paused. A ripple of silent confusion passed through the others. The mute twin. Where was she? What was the mystery? "Yes," Maharet answered soberly. "Other than the queen and the brat prince and my sister. Yes, we are the only ones left. or the only ones left who count. She paused as if to let her words have their full effect. Her eyes gently took in the complete assembly. "Far off," she said, "there may be others, old ones who choose to remain apart, or those she hunts still who are doomed. But we are what remains in terms of destiny or decision, or intent." "And my son?" Gabrielle said. Her voice was sharp, full of emotion and subtle disregard for those present. "Will none of you tell me what she's done with him, and where he is?" She looked from the woman to Marius, fearlessly and desperately. "Surely you have the power to know where he is." Her resemblance to Lestat touched Marius. It was from this one that Lestat had drawn his strength, without doubt. But there was a coldness in her that Lestat would never understand. "He's with her, as I've already told you," Cayman said, his voice deep and unhurried. "But beyond that she doesn't let us know." Gabrielle did not believe it, obviously. There was a pulling away in her, a desire to leave here, to go off alone. Nothing could have forced the others away from the table, but this one had made no such commitment to the meeting, it was clear. "Allow me to explain this," Maharet said, "because it's of the utmost importance. The mother is skillful at cloaking herself, of course, but we of the early centuries have never been able to communicate silently with the mother and the father, or with each other. We are all simply too close to the source of the power that makes us what we are. We are deaf and blind to each other's minds, just as Master and Fledgling are among you. Only as time passed and more blood-drinkers were created did they acquire the power to communicate silently with each other, as we have done with mortals all along." "Then Akasha couldn't find you," Marius said. "You or Cayman, if you weren't with us." "That's so. She must see us through your minds or not at all, and so we must see her through the minds of others. Except, of course, for a certain sound we hear now and then on the approach of the powerful, a sound that has to do with a great exertion of energy and with breath and blood." "Yes, that sound," Daniel murmured softly. "That awful, relentless sound." "But is there nowhere we can hide from her?" Eric asked. "Those of us she can see and hear." It was a young man's voice, of course, and with a heavy, undefinable accent, each word rather beautifully intoned. "You know there isn't," Maharet answered with explicit patience. "But we waste time talking of hiding. You are here either because she cannot kill you or she chooses not to, and so be it. We must go on." "Or she hasn't finished," Eric said disgustedly. "She hasn't made up her infernal mind on the matter of who shall die and who shall live." "I think you are safe here," Cayman said. "She had her chance with everyone present, did she not?" But that was just it, Marius realized. It was not at all clear that the mother had had her chance with Eric who traveled apparently in the company of Maharet. Eric's eyes locked on Maharet. There was some quick, silent exchange, but it wasn't telepathic. What came clear to Marius was that Maharet had made Eric, and neither knew for certain whether Eric was too strong now for the mother. Maharet was pleading for calm. "But Lestat, you can read his mind, can't you?" Gabrielle said. "Can't you discover them both through him?" "Not even I can always cover a pure and enormous distance," Maharet answered. "If there were other blood-drinkers left who could pick up Lestat's thoughts and relay them to me, well then of course I could find him in an instant. But in the main those blood-drinkers are no more. And Lestat has always been good at cloaking his presence. It's natural to him. It's always that way with the strong ones, the ones who are self-sufficient and aggressive. Wherever he is now, he instinctively shuts us out." "She's taken him," Cayman said. He reached across the table and laid his hand on Gabrielle's hand. She'll reveal everything to us when she is ready, and if she chooses to harm Lestat in the meantime, there is absolutely nothing that any of us can do." Marius almost laughed. It seemed these ancient ones thought statements of absolute truth were a comfort. What a curious combination of vitality and passivity they were. Had it been so at the dawn of recorded history, when people sensed the inevitable, they stood stock still and accepted it? It was difficult for him to grasp. "The mother won't harm Lestat," he said to Gabrielle, to all of them. "She loves him, and at its core it's a common kind of love. She won't harm him because she doesn't want to harm herself, and she knows all his tricks, I'll wager, just as we know them. He won't be able to provoke her, though he's probably foolish enough to try." Gabrielle gave a little nod at that, with a trace of a sad smile. It was her considered opinion that Lestat could provoke anyone, finally, given enough time and opportunity, but she let it pass. She was neither consoled nor resigned. She sat back in the wooden chair and stared past them as if they no longer existed. She felt no allegiance to this group. She felt no allegiance to anyone but Lestat. "All right, then," she said coldly. "Answer the crucial question. If I destroy this monster who's taken my son, do we all die?" "How the hell are you going to destroy her?" Daniel asked in amazement. Eric sneered. She glanced at Daniel dismissively. Eric she ignored. She looked at Maharet. "Well, is the old myth true? If I waste this bitch, to use the vernacular, do I waste the rest of us too?" There was faint laughter in the gathering. Marius shook his head, but Maharet gave a little smile of acknowledgment as she nodded. "Yes, it was tried in the earlier times. It was tried by many a fool who didn't believe it. The spirit who inhabits her animates us all. Destroy the host, you destroy the power. The young die first, the old wither slowly. The eldest perhaps would go last. But she is the queen of the damned, and the damned can't live without her. Enkil was only her consort, and that is why it does not matter now that she has slain him and drunk his blood to the last drop. The queen of the damned. Marius whispered it aloud, softly. There had been a strange inflection when Maharet had said it, as if memories had stirred in her, painful and awful and undimmed by time, undimmed as the dreams were undimmed. Again he had a sense of the starkness and severity of these ancient beings, for whom language, perhaps, and all the thoughts governed by it, had not been needlessly complex. "Gabrielle," Cayman said, pronouncing the name exquisitely. "We cannot help Lestat. We must use this time to make a plan." He turned to Maharet. "The dreams, Maharet. Why have the dreams come to us now? That is what we all want to know." There was a protracted silence. All present had known, in some form, these dreams. Only lightly had they touched Gabrielle and Louis, so lightly, in fact, that Gabrielle had, before this night, given no thought to them, and Louis, frightened by Lestat, had pushed them out of his mind. Even Pandora, who confessed no personal knowledge of them, had told Marius of Azim's warning. Santino had called them horrid trances from which he couldn't escape. Marius knew now that they had been a noxious spell for the young ones, Jessie and Daniel, almost as cruel as they had been for him. Yet Maharet did not respond. The pain in her eyes had intensified. Marius felt it like a soundless vibration. He felt the spasms in the tiny nerves. He bent forward slightly, folding his hands before him on the table. "Maharet," he said, "your sister is sending the dreams. Isn't this so?" No answer. "Where is Mikare?" He pushed. Silence again. He felt the pain in her, and he was sorry, very sorry once more for the bluntness of his speech, but if he was to be of use here, he must push things to a conclusion. He thought of Akasha and the shrine again, though why he didn't know. He thought of the smile on her face. He thought of Lestat, protectively, desperately. But Lestat was just a symbol now, a symbol of himself, of them all. Maharet was looking at him in the strangest way, as if he were a mystery to her. She looked at the others. Finally she spoke. "You witnessed our separation," she said quietly. "All of you. You saw it in the dreams. You saw the mob surround me and my sister. You saw them force us apart. In stone coffins they placed us. Makari unable to cry out to me because they had cut out her tongue, and I unable to see her for the last time because they had taken my eyes. But I saw through the minds of those who hurt us. I knew it was to the seashores that we were being taken, Makari to the west and I to the east. 10 nights I drifted on the raft of pitch and logs, entombed alive in the stone coffin. And finally, when the raft sank and the water lifted the stone lid, I was free. Blind, ravenous, I swam ashore and stole from the first poor mortal I encountered the eyes to see and the blood to live. But Makari, into the great western ocean she had been cast, the waters that ran to the end of the world. Yet from that first night on I searched for her. I searched through Europe, through Asia, through the southern jungles and the frozen lands of the north. Century after century, I searched, finally crossing the western ocean when mortals did to take my quest to the new world as well. I never found my sister. I never found a mortal or immortal who had set eyes upon her or heard her name. Then, in this century, in the years after the Second Great War, in the high mountain jungles of Peru, the indisputable evidence of my sister's presence was discovered by a lone archaeologist on the walls of a shallow cave. Pictures my sister had created, of stick figures and crude pigment, which told the tale of our lives together, the sufferings you all know. But 6,000 years ago, these drawings had been carved into the stone. And 6,000 years ago my sister had been taken from me. No other evidence of her existence was ever found. Yet I have never abandoned the hope of finding my sister. I have always known, as only a twin might, that she walks this earth still, that I am not here alone. And now, within these last 10 nights, I have for the first time proof that my sister is still with me. It has come to me through the dreams. These are Makari's thoughts, Makari's images, Makari's rancor and pain. Silence. All eyes were fixed on her. Marius was quietly stunned. He feared to be the one to speak again, but this was worse than he had imagined, and the implications were now entirely clear. The origin of these dreams was almost certainly not a conscious survivor of the millennia. Rather, the visions had, very possibly, come from one who had no more mind now than an animal, in whom memory is a spur to action which the animal does not question or understand. It would explain their clarity. It would explain their repetition. And the flashes he had seen of something moving through the jungles, this was Makari herself. "Yes," Maharet said immediately, "in the jungles, walking." She whispered, "The words of the dying archaeologist, scribbled on a piece of paper and left for me to find when I came, in the jungles, walking." But where? It was Louis who broke the silence. Then the dreams may not be a deliberate message, he said, his words marked by a slight French accent. They may simply be the outpouring of a tortured soul. No, they are a message, Cayman said. They are a warning. They are meant for all of us and for the mother as well. But how can you say this? Gabrielle asked him. We don't know what her mind is now, or that she even knows that we are here. You don't know the whole story, Cayman said. I know it. Maharet will tell it. He looked to Maharet. I saw her, Jessie said unobtrusively, her voice tentative as she looked at Maharet. She's crossed a great river. She's coming. I saw her. No, that's not right. I saw as if I were she. Yes, Marius answered, through her eyes. I saw her red hair when I looked down, Jessie said. I saw the jungle giving way with each step. The dreams must be a communication, Mael said with sudden impatience. For why else would the message be so strong? Our private thoughts don't carry such power. She raises her voice. She wants someone or something to know what she is thinking. Or she is obsessed and acting upon that obsession, Marius answered, and moving towards a certain goal. He paused. To be united with you, her sister. What else could she possibly want? No, Cayman said, that is not her goal. Again he looked at Maharet. She has a promise to keep to the mother. And that is what the dreams mean. Maharet studied him for a moment in silence. It seemed this was almost beyond her endurance, this discussion of her sister. Yet she fortified herself silently for the ordeal that lay ahead. We were there in the beginning, Cayman said. We were the first children of the mother. And in these dreams lies the story of how it began. Then you must tell us. All of it, Marius said as gently as he could. Yes, Maharet sighed. And I will. She looked at each of them in turn, and then back to Jessie. I must tell you the whole story, she said, so that you can understand what we may be powerless to avert. You see, this is not merely the story of the beginning, it may be the story of the end as well. She sighed suddenly, as if the prospect were too much for her. Our world has never seen such upheaval, she said, looking at Marius. Lestat's music, the rising of the mother, so much death. She looked down for a moment, as if collecting herself again for the effort. And then she glanced at Cayman and at Jessie, who were the ones she most loved. I have never told it before, she said, as if pleading for indulgence. It has for me now the hard purity of mythology. Those times when I was alive, when I could still see the sun. But in this mythology is rooted all the truths that I know. And if we go back, we may find the future and the means to change it. The very least that we can do is seek to understand. A hush fell. All waited with respectful patience for her to begin. In the beginning, she said, we were witches, my sister and I. We talked to the spirits, and the spirits loved us. Until she sent her soldiers into our land. Chapter 3. Lestat, the Queen of Heaven. She let me go, Instantly I began to plummet. The wind was a roar in my ears, but the worst part was that I couldn't see. I heard her say, "Rise." There was a moment of exquisite helplessness. I was plunging towards the earth, and nothing was going to stop it. Then I looked up, my eyes stinging, the clouds closing over me, and I remembered the tower and the feeling of rising. I made the decision, go up. And my descent stopped at once. It was as if a current of air had caught me. I went up hundreds of feet in one instant, and then the clouds were below me, a white light that I could scarcely see. I decided to drift. Why did I have to go anywhere for the moment? Maybe I could open my eyes fully and see through the wind if I wasn't afraid of the pain. She was laughing somewhere, in my head or over it, I didn't know which. "Come on, Prince. Come higher." I spun around and shot upwards again, until I saw her coming towards me, her garments swirling about her, her heavy plaits lifted more gently by the wind. She caught me and kissed me. I tried to steady myself, holding on to her to look down and really see something through the breaks in the clouds. Mountains, snow-covered and dazzling in the moonlight, with great bluish flanks that disappeared into deep valleys of fathomless snow. "Lift me now," she whispered in my ear. "Carry me to the northwest." "I don't know the direction." "Yes, you do. The body knows it. Your mind knows it. Don't ask them which way it is. Tell them that is the way you wish to go. You know the principles. When you lifted your rifle, you looked at the wolf running. You didn't calculate the distance or the speed of the bullet. You fired. The wolf went down." I rose again with that same incredible buoyancy, and then I realized she had become a great weight in my arm. Her eyes were fixed on me. She was making me carry her. I smiled. I think I laughed aloud. I lifted her and kissed her again and continued the ascent without interruption. To the northwest. That is, to the right, and to the right again and higher. My mind did know it. It knew the terrain over which we'd come. I made a little artful turn and then another. I was spinning, clutching her close to me, rather loving the weight of her body, the press of her breasts against me, and her lips again, closing delicately on mine. She drew close to my ear. "Do you hear it?" she asked. I listened. The wind seemed annihilating. Yet there came a dull chorus from the earth, human voices chanting, some in time with each other, others at random, voices praying aloud in an Asian tongue. Far, far away I could hear them, and then near at hand. Important to distinguish the two sounds. First, there was a long procession of worshippers ascending through the mountain passes and over the cliffs, chanting to keep themselves alive as they trudged on in spite of weariness and cold. And within a building, a loud ecstatic chorus, chanting fiercely over the clang of cymbals and drums. I gathered her head close to mine and looked down, but the clouds had become a solid bed of whiteness. Yet I could see through the minds of the worshippers the brilliant vision of a courtyard and a temple of marble arches and vast painted rooms. The procession wound towards the temple. "I want to see it," I said. She didn't answer, but she didn't stop me as I drifted downward, stretching out on the air as if I were a bird flying, yet descending until we were in the very middle of the clouds. She had become light again, as if she were nothing. And as we left the sea of whiteness, I saw the temple gleaming below, a tiny clay model of itself, it seemed, the terrain buckling here and there beneath its meandering walls. The stench of burning bodies rose from its blazing pyres. And towards this cluster of roofs and towers, men and women wound their way along perilous paths from as far as I could see. "Tell me who is inside, my prince," she said. "Tell me who is the god of this temple." See it. Draw close to it. The old trick. But all at once I began to fall. I let out a terrible cry. She caught me. "More care, my prince," she said, steadying me. I thought my heart was going to burst. You cannot move out of your body to look into the temple and fly at the same time. Look through the eyes of the mortals the way you did it before. I was still shaking, clutching hold of her. I'll drop you again if you don't calm yourself, she said gently. Tell your heart to do as you would have it do. I gave a great sigh. My body ached suddenly from the constant force of the wind, and my eyes, they were stinging so badly again I couldn't see anything. But I tried to subdue these little pains, or rather to ignore them as if they didn't exist. I took hold of her firmly and started down, telling myself to go slowly. And then again I tried to find the minds of the mortals and see what they saw. Gilded walls, cusped arches, every surface glittering with decoration, incense rising, mingling with the scent of fresh blood. In blurred snatches I saw him, the god of the temple. "A vampire," I whispered. "A blood-sucking devil. He draws them to himself and slaughters them at his leisure. The place reeks of death." "And so there shall be more death," she whispered, kissing my face again tenderly. "Now, very fast, so fast mortal eyes can't see you. Bring us down to the courtyard beside the funeral pyre." I could have sworn it was done before I'd decided it. I'd done no more than consider the idea, and there I was, fallen against a rough plaster wall, with hard stones under my feet, trembling, my head reeling, my innards grinding in pain. My body wanted to keep going down, right through solid rock. Sinking back against the wall, I heard the chanting before I could see anything. I smelt the fire, the bodies burning. Then I saw the flames. "That was very clumsy, my prince," she said softly. "We almost struck the wall." "I don't exactly know how it happened." "Ah, but that's the key," she said, "the word exact. The spirit in you obeys swiftly and completely. Consider a little more. You don't cease to hear and see as you descend. It merely happens faster than you realize. Do you know the pure mechanics of snapping your fingers? No, you do not. Yet you can do it. A mortal child can do it." I nodded. The principle was clear, all right, as it had been with the target and the gun. "Merely a matter of degrees," I said. "And of surrender. Fearless surrender." I nodded. The truth was, I wanted to fall on a soft bed and sleep. I blinked my eyes at the roaring fire, the sight of the bodies going black in the flames. One of them wasn't dead. An arm was raised, fingers curled. Now he was dead. Poor devil. All right. Her cold hand touched my cheek. It touched my lips, and then she smoothed back the tangled hair of my head. "You've never had a teacher, have you?" she asked. "Magnus orphaned you the night he made you. Your father and brothers were fools. As for your mother, she hated her children. I've always been my own teacher," I said soberly. "And I must confess I've always been my favorite pupil as well." Laughter. "Maybe it was a little conspiracy," I said, "of pupil and teacher, but as you said, there was never anyone else." She was smiling at me. The fire was playing in her eyes. Her face was luminous, frighteningly beautiful. "Surrender," she said, "and I'll teach you things you never dreamed of. You've never known battle, real battle. You've never felt the purity of a righteous cause." I didn't answer. I felt dizzy, not merely from the long journey through the air, but from the gentle caress of her words and the fathomless blackness of her eyes. It seemed a great part of her beauty was the sweetness of her expression, the serenity of it. The way that her eyes held steady even when the glistening white flesh of her face moved suddenly with a smile or a subtle frown. I knew if I let myself I'd be terrified of what was happening. She must have known it, too. She took me in her arms again. "Drink, Prince," she whispered. "Take the strength you need to do as I would have you do." I don't know how many moments passed. When she pulled away, I was drugged for an instant. Then the clarity was, as always, overwhelming. The monotonous music of the temple was thundering through the walls. Azim, Azim, Azim. As she drew me along after her, it seemed my body didn't exist anymore, except as a vision I kept in place. I felt of my own face, the bones beneath my skin, to touch something solid that was myself. But this skin, this sensation, it was utterly new. What was left of me? The wooden doors opened as if by magic before us. We passed silently into a long corridor of slender white marble pillars and scalloped arches, but this was but the outer border of an immense central room. And the room was filled with frenzied, screaming worshippers who did not even see us or sense our presence as they continued to dance, to chant, to leap into the air in the hopes of glimpsing their one and only God. "Keep at my side, Lestat," she said, the voice cutting through the din as if I'd been touched by a velvet glove. The crowd parted, violently, bodies thrust to right and left. Screaming replaced the chant immediately. The room was in chaos, as a path lay open for us to the center of the room. The cymbals and drums were silenced. Moans and soft, piteous cries surrounded us. Then a great sigh of wonder rose as Akasha stepped forward and threw back her veil. Many feet away, in the center of the ornate floor, stood the blood god, Azim, clothed in a black silk turban and jeweled robes. His face was disfigured with fury as he stared at Akasha, as he stared at me. Prayers rose from the crowd around us. A shrill voice cried out an anthem to the Eternal Mother. "Silence!" Azim commanded. I didn't know the language, but I understood the word. I could hear the sound of human blood in his voice. I could see it rushing through his veins. Never, in fact, had I seen any vampire or blood-drinker so choked with human blood as was this one. He was as old as Marius, surely, yet his skin had a dark, golden gleam. A thin veil of blood sweat covered it completely, even to the backs of his large, soft-looking hands. "You dare to come into my temple," he said, and again the language itself eluded me, but the meaning was telepathically clear. "You will die now," Akasha said, the voice even softer than it had been a moment ago. "You who have misled these hopeless innocents, you who have fed upon their lives and their blood like a bloated leech." Screams rose from the worshippers, cries for mercy. Again Azim told them to be quiet. "What right have you to condemn my worship?" he cried, pointing his finger at us. "You, who have sat silent on your throne since the beginning of time." "Time did not begin with you, my cursed beauty," Akasha answered. "I was old when you were born, and I am risen now to rule as I was meant to rule, and you shall die as a lesson to your people. You are my first great martyr. You shall die now." He tried to run at her, and I tried to step between them, but it was all too fast to be seen. She caught him by some invisible means and shoved him backwards so that his feet slid across the marble tile, and he teetered, almost falling, and then dancing as he sought to right himself, his eyes rolling up into his head. A deep, gurgling cry came out of him. He was burning. His garments were burning, and then the smoke rose from him, grey and thin and writhing in the gloom as the terrified crowd gave way to screams and wails. He was twisting as the heat consumed him. Then, suddenly bent double, he rose, staring at her, and flew at her with his arms out. It seemed he would reach her before she thought what to do, and again I tried to step before her, and with a quick shove of her right hand she threw me back into the human swarm. There were half-naked bodies all around, struggling to get away from me as I caught my balance. I spun around and saw him poised not 3 feet from her, snarling at her and trying to reach her over some invisible and unsurmountable force. "Die, damnable one!" she cried out. I clamped my hands over my ears. "Go into the pit of perdition. I create it for you now." Azim's head exploded. Smoke and flame poured out of his ruptured skull. His eyes turned black. With a flash, his entire frame ignited, yet he went down in a human posture, his fist raised against her, his legs curling as if he meant to try to stand again. Then his form disappeared utterly in a great orange blaze. Panic descended upon the crowd, just as it had upon the rock fans outside the concert hall when the fires had broken out and Gabrielle and Louis and I had made our escape. Yet it seemed the hysteria here reached a more dangerous pitch. Bodies crashed against the slender marble pillars. Men and women were crushed instantly as others rushed over them to the doors. Akasha turned full circle, her garments caught in a brief dance of black and white silk around her, and everywhere human beings were caught, as if by invisible hands, and flung to the floor. Their bodies went into convulsions. The women, looking down at the stricken victims, wailed and tore their hair. It took me a moment to realize what was happening, that she was killing the men. It wasn't fire, it was some invisible attack upon the vital organs. Blood poured from their ears and their eyes as they expired. Enraged, several of the women ran at her only to meet the same fate. The men who attacked her were vanquished instantly. Then I heard her voice inside my head. "Kill them, Lestat. Slaughter the males to the last one." I was paralyzed. I stood beside her lest one of them get close to her. But they didn't have a chance. This was beyond nightmare, beyond the stupid horrors to which I'd been a party all of my accursed life. Suddenly she was standing in front of me, grasping my arms. Her soft, icy voice had become an engulfing sound in my brain. "My prince, my love, you will do this for me. Slaughter the males so that the legend of their punishment will surpass the legend of the temple. They are the henchmen of the blood god. The women are helpless. Punish the males in my name." "Oh, God, help me. Please don't ask this of me," I whispered. "They are pitiful humans." The crowd seemed to have lost its spirit. Those who had run into the rear yard were trapped. The dead in the morning lay everywhere around us, while from the ignorant multitude at the front gates there rose the most piteous pleas. "Let them go, Akasha, please," I said to her. Had I ever in my life begged for anything as I did now? What had these poor beings to do with us? She drew closer to me. I couldn't see anything now but her black eyes. "My love, this is divine war, not the loathsome feeding upon human life which you have done night after night without scheme or reason save to survive. You kill now in my name and for my cause, and I give you the greatest freedom ever given man. I tell you that to slay your mortal brother is right. Now use the new power I've given you. Choose your victims one by one. Use your invisible strength or the strength of your hands." My head was spinning. Had I this power to make men drop in their tracks? I looked around me in the smoky chamber where the incense still poured from the censers, and bodies tumbled over one another, men and women embracing each other in terror, others crawling into corners as if there they would be safe. "There is no life for them now, save in the lesson," she said. "Do as I command." It seemed I saw a vision, for surely this wasn't from my heart or mind. I saw a thin, emaciated form rise before me. I gritted my teeth as I glared at it, concentrating my malice as if it were a laser, and then I saw the victim rise off his feet and tumble backwards as the blood came out of his mouth. Lifeless, withered, he fell to the floor. It had been like a spasm, and then as effortless as shouting, as throwing one's voice out, unseen yet powerful, over a great space. Yes, kill them. Strike for the tender organs, rupture them, make the blood flow. You know that you have always wanted to do it. To kill as if it were nothing, to destroy without scruple or regret. It was true. So true. But it was also forbidden. Forbidden as nothing else on earth is forbidden. My love, it is as common as hunger, as common as time. And now you have my power and command. You and I shall put an end to it through what we will do now. A young man rushed at me, crazed, hands out to catch my throat. Kill him. He cursed me as I drove him backwards with the invisible power, feeling the spasm deep in my throat and my belly, and then a sudden tightening in the temples. I felt it touching him. I felt it pouring out of me. I felt it as surely as if I had penetrated his skull with my fingers and was squeezing his brain. Seeing it would have been crude. There was no need to see it. All I needed to see was the blood spurting from his mouth and his ears and down his naked chest. Oh, was she ever right? How I had wanted to do it. How I had dreamed of it in my earliest mortal years. The sheer bliss of killing them under all their names which were the same, enemy. Those who deserved killing, those who were born for killing, killing with full force, my body turning to solid muscle, my teeth clenched, my hatred and my invisible strength made one. In all directions they ran, but that only further inflamed me. I drove them back, the power slamming them into the walls. I aimed for the heart with this invisible tongue, and heard the heart when it burst. I turned round and round, directing it carefully, yet instantly at this one, and then another as he ran through the doorway, and yet another as he rushed down the corridor, and yet another as he tore the lamp from its chains and hurled it foolishly at me. Into the back rooms of the temple I pursued them, with exhilarating ease, through the heaps of gold and silver, tossing them over on their backs as if with long invisible fingers, then clamping those invisible fingers on their arteries until the blood gushed through the bursting flesh. The women crowded together, weeping. Others fled. I heard bones break as I walked over the bodies. And then I realized that she, too, was killing them, that we were doing it together, and the room was now littered with the mutilated and the dead. A dark, rank smell of blood permeated everything. The fresh, cold wind could not dispel it. The air was filled with soft, despairing cries. A giant of a man raced at me, eyes bulging as he tried to stop me with a great curved sword. In rage I snatched the sword from him and sliced through his neck. Right through the bone the blade went, breaking as it did so, and head and broken blade fell at my feet. I kicked aside the body. I went in the courtyard and stared at those who shrank from me in terror. I had no more reason, no more conscience. It was a mindless game to chase them, corner them, thrust aside the women behind whom they hid, or who struggled so pitifully to hide them, and aim the power at the right place, to pump the power at that vulnerable spot until they lay still. The front gates! She was calling me. The men in the courtyard were dead. The women were tearing their hair, sobbing. I walked through the ruined temple, through the mourners and the dead they mourned. The crowd at the gates was on its knees in the snow, ignorant of what had gone on inside, voices raised in desperate entreaty. Admit me to the chamber. Admit me to the vision and the hunger of the Lord. At the sight of Akasha, their cries rose in volume. They reached out to touch her garments as the locks broke and the gates swung open. The wind howled down the mountain pass. The bell in the tower above gave a faint, hollow sound. Again I shoved them down, rupturing brains and hearts and arteries. I saw their thin arms flung out in the snow. The wind itself stank of blood. Akasha's voice cut through the horrid screams, telling the women to draw back and away, and they would be safe. Finally, I was killing so fast I couldn't even see it anymore. The males must die. I was rushing towards completion, that every single male thing that moved or stirred or moaned should be dead. Like an angel, I moved on, down the winding path, with an invisible sword. And finally, all the way down the cliff, they dropped to their knees and waited for death. In a ghastly passivity, they accepted it. Suddenly I felt her holding me, though she was nowhere near me. I heard her voice in my head. "Well done, my prince." I couldn't stop. This invisible thing was one of my limbs now. I couldn't withdraw it and bring it back into myself. It was as if I was poised to take a breath, and if I did not take that breath I should die. But she held me motionless, and a great calm was coming over me, as if a drug had been fed into my veins. Finally I grew still, and the power concentrated itself within me, and became part of me and nothing more. Slowly I turned around. I looked at the clear, snowy peaks, the perfectly black sky, and at the long line of dark bodies that lay on the path from the temple gates. The women were clinging to one another, sobbing in disbelief or giving off low and terrible moans. I smelled death as I have never smelled it. I looked down at the bits of flesh and gore that had splashed my garments. But my hands were so white and clean. Dear God, I didn't do it. Not me. I didn't. And my hands, they are clean. Oh, but I had. And what am I that I could do it? That I loved it. Loved it beyond all reason. Loved it as men have always loved it in the absolute moral freedom of war. It seemed a silence had fallen. If the women still cried, I didn't hear them. I didn't hear the wind either. I was moving, though why I didn't know. I had dropped down to my knees, and I reached out for the last man I had slain, who was flung like broken sticks in the snow, and I put my hand into the blood on his mouth, and then I smeared this blood all over both my hands and pressed them to my face. Never had I killed in 200 years that I hadn't tasted the blood and taken it along with the life into myself. And that was a monstrous thing. But more had died here in these few ghastly moments than all those I'd ever sent to their untimely graves, and it had been done with the ease of thought and breath. Oh, this can never be atoned for. This can never, never be justified. I stood staring at the snow, through my bloody fingers, weeping, and yet hating that as well. Then gradually I realized that some change had taken place with the women. Something was happening around me, and I could feel it, as if the cold air had been warmed and the wind had risen and left the steep slope undisturbed. Then the change seemed to enter into me, subduing my anguish and even slowing the beat of my heart. The crying had ceased. Indeed, the women were moving by twos and threes down the path as if in a trance, stepping over the dead. It seemed that sweet music was playing, and that the earth had suddenly yielded spring flowers of every color and description, and that the air was full of perfume. Yet these things weren't happening, were they? In a haze of muted colors, the women passed me in rags and silks and dark cloaks. I shook myself all over. I had to think clearly. This was no time for disorientation. This power and these dead bodies were no dream, and I could not, absolutely could not, yield to this overwhelming sense of well-being and peace. "Akasha," I whispered. Then, lifting my eyes, not because I wanted to, but because I had to, I saw her, standing on a far promontory, and the women, young and old, were moving towards her, some so weak from the cold and from hunger that others had to carry them over the frozen ground. A hush had fallen over all things. Without words she began to speak to those assembled before her. It seemed she addressed them in their own language, or in something quite beyond specific language. I couldn't tell. In a daze I saw her stretch out her arms to them. Her black hair spilled down on her white shoulders, and the folds of her long, simple gown barely moved in the soundless wind. It struck me that never in all my life had I beheld anything quite as beautiful as she was. And it was not merely the sum of her physical attributes. It was the pure serenity, the essence that I perceived with my innermost soul. A lovely euphoria came over me as she spoke. "Do not be afraid," she told them. "The bloody reign of your God is over, and now you may return to the truth." Soft anthems rose from the worshippers. Some dipped their foreheads to the ground before her, and it appeared that this pleased her, or at least that she would allow it. "You must return now to your villages," she said. "You must tell those who knew of the blood god that he is dead. The Queen of Heaven has destroyed him. The Queen will destroy all those males who still believe in him. The Queen of Heaven will bring a new reign of peace on earth. There will be death for the males who have oppressed you, but you must wait for my sign." As she paused, the anthems rose again. The Queen of Heaven, the Goddess, the Good Mother, the old litany, sung in 1,000 tongues the world over, was finding a new form. I shuddered. I made myself shudder. I had to penetrate that spell. It was a trick of the power, just as the killing had been a trick of the power, something definable and measurable, yet I remained drugged by the sight of her and by the anthems, by the soft embrace of this feeling. All is well. All is as it should be. We are all safe. Somewhere, from the sunlit recesses of my mortal memory, a day came back, a day like many before it, when in the month of May in our village we had crowned a statue of the Virgin amid banks of sweet-smelling flowers, when we had sung exquisite hymns. Ah, the loveliness of that moment, when a crown of white lilies had been lifted to the Virgin's veiled head. I'd gone home that night singing those hymns. In an old prayer book I'd found a picture of the Virgin, and it had filled me with enchantment and wondrous religious fervor, such as I felt now. And from somewhere deeper in me, even, where the sun had never penetrated, came the realization that if I believed in her and what she was saying, then this unspeakable thing, this slaughter that I had committed against fragile and helpless mortals, would somehow be redeemed. "You kill now in my name and for my cause, and I give you the greatest freedom ever given man. I tell you that to slay your brother is right." "Go on," she said aloud. "Leave this temple forever. Leave the dead to the snow and the winds. Tell the people a new era is coming, when those males who glorify death and killing shall reap their reward, and the era of peace shall be yours. I will come again to you. I will show you the way. Await my coming, and I will tell you then what you must do. For now believe in me and what you have seen here, and tell others that they too may believe. Let the men come and see what awaits them. Wait for signs from me." In a body they moved to obey her command. They ran down the mountain path towards those distant worshippers who had fled the massacre. Their cries rose thin and ecstatic in the snowy void. The wind gusted through the valley. High on the hill the temple bell gave another dull peal. The wind tore at the scant garments of the dead. The snow had begun to fall softly and then thickly, covering brown legs and arms and faces with open eyes. The sense of well-being had dissipated, and all the raw aspects of the moment were clear and inescapable again. These women, this visitation, bodies in the snow, undeniable displays of power, disruptive and overwhelming. Then a soft little sound broke the silence. Things shattering in the temple above, things falling, breaking apart. I turned and looked at her. She stood still on the little promontory, a cloak very loosely over her shoulders, her flesh as white as the falling snow. Her eyes were fixed on the temple, and as the sounds continued, I knew what was happening within. Jars of oil breaking, braziers falling, the soft whisper of cloth exploding into flame. Finally the smoke rose, thick and black, billowing from the bell tower and from over the rear wall. The bell tower trembled. A great roaring noise echoed against the far cliffs, and then the stones broke loose, the tower collapsed. It fell down into the valley, and the bell, with one final peal, disappeared into the soft white abyss. The temple was consumed in fire. I stared at it, my eyes watering from the smoke that blew down over the path, carrying with it tiny ashes and bits of soot. Vaguely I was aware that my body wasn't cold, despite the snow, that it wasn't tired from the exertion of killing. Indeed, my flesh was whiter than it had been, and my lungs took in the air so efficiently that I couldn't hear my own breathing. Even my heart was softer, steadier. Only my soul was bruised and sore. For the first time ever in my life, either mortal or immortal, I was afraid that I might die. I was afraid that she might destroy me, and with reason, because I simply could not do again what I'd just done. I could not be a part of this design. And I prayed I couldn't be made to do it, that I would have the strength to refuse. I felt her hands on my shoulders. "Turn and look at me, Lestat." I did as she asked, and there it was again, the most seductive beauty I'd ever beheld. "And I am yours, my love. You are my only true companion, my finest instrument. You know this, do you not?" Again a deliberate shudder. "Where in God's name are you, Lestat? Are you going to shrink from speaking your heart?" "Akasha, help me," I whispered. "Tell me, why did you want me to do this killing? What did you mean when you told them that the males would be punished, that there would be a reign of peace on earth?" How stupid my words sounded. Looking into her eyes, I could believe she was the goddess. It was as if she drew my conviction out of me, as if it were merely blood. I was quaking suddenly with fear. Quaking. I knew what the word meant for the first time. I tried to say more, but I merely stammered. Finally, I blurted it out. "In the name of what morality will all this be done?" "In the name of my morality," she answered, the faint little smile as beautiful as before. "I am the reason, the justification, the right by which it is done." Her voice was cold with anger, but her blank, sweet expression had not changed. "Now, listen to me, beautiful one," she said. "I love you. You've awakened me from my long sleep into my great purpose. It gives me joy merely to look at you, to see the light in your blue eyes, and to hear the sound of your voice. It would wound me beyond your understanding of pain to see you die. But as the stars are my witness, you will aid me in my mission, or you will be no more than the instrument for the commencement, as Judas was to Christ. And I shall destroy you as Christ destroyed Judas once your usefulness is past." Rage overcame me. I couldn't help myself. The shift from fear to anger was so fast I was boiling inside. "But how do you dare to do these things?" I asked. "To send these ignorant souls abroad with mad lies?" She stared at me in silence. It seemed she would strike out at me. Her face became that of a statue again, and I thought, well, the moment is now. I will die the way I saw Azim die. I can't save Gabrielle or Louis. I can't save Armand. I won't fight because it's useless. I won't move when it happens. I'll go deep into myself, perhaps, if I must run from the pain. I'll find some last illusion, like baby Jenks did, and cling to it until I am no longer Lestat. She didn't move. The fires on the hill were burning down. The snow was coming more thickly, and she had become like a ghost standing there in the silent snowfall, white as the snow was white. "You really aren't afraid of anything, are you?" she said. "I'm afraid of you," I said. "Oh, no, I do not think so." I nodded. "I am. And I'll tell you what else I am. Vermin on the face of the earth. Nothing more than that. A loathsome killer of human beings. But I know that's what I am. I do not pretend to be what I am not. You have told these ignorant people that you are the Queen of Heaven. How do you mean to redeem those words? And what will they accomplish among stupid and innocent minds?" "Such arrogance," she said softly. "Such incredible arrogance. And yet I love you. I love your courage, even your rashness, which has always been your saving grace. I even love your stupidity. Don't you understand? There is no promise now that I cannot keep. I shall make the myths over. I am the Queen of Heaven, and heaven shall reign on earth finally. I am anything that I say I am." "Oh, Lord God," I whispered, "do not speak those hollow words, those words that have never meant anything to anyone. You stand in the presence of the only goddess you will ever know. You are the only god these people will ever know. Well, you must think like a god now, my beauty. You must reach for something beyond your selfish little ambitions. Don't you realize what's taken place?" I shook my head. "I don't know anything. I'm going mad." She laughed. She threw back her head and laughed. "We are what they dream of, Lestat. We cannot disappoint them. If we did, the truth implicit in the earth beneath our feet would be betrayed." She turned away from me. She went back up again to the small outcropping of snow-covered rock where she had stood before. She was looking down into the valley, at the path that cut along the sheer cliff beneath her, at the pilgrims turning back now as the fleeing women gave them the word. I heard cries echo off the stone face of the mountain. I heard the men dying down there as she, unseen, struck them with that power, that great, seductive and easy power, and the women stammering madly of miracles and visions. And then the wind rose, swallowing everything, it seemed. A great, indifferent wind. I saw her shimmering face for an instant. She came towards me. I thought, this is death again. This is death coming. The woods and the wolves coming, and no place to hide. And then my eyes closed. When I awoke, I was in a small house. I didn't know how we'd gotten here, or how long ago the slaughter in the mountains had been. I'd been drowning in the voices, and now and then a dream had come to me, a terrible yet familiar dream. I had seen two red-headed women in this dream. They knelt beside an altar where a body lay waiting for them to perform some ritual, some crucial ritual. And I'd been struggling desperately to understand the dream's content, for it seemed that everything depended upon it. I must not forget it again. But now all that faded, the voices, the unwelcome images. The moment pressed in. The place where I lay was dark and dirty and full of foul smells. In little dwellings all around us, mortals lived in misery, babies crying in hunger amid the smell of cooking fires and rancid grease. There was war in this place, true war, not the debacle of the mountainside, but old-fashioned 20th century war. From the minds of the afflicted I caught it in viscid glimpses, an endless existence of butchery and menace. Buses burned, people trapped inside, beating upon the locked windows, trucks exploding, women and children running from machine gun fire. I lay on the floor as if someone had flung me there, and Akasha stood in the doorway, her cloak wrapped tightly around her, even to her eyes, as she peered out into the dark. When I had climbed to my feet and come up beside her, I saw a mud alley full of puddles, and other small dwellings, some with roofs of tin and others with roofs of sagging newspaper. Against the filthy walls men slept, wrapped from head to toe as if in shrouds. But they were not dead, and the rats they sought to avoid knew it, and the rats nibbled at the wrappings, and the men twitched and jerked in their sleep. It was hot here, and the warmth cooked the stenches of the place. Urine, feces, the vomit of dying children. I could even smell the hunger of the children as they cried in spasms. I could smell the deep, dank sea smell of the gutters and the cesspools. This was no village. It was a place of hovels and shacks, of hopelessness. Dead bodies lay between the dwellings. Disease was rampant, and the old and the sick sat silent in the dark, dreaming of nothing, or of death, perhaps, which was nothing, as the babies cried. Down the alley there came now a tottering child with a swollen belly, screaming as it rubbed with a small fist its swollen eye. It seemed not to see us in the darkness. From door to door it went, crying, its smooth brown skin glistening in the dim flicker of the cooking fires as it moved away. "Where are we?" I asked her. Astonished, I saw her turn and lift her hand tenderly to stroke my hair and my face. Relief washed through me. But the raw suffering of this place was too great for that relief to matter. So she had not destroyed me, she had brought me to hell. What was the purpose? All around me I felt the misery, the despair. What could alter the suffering of these abject people? "My poor warrior," she said. Her eyes were full of blood tears. "Don't you know where we are?" I didn't answer. She spoke slowly, close to my ear. "Shall I recite the poetry of names?" she asked. "Calcutta, if you wish, or Ethiopia, or the streets of Bombay. These poor souls could be the peasants of Sri Lanka, of Pakistan, of Nicaragua, of El Salvador. It does not matter what it is. It matters how much there is of it. That all around the oases of your shining western cities it exists. It is 3/4 of the world. Open your ears, my darling. Listen to their prayers. Listen to the silence of those who've learned to pray for nothing. For nothing has always been their portion, whatever the name of their nation, their city, their tribe." We walked out together into the mud street, past piles of dung and filthy puddles, and the starving dogs that came forth, and the rats that darted across our path. Then we came to the ruins of an ancient palace. Reptiles slithered among the stones. The blackness swarmed with gnats. Derelicts slept in a long row beside a running gutter. Beyond, in the swamp, bodies rotted, bloated and forgotten. Far away on the highway the trucks passed, sending their rumble through the stifling heat like thunder. The misery of the place was like a gas, poisoning me as I stood there. This was the ragged edge of the savage garden of the world in which hope could not flower. This was a sewer. "But what can we do?" I whispered. "Why have we come here?" Again I was distracted by her beauty, the look of compassion that suddenly infected her and made me want to weep. "We can reclaim the world," she said, "as I've told you. We can make the myths real. And the time will come when this will be a myth, that humans ever knew such degradation. We shall see to that, my love." "But this is for them to solve, surely. It isn't only their obligation, it's their right. How can we aid in such a thing? How can our interference not lead to catastrophe?" "We shall see that it does not," she said calmly. Ah, but you don't begin to comprehend. You don't realize the strength we now possess. Nothing can stop us. But you must watch now. You are not ready, and I would not push you again. When you kill again for me, you must have perfect faith and perfect conviction. Be assured that I love you, and I know that a heart can't be educated in the space of a night, but learn from what you see and hear. She went back out in the street. For one moment she was merely a frail figure moving through the shadows. Then suddenly I could hear beings roused in the tiny hovels all around us, and I saw the women and children emerge. Around me the sleeping forms began to stir. I shrank back into the dark. I was trembling. I wanted desperately to do something, to beg her to have patience. But again that sense of peace descended, that spell of perfect happiness, and I was traveling back through the years to the little French church of my childhood as the hymns began. Through my tears I saw the shining altar. I saw the icon of the Virgin, a gleaming square of gold above the flowers. I heard the Aves whispered as if they were a charm. Under the arches of Notre Dame de Paris I heard the priest singing Salve Regina. Her voice came, clear, inescapable as it had been before, as if it were inside my brain. Surely the mortals heard it with the same irresistible power. The command itself was without words, and the essence was beyond dispute, that a new order was to begin, a new world in which the abused and injured would know peace and justice finally. The women and the children were exhorted to rise and to slay all males within this village. All males save 1 in 100 should be killed, and all male babies save 1 in 100 should also be slaughtered immediately. Peace on earth would follow. Once this had been done far and wide, there would be no more war. There would be food and plenty. I was unable to move, or to voice my terror. In panic I heard the frenzied cries of the women. Around me the sleeping derelicts rose from their wrappings, only to be driven back against the walls, dying as I had seen the men die in Azim's temple. The street rang with cries. In clouded flashes I saw people running. I saw the men rushing out of the houses, only to drop in the mud. On the distant road the trucks went up in flames, wheels screeching as the drivers lost control. Metal was hurled against metal. Gas tanks exploded. The night was full of magnificent light. Rushing from house to house, the women surrounded the men and beat them with any weapon they could find. Had the village of shanties and hovels ever known such vitality as it did now, in the name of death? And she, the Queen of Heaven, had risen and was hovering above the tin rooftops, a stark, delicate figure burning against the clouds as if made of white flame. I closed my eyes and turned towards the wall, fingers clutching at the crumbling rock. To think that we were solid as this, she and I, yet not of it, no, never of it. And we did not belong here, we had no right. But even as I wept, I felt the soft embrace of the spell again, the sweet, drowsy sensation of being surrounded by flowers, of slow music with its inevitable and enthralling rhythm. I felt the warm air as it passed into my lungs. I felt the old stone tiles beneath my feet. Soft green hills stretched out before me in hallucinatory perfection. A world without war or deprivation, in which women roamed free and unafraid, women who even under provocation would shrink from the common violence that lurks in the heart of every man. Against my will I lingered in this new world, ignoring the thud of bodies hitting the wet earth and the final curses and cries of those who were being killed. In great dreamy flashes I saw whole cities transformed. I saw streets without fear of the predatory and the senselessly destructive, streets in which beings moved without urgency or desperation. Houses were no longer fortresses. Gardens no longer needed their walls. "Oh, Marius, help me," I whispered, even as the sun poured down on the tree-lined pathways and endless green fields. "Please, please help me." And then another vision shocked me, crowding out the spell. I saw fields again, but there was no sunlight. This was a real place somewhere, and I was looking through the eyes of someone or something walking in a straight line with strong strides at incredible speed. But who was this someone? What was this being's destination? Now this vision was being sent. It was powerful, refusing to be ignored. But why? It was gone, as quickly as it had come. I was back in the crumbling palace arcade, among the scattered dead, staring through the open archway at the rushing figures, hearing the high-pitched cries of victory and jubilation. "Come out, my warrior, where they can see you. Come to me." She stood before me with her arms extended. God, what did they think they were seeing? For a moment I didn't move, then I went towards her, stunned and compliant, feeling the eyes of the women, their worshipful gaze. They fell down on their knees as she and I came together. I felt her hand close too tightly. I felt my heart thudding. Akasha, this is a lie, a terrible lie, and the evil sown here will flourish for a century. Suddenly the world tilted. We weren't standing on the ground anymore. She had me in her embrace, and we were rising over the tin roofs, and the women below were bowing and waving their arms and touching their foreheads to the mud. Behold the miracle! Behold the mother! Behold the mother and her angel! Then, in an instant, the village was a tiny scattering of silver roofs far below us, all that misery alchemized into images, and we were traveling once again on the wind. I glanced back, trying in vain to recognize the specific location, the dark swamps, the lights of the nearby city, the thin strip of road where the overturned truck still burned. But she was right. It didn't really matter. Whatever was going to happen had now begun, and I did not know what could possibly stop it. Chapter 4. The Story of the Twins, Part 1. All eyes were fixed on Maharet as she paused. Then she began again, her words seemingly spontaneous, though they came slowly and were carefully pronounced. She seemed not sad, but eager to re-examine what she meant to describe. Now, when I say that my sister and I were witches, I mean this. We inherited from our mother, as she had from her mother, the power to communicate with the spirits, to get them to do our bidding in small and significant ways. We could feel the presence of the spirits, which are in the main invisible to human eyes, and the spirits were drawn to us. And those with such powers as we had were greatly revered among our people, and sought after for advice and miracles and glimpses into the future, and occasionally for putting the spirits of the dead to rest. What I am saying is that we were perceived as good, and we had our place in the scheme of things. There have always been witches as far as I know, and there are witches now, though most no longer understand what their powers are or how to use them. Then there are those known as clairvoyants, or mediums, or channelers, or even psychic detectives. It is all the same thing. These are people who, for reasons we may never understand, attract spirits. Spirits find them downright irresistible, and to get the notice of these people, the spirits will do all kinds of tricks. As for the spirits themselves, I know that you're curious about their nature and properties, that you did not, all of you, believe the story in Lestat's book about how the mother and the father were made. I'm not sure that Marius himself believed it when he was told the old story, or when he passed it on to Lestat. Marius nodded. Already he had numerous questions, but Maharet gestured for patience. "Bear with me," she said. "I will tell you all we knew of the spirits then, which is the same as what I know of them now. Understand, of course, that others may use a different name for these entities. Others may define them more in the poetry of science than I will do. The spirits spoke to us only telepathically. As I have said, they were invisible. But their presence could be felt. They had distinct personalities, and our family of witches had, over many generations, given them various names. We divided them, as sorcerers have always done, into the good and the evil, but there is no evidence that they themselves have a sense of right and wrong. The evil spirits were those who were openly hostile to human beings, and who liked to play malicious tricks, such as the throwing of stones, the making of wind, and other such pesty things. Those who possess humans are often evil spirits. Those who haunt houses and are called poltergeists fall into this category too. The good spirits could love, and wanted, by and large, to be loved as well. Seldom did they think up mischief on their own. They would answer questions about the future, they would tell us what was happening in other remote places, and for very powerful witches, such as my sister and me, for those whom the good spirits really loved, they would do their greatest and most taxing trick. They would make the rain. But you can see from what I'm saying that labels such as good and evil were self-serving. The good spirits were useful, the bad spirits were dangerous and nerve-wracking. To pay attention to the bad spirits, to invite them to hang about, was to court disaster, because ultimately they could not be controlled. There was also abundant evidence that what we called bad spirits envied us, that we were fleshly and also spiritual, that we had the pleasures and powers of the physical while possessing spiritual minds. Very likely this mixture of flesh and spirit in human beings makes all spirits curious. It is the source of our attraction for them. But it rankles the bad spirits. The bad spirits would know sensuous pleasure, it seems, yet they cannot. The good guys did not evince such dissatisfaction. Now, as to where these spirits came from, they used to tell us that they had always been here. They would brag that they had watched human beings change from animals into what they were. We didn't know what they meant by such remarks. We thought they were being playful or just lying. But now the study of human evolution makes it obvious that the spirits had witnessed this development. As for questions about their nature, how they were made, or by whom, well, these they never answered. I don't think they understood what we were asking. They seemed insulted by the questions, or even slightly afraid, or even thought the questions were humorous. I suspect that someday the scientific nature of spirits will be known. I suspect that they are matter and energy in sophisticated balance, as is everything else in our universe, and that they are no more magical than electricity, or radio waves, or quarks, or atoms, or voices over the telephone, the things that seemed supernatural only 200 years ago. In fact, the poetry of modern science has helped me to understand them, in retrospect, better than any other philosophical tool. Yet I cling to my old language, rather instinctively. It was Macari's contention that she could now and then see them, and that they had tiny cores of physical matter and great bodies of whirling energy which she compared to storms of lightning and wind. She said there were creatures in the sea which were equally exotic in their organization, and insects who resembled the spirits too. It was always at night that she saw their physical bodies, and they were never visible for more than a second, and usually only when the spirits were in a rage. Their size was enormous, she said, but then they said this too. They told us we could not imagine how big they were, but then they loved to brag. One must constantly sort from their statements the part which makes sense. That they exert great force upon the physical world is beyond doubt. Otherwise, how could they move objects, as they do in poltergeist hauntings, and how could they have brought together the clouds to make the rain? Yet, very little is really accomplished by them, for all the energy they expend. And that was a key, always, to controlling them. There is only so much they can do, and no more, and a good witch was someone who understood that perfectly. Whatever their material makeup is, they have no apparent biological needs, these entities. They do not age, they do not change, and the key to understanding their childish and whimsical behavior lies in this. They have no need to do anything. They drift about, unaware of time, for there is no physical reason to care about it, and they do whatever strikes the fancy. Obviously, they can see our world. They are part of it. But how it looks to them, I can't guess. Why witches attract them or interest them, I don't know either. But that's the crux of it. They see the witch, they go to her, make themselves known to her, and are powerfully flattered when they are noticed. And they do her bidding in order to get more attention, and in some cases in order to be loved. And as this relationship progresses, they are made for the love of the witch to concentrate on various tasks. It exhausts them, but it also delights them to see human beings so impressed. But imagine now how much fun it is for them to listen to prayers and try to answer them, to hang about altars and make thunder after sacrifices are offered up. When a clairvoyant calls upon the spirit of a dead ancestor to speak to his descendants, they are quite thrilled to start chattering away in pretense of being the dead ancestor, though of course they are not that person, and they will telepathically extract information from the brains of the descendants in order to delude them all the more. Surely all of you know the pattern of their behavior. It's no different now than it was in our time. But what is different is the attitude of human beings to what spirits do, and that difference is crucial. When a spirit in these times haunts a house and makes predictions through the vocal cords of a 5-year-old child, no one much believes it, except those who see and hear it. It does not become the foundation of a great religion. It is as if the human species has grown immune to such things. It has evolved, perhaps, to a higher stage where the antics of spirits no longer befuddle it. And though religions linger, old religions which became entrenched in darker times, they are losing their influence among the educated very rapidly. But I'll say more on this later on. Let me continue now to define the properties of a witch, as such things relate to me and my sister and to what happened to us. It was an inherited thing in our family. It may be physical, for it seemed to run in our family line through the women and to be coupled invariably with the physical attributes of green eyes and red hair. As all of you know, as you've come to learn in one way or another since you entered this house, my child Jessie was a witch. And in the Talamasca she used her powers often to comfort those who were plagued by spirits and ghosts. Ghosts, of course, are spirits, too, but they are without question spirits of those who have been human on earth, whereas the spirits I have been speaking of are not. However, one can never be too sure on this point. A very old earthbound ghost could forget that he had ever been alive, and possibly the very malevolent spirits are ghosts, and that is why they hunger so for the pleasures of the flesh, and when they possess some poor human being they belch obscenities. For them the flesh is filth, and they would have men and women believe that erotic pleasures and malice are equally dangerous and evil. But the fact is, given the way spirits lie, if they don't want to tell you, there's no way to know why they do what they do. Perhaps their obsession with the erotic is merely something abstracted from the minds of men and women who have always felt guilty about such things. To return to the point, it was mostly the women in our family who were witches. In other families it passes through both men and women, or it can appear full-blown in a human being for reasons we can't grasp. Be that as it may, ours was an old family of witches. We could count witches back 50 generations, to what was called the time before the moon. That is, we claim to have lived in the very early period of Earth history, before the moon had come into the night sky. The legends of our people told of the coming of the moon and the floods, storms, and earthquakes that attended it. Whether such a thing really happened, I don't know. We also believed that our sacred stars were the Pleiades, or the Seven Sisters, that all blessings came from that constellation. But why, I never knew, or cannot remember. I talk of old myths now, beliefs that were old before I was born. And those who commune with spirits become, for obvious reasons, rather skeptical of things. Yet science, even now, cannot deny or verify the tales of the time before the moon. The coming of the moon, its subsequent gravitational pull, has been used theoretically to explain the shifting of the polar caps and the late ice ages. Maybe there was truth in the old stories, truths that will someday be clarified for us all. Whatever the case, ours was an old line. Our mother had been a powerful witch, to whom the spirits told numerous secrets, reading men's minds as they do. And she had a great effect upon the restless spirits of the dead. In Makari and me, it seemed her power had been doubled, as is often true with twins. That is, each of us was twice as powerful as our mother. As for the power we had together, it was incalculable. We talked to the spirits when we were in the cradle. We were surrounded by them when we played. As twins, we developed our own secret language, which not even our mother understood, but the spirits knew it. The spirits would understand anything we said to them. They could even speak our secret language back to us. Understand, I don't tell you all this out of pride. That would be absurd. I tell you so that you will grasp what we were to each other, and to our own people, before the soldiers of Akasha and Enkil came into our land. I want you to understand why this evil, this making of the blood drinkers, eventually happened. We were a great family. We had lived in the caves of Mount Carmel for as long as anybody knew, and our people had always built their encampments on the valley floor at the foot of the mountain. They lived by herding goats and sheep, and now and then they hunted, and they grew a few crops for the making of the hallucinogenic drugs we took to make trances. This was part of our religion, and also for the making of beer. They cut down the wild wheat, which grew then in profusion. Small, round, mud-brick houses with thatched roofs made up our village, but there were others which had grown into small cities, and some in which all the houses were entered from the roofs. Our people made a highly distinctive pottery which they took to the markets of Jericho for trade. From there they brought back lapis lazuli, ivory, incense, and mirrors of obsidian and other such fine things. Of course, we knew of many other cities, vast and beautiful as Jericho, cities which are now buried completely under the earth and which may never be found. But by and large we were simple people. We knew what writing was, that is, the concept of it, but it did not occur to us to use such a thing, as words had a great power, and we would not have dared to write our names, or curses, or truths that we knew. If a person had your name, he could call on the spirits to curse you. He could go out of his body in a trance and travel to where you were. Who could know what power you would put into his hands if he could write your name on stone or papyrus? Even for those who weren't afraid, it was distasteful, at the very least. And in the large cities, writing was largely used for financial records, which we, of course, could keep in our heads. In fact, all knowledge among our people was committed to memory. The priests who sacrificed to the bull god of our people, in whom we did not believe, by the way, committed his traditions and beliefs to memory and taught them to the young priests by rote and by verse. Family histories were told from memory, of course. We did, however, paint pictures that covered the walls of the bull shrines in the village. And my family, living in the caves on Mount Carmel, as we had always, covered our secret grottos with paintings which no one saw but us. Therein we kept a kind of record. But this was done with caution. I never painted nor drew the image of myself, for example, until after catastrophe had struck, and I and my sister were the things which we all are. But to return to our people. We were peaceful. Shepherds, sometime craftsmen, sometime traders, no more, no less. When the armies of Jericho went to war, sometimes our young men joined them, but that was what they wanted to do. They wanted to be young men of adventure and to be soldiers, and no glory of that sort. Others went to the cities to see the great markets, the majesty of the courts, or the splendor of the temples. And some went to ports of the Mediterranean to see the great merchant ships. But for the most part, life went on in our villages as it had for many centuries without change. And Jericho protected us, almost indifferently, because it was the magnet which drew an enemy's force unto itself. Never, never did we hunt men to eat their flesh. This was not our custom, and I cannot tell you what an abomination such cannibalism would have been to us, the eating of enemy flesh. Because we were cannibals, and the eating of the flesh had a special significance. we ate the flesh of our dead. Maharet paused for a moment, as if she wanted the significance of these words to be plain to all. Marius saw the image again of the two red-haired women kneeling before the funeral feast. He felt the warm midday stillness and the solemnity of the moment. He tried to clear his mind and see only Maharet's face. "Understand," Maharet said. "We believed that the spirit left the body at death, but we also believe that the residue of all living things contains some tiny amount of power after life itself is gone. For example, a man's personal belongings retain some bit of his vitality, and the body and bones surely. And of course, when we consume the flesh of our dead, this residue, so to speak, would be consumed as well. But the real reason we ate the dead was out of respect. It was, in our view, the proper way to treat the remains of those we loved. We took into ourselves the bodies of those who'd given us life, the bodies from which our bodies had come. And so a cycle was completed, and the sacred remains of those we loved were saved from the awful horror of putrefaction within the earth, or from being devoured by wild beasts, or burnt as if they were fuel or refuse. There is a great logic to it, if you think on it. But the important thing to realize is that it was part and parcel of us as a people. The sacred duty of every child was to consume the remains of his parents. The sacred duty of the tribe was to consume the dead. Not a single man, woman, or child died in our village whose body was not consumed by kith or kin. Not a single man, woman, or child of our village had not consumed the flesh of the dead. Again Maharet paused, her eyes sweeping the group slowly before she went on. "Now, it was not a time of great wars," she said. "Jericho had been at peace for as long as anyone could remember, and Nineveh had been at peace as well. But far away, to the southwest in the Nile Valley, the savage people of that land made war as they had always done upon the jungle peoples south of them, so that they might bring back captives for their spits and pots. For not only did they devour their own dead with all proper respect, as we did, they ate the bodies of their enemies. They gloried in it. They believed the strength of the enemy went into their bodies when they consumed his flesh. Also, they liked the taste of the flesh. We scorned what they did, for the reasons I've explained. How could anyone want the flesh of an enemy? But perhaps the crucial difference between us and the warlike dwellers of the Nile Valley was not that they ate their enemies, but that they were warlike and we were peaceful. We did not have any enemies. Now, about the time that my sister and I reached our 16th year, a great change occurred in the Nile Valley, or so we were told. The aging queen of that realm died without a daughter to carry on the royal blood. And amongst many ancient peoples the royal blood went only through the female line. Since no male can ever be certain of the paternity of his wife's child, it was the queen or the princess who brought with her the divine right to the throne. This is why Egyptian pharaohs of a later age often married their sisters. It was to secure their royal right. And so it would have been with this young King Enkil if he had had a sister, but he did not. He did not even have a royal cousin or aunt to marry, but he was young and strong and determined to rule his land. Finally, he settled upon a new bride, not from his own people, but from those of the city of Uruk in the Tigris and Euphrates Valley. And this was Akasha, a beauty of the royal family, and a worshipper of the great goddess Inanna, and one who could bring into Enkil's kingdom the wisdom of her land. Or so the gossip went, in the marketplaces of Jericho and Nineveh, and with the caravans that came to trade for our wares. Now the people of the Nile were farmers already, but they tended to neglect this, to hunt, to make war for human flesh. And this horrified the beautiful Akasha, who set about at once to turn them away from this barbaric habit, as possibly anyone of higher civilization might do. She probably also brought with her writing, as the people of Uruk had it. They were great keepers of records. But as writing was something largely scorned by us, I do not know this for sure. Perhaps the Egyptians had already begun to write on their own. You cannot imagine the slowness with which such things affect a culture. Records of taxation might be kept for generations before anyone commits to a clay tablet the words of a poem. Peppers and herbs might be cultivated by a tribe for 200 years before anyone thinks to grow wheat or corn. As you know, the Indians of South America had toys with wheels when the Europeans swept down upon them, and jewelry they had, made of metal, but they had no wheels in use in any other form whatsoever, and they did not use metal for their weapons, and so they were defeated by the Europeans almost at once. Whatever the case, I don't know the full story of the knowledge Akasha brought with her from Uruk. I do know that our people heard great gossip about the ban upon all cannibalism in the Nile Valley, and how those who disobeyed were cruelly put to death. The tribes who had hunted flesh for generations were infuriated that they could no longer enjoy this sport. But even greater was the fury of all the people that they could not eat their own dead. Not to hunt, that was one thing, but to commit one's ancestors to the earth was a horror to them, as it would have been to us. So, in order that Akasha's edict would be obeyed, the king decreed that all the bodies of the dead must be treated with unguents and wrapped up. Not only could one not eat the sacred flesh of mother or father, but it must be secured in linen wrappings at great expense, and these intact bodies must be displayed for all to see, and then placed in tombs with proper offerings and incantation of the priest. The sooner the wrapping was done, the better, because no one could then get to the flesh. And to further assist the people in this new observance, Akasha and Enkil convinced them that the spirits of the dead would fare better in the realm to which they had gone if their bodies were preserved in these wrappings on earth. In other words, the people were told, "Your beloved ancestors are not neglected, rather they are well kept." We thought it was very amusing when we heard it, wrapping the dead and putting them away in furnished rooms above or below the desert sand. We thought it amusing that the spirits of the dead should be helped by the perfect maintenance of their bodies on earth. For as anyone knows who has ever communicated with the dead, it is better that they forget their bodies. It is only when they relinquish their earthly image that they can rise to the higher plane. And now in Egypt, in the tombs of the very rich and very religious, there lay these things, these mummies in which the flesh rotted away. If anyone had told us that this custom of mummification would become entrenched in that culture, that for 4,000 years the Egyptians would practice it, that it would become a great and enduring mystery to the entire world, that little children in the 20th century would go into museums to gaze at mummies, we would not have believed such a thing. However, it did not matter to us, really. We were very far from the Nile Valley. We could not even imagine what these people were like. We knew their religion had come out of Africa, that they worshipped the god Osiris and the sun god Ra, and animal gods as well. But we really didn't understand these people. We didn't understand their land of inundation and desert. When we held in our hands fine objects which they had made, we knew some faint shimmer of their personalities, but it was alien. We felt sorry for them, that they could not eat their dead. When we asked the spirits about them, the spirits seemed mightily amused by the Egyptians. They said the Egyptians had nice voices and nice words, and that it was pleasurable to visit their temples and altars. They liked the Egyptian tongue. Then they seemed to lose interest in the question, and to drift off, as was often the case. What they said fascinated us, but it didn't surprise us. We knew how the spirits liked our words and our chants and our songs, so the spirits were playing gods there for the Egyptians. The spirits did that sort of thing all the time. As the years passed, we heard that Enkil, to unite his kingdom and stop the rebellion and resistance of the die-hard cannibals, had made a great army and embarked on conquests to north and south. He had launched ships in the great sea. It was an old trick. Get them all to fight an enemy and they'll stop quarreling at home. But again, what had this to do with us? Ours was a land of serenity and beauty, of laden fruit trees and fields of wild wheat free for anyone to cut with a scythe. Ours was a land of green grass and cool breezes. But there wasn't anything that anyone would want to take from us, or so we believed. My sister and I continued to live in perfect peace on the gentle slopes of Mount Carmel, often speaking to our mother and to each other silently, or with a few private words, which we understood perfectly, and learning from our mother all she knew of the spirits and men's hearts. We drank the dream potions made by our mother from the plants we grew on the mountain, and in our trances and dream states we traveled back into the past and spoke with our ancestors, very great witches whose names we knew. In some, we lured the spirits of these ancient ones back to earth long enough to give us some knowledge. We also traveled out of our bodies and high over the land. I could spend these hours telling what we saw in these trances, how once Makare and I walked hand in hand through the streets of Nineveh, gazing on wonders which we had not imagined. But these things are not important now. Let me say only what the company of the spirits meant to us, the soft harmony in which we lived with all living things around us and with the spirits, and how at moments the love of the spirits was palpable to us, as Christian mystics have described the love of God or his saints. We lived in bliss together, my sister and I and our mother. The caves of our ancestors were warm and dry, and we had all things that we needed, fine robes and jewelry and lovely combs of ivory and sandals of leather, brought to us by the people as offerings, for no one ever paid us for what we did. And every day the people of our village came to consult with us, and we would put their questions to the spirits. We would try to see the future, which of course the spirits can do after a fashion, insofar as certain things tend to follow an inevitable course. We looked into minds with our telepathic power, and we gave the best wisdom that we could. Now and then those possessed were brought to us, and we drove out the demon, or the bad spirit, for that is all it was. And when a house was bedeviled, we went there and ordered the bad spirit away. We gave the dream potion to those who requested it, and they would fall into the trance or sleep and dream heavily in vivid images which we sought then to interpret or explain. For this we didn't really need the spirits, though sometimes we sought their particular advice. We used our own powers of understanding and deep vision, and often the information handed down to us as to what various images mean. But our greatest miracle, which took all our power to accomplish, and which we could never guarantee, was the bringing down of the rain. Now, in two basic ways we worked this miracle: little rain, which was largely symbolic and a demonstration of power and a great healing thing for our people's souls, or big rain, which was needed for the crops, and which was very hard indeed to do if we could do it at all. Both required a great wooing of the spirits, a great calling of their names, and demanding that they come together and concentrate and use their force at our command. Little rain was often done by our most familiar spirits, those who loved Makari and me most particularly, and had loved our mother and her mother, and all our ancestors before us, and could always be counted upon to do hard tasks out of love. But many spirits were required for big rain, and since some of these spirits seemed to loathe each other and to loathe cooperation, a great deal of flattery had to be thrown into the bargain. We had to do chants and a great dance. For hours we worked at it, as the spirits gradually took interest, came together, became enamored of the idea, and then finally set to work. Makari and I were able to accomplish big rain only 3 times. But what a lovely thing it was to see the clouds gather over the valley, to see the great blinding sheets of rain descend. All our people ran out into the downpour. The land itself seemed to swell, to open, to give thanks. Little rain we did often. We did it for others, we did it for joy. But it was the making of big rain that really spread our fame far and wide. We had always been known as the witches of the mountain, but now people came to us from the cities of the far north, from lands whose names we didn't know. Men waited their turn in the village to come to the mountain and drink the potion and have us examine their dreams. They waited their turn to seek our counsel, or sometimes merely to see us. And of course our village served them meat and drink and took an offering for this, and all profited, or so it seemed. And in this regard what we did was not so different from what doctors of psychology do in this century. We studied images, we interpreted them, we sought for some truth from the subconscious mind, and the miracles of little rain and big rain merely bolstered the faith of others in our abilities. One day, half a year, I think, before our mother was to die, a letter came into our hands. A messenger had brought it from the king and queen of Kemet, which was the land of Egypt, as the Egyptians called it themselves. It was a letter written on a clay tablet, as they wrote in Jericho and Nineveh, and there were little pictures in the clay, and the beginnings of what men would later call cuneiform. Of course we could not read it. In fact, we found it frightening, and thought that it might be a curse. We did not want to touch it, but touch it we had to do if we were to understand anything about it that we should know. The messenger said that his sovereigns Akasha and Enkil had heard of our great power, and would be honored if we would visit at their court. They had sent a great escort to accompany us to Kemet, and they would send us home with great gifts. We found ourselves, all three, distrustful of this messenger. He was speaking the truth, as far as he knew it, but there was more to the whole thing. So our mother took the clay tablet into her hands. Immediately she felt something from it, something which passed through her fingers and gave her great distress. At first she wouldn't tell us what she had seen. Then, taking us aside, she said that the king and queen of Kemet were evil, great shedders of blood, and very disregarding of others' beliefs, and that a terrible evil would come to us from this man and woman, no matter what the writing said. Then Makare and I touched the letter, and we too caught the presentiment of evil. But there was a mystery here, a dark tangle, and caught up with the evil was an element of courage and what seemed good. In sum, this was no simple plot to steal us and our power. There was some genuine curiosity and respect. Finally, we asked the spirits, those two spirits which Makare and I most loved. They came near to us, and they read the letter, which was a very easy thing for them to do. They said that the messenger had told the truth. But some terrible danger would come to us if we were to go to the king and queen of Kemet. Why? We asked the spirits. Because the king and queen will ask you questions, the spirits answered, and if you answer truthfully, which you will, the king and queen will be angry with you, and you will be destroyed. Of course, we would never have gone to Egypt anyway. We didn't leave our mountain. But now we knew for sure that we must not. We told the messenger with all respect that we could not leave the place where we had been born, that no witch of our family had ever left here, and we begged him to tell this to the king and queen. And so the messenger left, and life returned to its normal routine. Except that several nights later, an evil spirit came to us, one which we called Amel. Enormous, powerful, and full of rancor, this thing danced about the clearing before our cave, trying to get Makare and me to take notice of him, and telling us that we might soon need his help. We were long used to the blandishments of evil spirits. It made them furious that we would not talk to them, as other witches and wizards might. But we knew these entities to be untrustworthy and uncontrollable, and we had never been tempted to use them, and thought that we never would. This Amel, in particular, was maddened by our neglect of him, as he called it, and he declared over and over that he was Amel the Powerful, and Amel the Invincible, and we should show him some respect. For we might have great need of him in the future. We might need him more than we could imagine, for trouble was coming our way. At this point our mother came out of the cave and demanded of this spirit what was this trouble that he saw. This shocked us, because we had always been forbidden by her to speak to evil spirits, and when she had spoken to them it was always to curse them or drive them away, or to confuse them with riddles and trick questions so that they got angry, felt stupid, and gave up. Amel the terrible, the evil, the overwhelming, whatever he called himself, and his boasting was endless, declared only that great trouble was coming, and we should pay him the proper respect if we were wise. He then bragged of all the evil he had worked for the wizards of Nineveh, that he could torment people, bedevil them, and even prick them as if he were a swarm of gnats. He could draw blood from humans, he declared, and he liked the taste of it, and he would draw blood for us. My mother laughed at him. "How could you do such a thing?" she demanded. "You are a spirit. You have no body. You can taste nothing," she said. And this is the sort of language which always made spirits furious, for they envy us the flesh, as I've said. Well, this spirit, to demonstrate his power, came down upon our mother like a gale, and immediately her good spirits fought him, and there was a terrible commotion over the clearing. But when it had died away, and Amel had been driven back by our guardian spirits, we saw that there were tiny pricks upon our mother's hand. Amel, the evil one, had drawn blood from her exactly as he had said he would, as if a swarm of gnats had tormented her with little bites. My mother looked at these tiny pin-prick wounds. The good spirits went mad to see her treated with such disrespect. But she told them to be still. Silently she pondered this thing, how it could be possible, and how this spirit might taste the blood that he had drawn. And it was then that Makari explained her vision, that these spirits had infinitesimal material cores at the very center of their great invisible bodies, and it was possibly through this core that the spirit tasted the blood. Imagine, Makari said, the wick of a lamp, but a tiny thing within a flame. The wick might absorb blood, and so it was with the spirit, who appeared to be all flame, but had that tiny wick in it. Our mother was scornful, but she did not like this thing. She said ironically that the world was full of wonders enough without evil spirits with a taste for blood. "Begone, Amel," she said, and laid curses on him, that he was trivial, unimportant, did not matter, was not to be recognized, and might as well blow away. In other words, the things she always said to get rid of pesty spirits, the things which priests say even now in slightly different form when they seek to exorcise children who are possessed. But what worried our mother more than Amel's antics was his warning, that evil was coming our way. It deepened the distress she had felt when she took hold of the Egyptian tablet, yet she did not ask the good spirits for comfort or advice. Maybe she knew better than to ask them, but this I can never know. Whatever was the case, our mother knew something was going to happen, and clearly she felt powerless to prevent it. Perhaps she understood that sometimes when we seek to prevent disaster, we play into its hands. Whatever was the truth of it, she grew sick in the days that followed, then weak, and then unable to speak. For months she lingered, paralyzed, half asleep. We sat by her night and day and sang to her. We brought flowers to her, and we tried to read her thoughts. The spirits were in a terrible state of agitation, as they loved her. And they made the wind blow on the mountain. They tore the leaves from the trees. All the village was in sorrow. Then one morning the thoughts of our mother took shape again, but they were fragments. We saw sunny fields and flowers and images of things she'd known in childhood, and then only brilliant colors and little more. We knew our mother was dying, and the spirits knew it. We did our best to calm them, but some of them had gone into a rage. When she died, her ghost would rise and pass through the realm of the spirits, and they would lose her forever and go mad for a while in their grief. But finally it happened, as it was perfectly natural and inevitable, and we came out of the cave to tell the villagers our mother had gone to higher realms. All the trees of the mountain were caught in the wind made by the spirits. The air was full of green leaves. My sister and I wept. And for the first time in my life I thought I heard the spirits. I thought I heard their cries and lamentations over the wind. At once the villagers came to do what must be done. First our mother was laid out on a stone slab, as was the custom, so that all could come and pay their respects. She was dressed in the white gown she so loved in life, of Egyptian linen, and all her fine jewelry from Nineveh, and the rings and necklaces of bone which contained tiny bits of our ancestors, and which would soon come to us. And after 10 hours had passed, and hundreds had come to visit, both from our village and all the surrounding villages, we then prepared the body for the funeral feast. For any other dead person of our village, the priests would have done this honor. But we were witches, and our mother was a witch, and we alone could touch her. And in privacy and by the light of oil lamps, my sister and I removed the gown from our mother and covered her body completely with fresh flowers and leaves. We sawed open her skull and lifted the top carefully so that it remained intact at the forehead, and we removed her brain and placed it on a plate with her eyes. Then with an equally careful incision we removed the heart and placed it on another plate. Then these plates were covered with heavy domes of clay to protect them. And the villagers came forward and built a brick oven around the body of our mother on the stone slab, with the plates beside her. And they put the fire in the oven beneath the slab between the rocks upon which it rested, and the roasting began. All night it took place. The spirits had quieted because the spirit of our mother was gone. I don't think the body mattered to them. What we did now did not matter, but it certainly mattered to us. Because we were witches, and our mother was a witch, we alone would partake of her flesh. It was all ours by custom and right. The villagers would not assist in the feast as they might have done at any other, where only 2 offspring were left with the obligation. No matter how long it took, we would consume our mother's flesh, and the villagers would keep watch with us. But as the night wore on, as the remains of our mother were prepared in the oven, my sister and I deliberated over the heart and the brain. We would divide these organs, of course, and which should take which organ, that was what concerned us, for we had strong beliefs about these organs and what resided in each. Now, to many peoples of that time, it was the heart that mattered. To the Egyptians, for example, the heart was the seat of conscience. This was even so to the people of our village, but we as witches believed that the brain was the residence of the human spirit, that is, the spiritual part of each man or woman that was like unto the spirits of the air. And our belief that the brain was important came from the fact that the eyes were connected to the brain, and the eyes were the organs of sight. And seeing is what we did as witches. We saw into hearts. We saw into the future. We saw into the past. Seer. That was the word for what we were in our language. That is what witch meant. But again, this was largely ceremony of which we spoke. We believed our mother's spirit had gone. Out of respect for her, we consumed these organs so that they should not rot. So it was easy for us to reach agreement. Makare would take the brain and the eyes, and I would take the heart. Makare was the more powerful witch, the one born first and the one who always took the lead in things, the one who spoke out immediately, the one who acted as the older sister as one twin invariably does. It seemed right that she should take the brain and the eyes, and I, who had always been quieter of disposition and slower, should take the organ which was associated with deep feeling and love, the heart. We were pleased with the division, and as the morning sky grew light, we slept for a few hours, our bodies weak from hunger and the fasting that prepared us for the feast. Some time before dawn, the spirits waked us. They were making the wind come again. I went out of the cave. The fire glowed in the oven. The villagers who kept watch were asleep. Angrily, I told the spirits to keep quiet. But one of them, that one which I most loved, said that strangers were gathered on the mountain, many, many strangers who were most impressed with our power and dangerously curious about the feast. These men want something of you and Makare, the spirit told me. These men are not for the good. I told him that strangers always came here, that this was nothing, and that he must be quiet now and let us do what we had to do. But then I went to one of the men of our village and asked that the village be ready in case some trouble was to happen, that the men bring their arms with them when they gathered for the feast to begin. It wasn't such a strange request. Most men carried their weapons with them wherever they went. Those few who had been professional soldiers or could afford swords frequently wore them. Those with knives kept them tucked in their belt. But in the main I was not concerned about such things. After all, strangers from far and wide came to our village. It was only natural that they would for this special event, the death of a witch. But you know what was to happen. You saw it in your dreams. You saw the villagers gather around the clearing as the sun rose towards the high point of noon. Maybe you saw the bricks taken down slowly from the cooling oven, or only the body of our mother, darkened, shriveled, yet peaceful as if in sleep, revealed on the warm slab of stone. You saw the wilted flowers covering her, and you saw the heart and the brain and the eyes upon their plates. You saw us kneel on either side of our mother's body, and you heard the musicians begin to play. What you could not see, but you know now, is that for thousands of years our people had gathered at such feasts. For thousands of years we had lived in that valley and on the slopes of the mountain where the high grass grew and the fruit fell from the trees. This was our land, our custom, our moment, our sacred moment. And as Makari and I knelt opposite each other, dressed in the finest robes we possessed, and wearing now the jewelry of our mother as well as our own adornments, we saw before us not the warnings of the spirits, or the distress of our mother when she had touched the tablet of the King and Queen of Kemet. We saw our own lives, with hope, long and happy, to be lived here among our own. I don't know how long we knelt there, how long we prepared our souls. I remember that finally, in unison, we lifted the plates which contained the organs of our mother, and the musicians began to play. The music of the flute and the drum filled the air around us. We could hear the soft breath of the villagers. We could hear the song of the birds. And then the evil came down upon us. Came so suddenly with the tramp of feet and loud, shrill war cries of the Egyptian soldiers that we scarce knew what was happening. Over our mother's body we threw ourselves, seeking to protect the sacred feast. But at once they had pulled us up and away, and we saw the plates falling into the dirt and the slab overturned. I heard Makari screaming as I had never heard a human scream. But I too was screaming as I saw my mother's body thrown down into the ashes. Yet curses filled my ears, men denouncing us as flesh-eaters, cannibals, men denouncing us as savages, and those who must be put to the sword. Only no one harmed us. Screaming, struggling, we were bound and kept helpless, though all of our kith and kin were slaughtered before our eyes. Soldiers tramped on the body of our mother. They tramped on her heart and her brain and her eyes. They tramped back and forth in the ashes, while their cohorts skewered the men and women and children of our village. And then, through the chorus of screams, through the hideous outcry of all those hundreds dying on the side of the mountain, I heard Makari call on our spirits for vengeance, call on them to punish the soldiers for what they had done. But what was wind or rain to such men as these? The trees shook. It seemed the earth itself trembled. Leaves filled the air as they had the night before. Rocks rolled down the mountain. Dust rose in clouds. But there was no more than a moment's hesitation before the king, Enkil himself, stepped forth and told his men that these were but tricks that all men had witnessed, and we and our demons could do no more. It was all too true, this admonition, and the massacre went on unabated. My sister and I were ready to die. But they did not kill us. It was not their intention to kill us. And as they dragged us away, we saw our village burning. We saw the fields of wild wheat burning. We saw all the men and women of our tribe lying dead, and we knew their bodies would be left there for the beasts and the earth to consume in utter disregard and abandon. Maharet stopped. She had made a small steeple of her hands. and now she touched the tips of her fingers to her forehead, and rested, it seemed, before she went on. When she continued, her voice was roughened slightly and lower, but steady, as it had been before. What is one small nation of villages? What is one people, or even one life? Beneath the earth 1,000 such peoples are buried, and so our people are buried to this day. All we knew, all we had been, was laid waste within the space of an hour. A trained army had slaughtered our simple shepherds, our women, and our helpless young. Our villages lay in ruins, huts pulled down, everything that could burn was burned. Over the mountain, over the village that lay at the foot of it, I felt the presence of the spirits of the dead, a great haze of spirits, some so agitated and confused by the violence done them that they clung to the earth in terror and pain, and others rising above the flesh to suffer no more. And what could the spirits do? All the way to Egypt they followed our procession. They bedeviled the men who kept us bound and carried us by means of a litter on their shoulders, 2 weeping women, snuggling close to each other in terror and grief. Each night when the company made camp, the spirits sent wind to tear up their tents and scatter them. Yet the king counseled his soldiers not to be afraid. The king said the gods of Egypt were more powerful than the demons of the witches, and as the spirits were in fact doing all that they were capable of, as things got no worse, the soldiers obeyed. Each night the king had us brought before him. He spoke our language, which was a common one in the world then, spoken all through the Tigris and Euphrates valley and along the flanks of Mount Carmel. "You are great witches," he would say, his voice gentle and maddeningly sincere. "I have spared your life on this account, though you were flesh-eaters as were your people, and you were caught in the very act by me and my men. I have spared you because I would have the benefit of your wisdom. I would learn from you, and my queen would learn as well. Tell me what I can give you to ease your suffering, and I will do it. You are under my protection now. I am your king." Weeping, refusing to meet his eyes, saying nothing, we stood before him until he tired of all this and sent us back to sleep in the small crowded litter, a tiny rectangle of wood with only small windows, as we had been before. Alone once more, my sister and I spoke to each other silently, or by means of our language, the twin language of gestures and abbreviated words that only we understood. We recalled what the spirits had said to our mother. We remembered that she had taken ill after the letter from the king of Kemet, and she had never recovered. Yet we weren't afraid. We were too stricken with grief to be afraid. It was as if we were already dead. We'd seen our people massacred. We'd seen our mother's body desecrated. We did not know what could be worse. We were together. Maybe separation would be worse. But during this long journey to Egypt, we had one small consolation, which we were not later to forget. Cayman, the king's steward, looked upon us with compassion and did everything that he could, in secret, to ease our pain. Maharet stopped again and looked at Cayman, who sat with his hands folded before him on the table and his eyes down. It seemed he was deep in his recollection of the things which Maharet described. He accepted this tribute, but it didn't seem to console him. Then finally he looked to Maharet in acknowledgement. He seemed dazed and full of questions, but he didn't ask them. His eyes passed over the others, acknowledging their glances as well, acknowledging the steady stare of Armand and of Gabrielle. But again he said nothing. Then Maharet continued. Cayman loosened our bonds whenever possible. He allowed us to walk about in the evening. He brought us meat and drink. And there was a great kindness in that he didn't speak to us when he did these things. He did not ask for our gratitude. He did these things with a pure heart, It was simply not to his taste to see people suffer. It seemed we traveled 10 days to reach the land of Kemet. Maybe it was more, maybe it was less. Sometime during that journey the spirits tired of their tricks, and we, dejected and without courage, did not call upon them. We sank into silence finally, only now and then looking into each other's eyes. At last we came into a kingdom the like of which we had never seen. Over scorching desert we were brought to the rich black land that borders the Nile River, the black earth from which the word Kemet derives. And then over the mighty river itself by raft we were taken, as was all the army, and into a sprawling city of brick buildings with grass roofs, of great temples and palaces built of the same coarse materials, but all very fine. This was long before the time of the stone architecture for which the Egyptians would become known, the temples of the pharaohs which have stood to this day. But already there was a great love of show and decoration, a movement towards the monumental. Unbaked bricks, river reeds, matting, all of these simple materials had been used to make high walls which were then whitewashed and painted with lovely designs. Before the palace into which we were taken as royal prisoners were great columns made from enormous jungle grasses, which had been dried and bound together and plastered with river mud. And within a closed court a lake had been made, full of lotus blossoms and surrounded by flowering trees. Never had we seen people so rich as these Egyptians, people decked out with so much jewelry, people with beautifully plaited hair and painted eyes. And their painted eyes tended to unnerve us, for the paint hardened their stare. It gave an illusion of depth where perhaps there was no depth. Instinctively we shrank from this artifice. But all we saw merely inspired further misery in us. How we hated everything around us. And we could sense from these people, though we didn't understand their strange tongue, that they hated and feared us too. It seemed our red hair caused great confusion among them, and that we were twins. This too produced fear. For it had been the custom among them now and then to kill twin children, and the red-haired were invariably sacrificed to the gods. It was thought to be lucky. All this came clear to us in wanton flashes of understanding. Imprisoned, we waited grimly to see what would be our fate. As before, Cayman was our only consolation in those first hours. Cayman, the king's chief steward, saw that we had comforts in our imprisonment. He brought us fresh linen and fruit to eat and beer to drink. He brought us even combs for our hair and clean dresses, and for the first time he spoke to us. He told us that the queen was gentle and good, and we must not be afraid. We knew that he was speaking the truth. There was no doubt of it. But something was wrong. As it had been months before with the words of the king's messenger, our trials had only begun. We also feared the spirits had deserted us, that maybe they did not want to come into this land on our behalf. But we didn't call upon the spirits, because to call and not to be answered, well, that would have been more than we could bear. Then evening came, and the queen sent for us, and we were brought before the court. The spectacle overwhelmed us, even as we despised it. Akasha and Enkel upon their thrones. The queen was then, as she is now, a woman of straight shoulders and firm limbs, with a face almost too exquisite to evince intelligence, a being of enticing prettiness, with a soft treble voice. As for the king, we saw him now not as a soldier, but as a sovereign. His hair was plaited, and he wore his formal kilt and jewels. His black eyes were full of earnestness, as they had always been, but it was clear within a moment that it was Akasha who ruled this kingdom, and always had. Akasha had the language, the verbal skill. At once, she told us that our people had been properly punished for their abominations, that they had been dealt with mercifully, as all flesh-eaters are savages, and they should have by right suffered a slow death. and she said that we had been shown mercy because we were great witches, and the Egyptians would learn from us. They would know what wisdom of the realms of the invisible we had to impart. Immediately, as if these words were nothing, she went into her questions. Who were our demons? Why were some good if they were demons? Were they not gods? How could we make the rain fall? We were too horrified by her callousness to respond. We were bruised by the spiritual coarseness of her manner, and had begun to weep again. We turned away from her and into each other's arms. But something else was also coming clear to us, something very plain from the manner in which this person spoke. The speed of her words, their flippancy, the emphasis she put upon this or that syllable, all this made known to us that she was lying and did not herself know that she lied. And looking deep into the lie, as we closed our eyes, we saw the truth, which she herself would surely deny. She had slaughtered our people in order to bring us here. She had sent her king and her soldiers upon this holy war simply because we had refused her earlier invitation and she had wanted us at her mercy. She was curious about us. This was what our mother had seen when she held the tablet of the king and queen in her hands. Perhaps the spirits in their own way had foreseen it. We only understood the full monstrousness of it now. The spirits. We had brought this evil upon all. Why, we wondered, hadn't the soldiers merely taken us from our helpless villagers? Why had they brought to ruin all that our people were? But that was the horror. A moral cloak had been thrown over the Queen's purpose, a cloak through which she could not see any more than anyone else. She had convinced herself that our people should die, yes, that their savagery merited it, even though they were not Egyptians and our land was far from her home. And oh, wasn't it rather convenient that then we should be shown mercy and brought here to satisfy her curiosity at last? And we should, of course, be grateful by then and willing to answer her questions. And even deeper beyond her deception, we beheld the mind that made such contradictions possible. This queen had no true morality, no true system of ethics to govern the things which she did. This queen was one of those many humans who sense that perhaps there is nothing and no reason to anything that can ever be known. Yet she cannot bear the thought of it. And so she created, day in and day out, her ethical systems, trying desperately to believe in them, and they were all cloaks for things she did for merely pragmatic reasons. Her war on the cannibals, for instance, had stemmed more from her dislike of such customs than anything else. Her people of Uruk hadn't eaten human flesh, and so she would not have this offensive thing happening around her. There really wasn't a whole lot more to it than that. For always in her there was a dark place full of despair, and a great driving force to make meaning, because there was none. Understand, it was not a shallowness we perceived in this woman. It was a youthful belief that she could make the light shine if she tried, that she could shape the world to comfort herself, and it was also a lack of interest in the pain of others. She knew others felt pain, but, well, she could not really dwell on it. Finally, unable to bear the extent of this obvious duplicity, we turned and studied her, for we must now contend with her. She was not 25 years old, this queen, and her powers were absolute in this land, which she had dazzled with her customs from Uruk. And she was almost too pretty to be truly beautiful, for her loveliness overcame any sense of majesty or deep mystery, and her voice contained still a childish ring to it, a ring which evokes tenderness instinctively in others, and gives a faint music to the simplest words, a ring which we found maddening. On and on she went with her questions. How did we work our miracles? How did we look into men's hearts? Whence came our magic? And why did we claim that we talked to beings who were invisible? Could we speak in the same manner to her gods? Could we deepen her knowledge or bring her into closer understanding of what was divine? She was willing to pardon us for our savagery if we were to be grateful, if we were to kneel at her altars and lay before her gods and before her what we knew. She pursued her various points with a single-mindedness that could make a wise person laugh. But it brought up the deepest rage from Makare. She, who had always taken the lead in anything, spoke out now. "Stop your questions, you speak in stupidities," she declared. "You have no gods in this kingdom because there are no gods. The only invisible inhabitants of the world are spirits, and they play with you through your priests and your religion as they play with everyone else. Ra, Osiris, these are merely made-up names with which you flatter and court the spirits, and when it suits their purposes they give you some little sign to send you scurrying to flatter them some more." Both the king and queen stared at Makare in horror, but Makare went on. "The spirits are real, but they are childlike and capricious, and they are dangerous as well. They marvel at us and envy us that we are both spiritual and fleshly, which attracts them and makes them eager to do our will. Witches such as we have always known how to use them, but it takes great skill and great power to do it, and this we have and you do not have. You are fools, and what you have done to take us prisoner is evil. It is dishonest. You live in the lie, but we will not lie to you." And then, half weeping, half choking with rage, Makare accused the queen before the entire court of duplicity, of massacring our peaceable people simply so that we might be brought here. Our people had not hunted for human flesh in 1,000 years, she told this court, and it was a funeral feast that was desecrated at our capture, and all this evil done so that the Queen of Kemet might have witches to talk to, witches of whom to ask questions, witches in her possession whose power she would seek to use for herself. The court was in an uproar. Never had anyone heard such disrespect, such blasphemy, and so forth and so on. But the old lords of Egypt, those who still chafed at the ban on sacred cannibalism, they were horrified by this mention of the desecrated funeral feast. And others, who also feared the retribution of heaven for not devouring the remains of their parents, were struck dumb with fear. But in the main it was confusion, except for the king and queen, who were strangely silent and strangely intrigued. Akasha didn't make any answer to us, and it was clear that something in our explanation had rung true for her in the deeper regions of her mind. There flared for the moment a deadly earnest curiosity. Spirits who pretend to be gods? Spirits who envy the flesh? As for the charge that she had sacrificed our people needlessly, she didn't even consider it. Again, it did not interest her. It was the spiritual question which fascinated her, and in her fascination the spirit was divorced from the flesh. Allow me to draw your attention to what I have just said. It was the spiritual question which fascinated her. You might say the abstract idea. And in her fascination, the abstract idea was everything. I do not think she believed that the spirits could be childlike and capricious, but whatever was there, she meant to know of it, and she meant to know of it through us. As for the destruction of our people, she did not care. Meantime, the high priest of the temple of Ra was demanding our execution. So was the high priest of the temple of Osiris. We were evil, we were witches, and all those with red hair should be burned as had always been done in the land of Kemet. And at once the assemblage echoed these denunciations. There should be a burning. Within moments it seemed a riot would have broken out in the palace. But the king ordered all to be quiet. We were taken to our cell again and put under heavy guard. Makare, enraged, paced the floor as I begged her not to say any more. I reminded her of what the spirits had told us, that if we went to Egypt, the king and queen would ask us questions, and if we answered truthfully, which we would, the king and queen would be angry with us, and we would be destroyed. But this was like talking to myself now. Makari wouldn't listen. Back and forth she walked, now and then striking her breast with her fist. I felt the anguish she felt. "Damnable," she was saying. "Evil." And then she'd fall silent and pace, and then say these words again. I knew she was remembering the warning of Amel, the evil one, and I also knew that Amel was near. I could hear him, sense him. I knew that Makari was being tempted to call upon him, and I felt that she must not. What would his silly torments mean to the Egyptians? How many mortals could he afflict with his pinpricks? It was no more than the storms of wind and flying objects which we could already produce, but Amel heard these thoughts, and he began to grow restless. "Be quiet, demon," Makari said. "Wait until I need you." Those were the first words I ever heard her speak to an evil spirit, and they sent a shiver of horror through me. I don't remember when we fell asleep. Only that sometime after midnight I was awakened by Cayman. At first I thought it was Amel doing some trick, and I awoke in a frenzy, but Cayman gestured for me to be quiet. He was in a terrible state. He wore only a simple bedgown and no sandals, and his hair was mussed. It seemed he'd been weeping. His eyes were red. He sat down beside me. "Tell me this is true, what you said of the spirits." I didn't bother to tell him it was Makari who said it. People always confused us or thought of us as one being. I merely told him yes, it was true. I explained that there have always been these invisible entities, that they themselves had told us there were no gods or goddesses of which they knew. They had bragged to us often of the tricks they played at Sumer or Jericho or in Nineveh at the great temples. Now and then they would come booming that they were this or that god. But we knew their personalities, and when we called them by their old names, they gave up the new game at once. What I did not say was that I wished Makari had never made known such things. What purpose could it serve now? He sat there defeated, listening to me, listening as if he had been a man lied to all his life, and now he saw truth. For he had been deeply moved when he had seen the spirits strike up the wind on our mountain, and he had seen a shower of leaves fall upon the soldiers. It had chilled his soul. And that is always what produces faith, that mixture of truth and a physical manifestation. But then I perceived there was an even greater burden upon his conscience, or on his reason, one might say. "And the massacre of your people, this was a holy war. It was not a selfish thing, as you said." "Oh, no," I told him. "It was a selfish and simple thing. I can't say otherwise." I told him of the tablet sent to us by the messenger, of what the spirits had said, of my mother's fear and her illness, and of my own power to hear the truth in the queen's words, the truth which she herself might not be able to accept. But long before I'd finished, he was defeated again. He knew from his own observations that what I was saying was true. He had fought at the king's side through many a campaign against foreign peoples. That an army should fight for gain was nothing to him. He had seen massacres and cities burned. He had seen slaves taken. He had seen men return laden with booty. And though he himself was no soldier, these things he understood. But there had been no booty worth taking in our villages. There had been no territory which the king would retain. Yes, it had been fought for our capture. He knew it. And he too felt the distaste for the lie of a holy war against flesh-eaters, and he felt a sadness that was even greater than his defeat. He was of an old family. He had eaten the flesh of his ancestors, and he found himself now punishing such traditions among those whom he had known and loved. He thought of the mummification of the dead with repugnance, but more truly he felt repugnance for the ceremony which accompanied it, for the depth of superstition in which the land had been steeped. So much wealth heaped upon the dead, so much attention to those putrefying bodies, simply so men and women would not feel guilty for abandoning the older customs. Such thoughts exhausted him. They weren't natural to him. What obsessed him finally were the deaths he had seen, executions, massacres. Just as the Queen could not grasp such things, he could not forget them, and he was a man losing his stamina, a man drawn into a mire in which he might drown. Finally he took his leave of me. But before he went, he promised that he would do his best to see that we were released. He did not know how he could do it, but he would try to do it. And he begged me not to be afraid. I felt a great love for him at that moment. He had then the same beautiful face and form which he has now, only then he was dark-skinned and leaner, and the curls had been ironed from his hair, and it had been plaited and hung long to his shoulders, and he had the air of the court about him, the air of one who commands, and one who stands in the warm love of his prince. The following morning the Queen sent for us again, and this time we were brought privately to her chamber, where only the king was with her, and Cayman. It was a more lavish place even than the great hall of the palace. It was stuffed to overflowing with fine things, with a couch made of carved leopards, and a bed hung with sheer silk, and with polished mirrors of seemingly magical perfection. And the Queen herself, like a temptress she was, bedecked with finery and perfume, and fashioned by nature into a thing as lovely as any treasure around her. Once again she put her questions. Standing together, our hands bound, we had to listen to the same nonsense. And once again Makkare told the Queen of the spirits. She explained that the spirits have always existed. She told how they bragged of playing with the priests of other lands. She told how the spirits had said the songs and chants of the Egyptians pleased them. It was all a game to the spirits, and no more. "But these spirits, they are the gods, then. That is what you are saying," Akasha said with great fervor. "And you speak to them. I want to see you do it. Do it for me now." "But they are not gods," I said. "That is what we are trying to tell you, and they do not abhor the eaters of the flesh, as you say your gods do. They don't care about such things. They never have." Painstakingly I strove to convey the difference. These spirits had no code. They were morally inferior to us. Yet I knew this woman couldn't grasp what I was telling her. I perceived the war inside her, between the handmaiden of the goddess Inanna, who wanted to believe herself blessed, and the dark, brooding soul who believed finally in nothing. A chill place was her soul. Her religious fervor was nothing but a blaze which she fed constantly, seeking to warm that chill place. "Everything you say is a lie," she said finally. "You are evil women." She ordered our execution. We should be burnt alive the next day, and together, so that we might see each other suffer and die. Why had she ever bothered with us? At once the king interrupted her. He told her that he had seen the power of the spirits. So had Cayman. What might not the spirits do if we were so treated? Wouldn't it be better to let us go? But there was something ugly and hard in the Queen's gaze. The king's words meant nothing. Our lives were being taken from us. What could we do? And it seemed she was angry with us because we had not been able to frame our truths in ways which she could use or take pleasure in. It was an agony to deal with her. Yet her mind is a common mind. There are countless human beings who think and feel as she did then, and does now in all likelihood. Finally, Makkare seized the moment. She did the thing which I did not dare to do. She called the spirits, all of them, by name, but so quickly this Queen would never remember the words. She screamed for them to come to her and do her bidding, and she told them to show their displeasure at what was happening to those mortals, Maharet and Makkare, whom they claimed to love. It was a gamble. But if nothing happened, if they had deserted us as I feared, well, then she could call on Amel, for he was there, lurking, waiting, and it was the only chance we had, finally. Within an instant the wind had begun. It howled through the courtyard and whistled through the corridors of the palace. The draperies were torn by it. Doors slammed. Fragile vessels were smashed. The queen was in a state of terror as she felt it surround her. Then small objects began to fly through the air. The spirits gathered up the ornaments of her dressing table and hurled them at her. The king stood beside her, striving to protect her, and Cayman was rigid with fear. Now this was the very limit of the spirit's power, and they would not be able to keep it up for very long. But before the demonstration stopped, Cayman begged the king and queen to revoke the sentence of execution, and on the spot they did. At once Makare, sensing that the spirits were spent anyway, ordered them with great pomp to stop. Silence fell, and the terrified slaves ran here and there to gather up what had been thrown about. The queen was overcome. The king tried to tell her that he had seen this spectacle before, and it had not harmed him. But something deep had been violated within the queen's heart. She'd never witnessed the slightest proof of the supernatural, and she was struck dumb and still now. In that dark, faithless place within her there had been a spark of light, true light. And so old and certain was her secret skepticism that this small miracle had been for her a revelation of great magnitude. It was as if she had seen the face of her gods. She sent the king and Cayman away from her. She said she would speak with us alone. And then she implored us to talk to the spirits so that she could hear it. There were tears in her eyes. It was an extraordinary moment, for I sensed now what I'd sensed months ago when I'd touched the clay tablet, a mixture of good and evil that seemed more dangerous than evil itself. Of course, we couldn't make the spirit speak so that she could understand it, we told her, but perhaps she would give us some questions that they might answer. At once she did. These were no more than the questions which people have been putting to wizards and witches and saints ever since. Where is the necklace I lost as a child? What did my mother want to tell me the night she died when she could no longer speak? Why does my sister detest my company? Will my son grow to manhood? Will he be brave and strong? Struggling for our lives, we put these questions patiently to the spirits, cajoling them and flattering them to make them pay attention. And we got answers which veritably astonished Akasha. The spirits knew the name of her sister. They knew the name of her son. She seemed on the edge of madness as she considered these simple tricks. Then Amel, the evil one, appeared, obviously jealous of all these goings-on, and suddenly flung down before Akasha the lost necklace of which she'd been speaking, a necklace lost in Uruk. And this was the final blow. Akasha was thunderstruck. She wept now, holding on to this necklace. And then she begged us to put to the spirits the really important questions, whose answers she must know. Yes, the gods were made up by her people, the spirits said. No, the names in the prayers didn't matter. The spirits merely liked the music and rhythm of the language, the shape of the words, so to speak. Yes, there were bad spirits who liked to hurt people, and why not? And there were good spirits who loved them, too. And would they speak to Akasha if we were to leave the kingdom? Never. They were speaking now, and she couldn't hear them. What did she expect them to do? But yes, there were witches in the kingdom who could hear them, and they would tell those witches to come to the court at once, if that was what she wanted. But as this communication progressed, a terrible change came over Akasha. She went from jubilance to suspicion and then misery, because these spirits were only telling her the same dismal things that we had already told her. "What do you know of the life after?" she asked. And when the spirits said only that the souls of the dead either hovered about the earth, confused and suffering, or rose and vanished from it completely, she was brutally disappointed. Her eyes dulled. She was losing all appetite for this. When she asked what of those who had lived bad lives as opposed to those who had lived good lives, the spirits could give no answer. They didn't know what she meant. Yet it continued, this interrogation, and we could sense that the spirits were tiring of it and playing with her now, and that the answers would become more and more idiotic. "What is the will of the gods?" she asked. "That you sing all the time," said the spirits. "We like it." Then, all of a sudden, Amel, the evil one, so proud of the trick with the necklace, flung another great string of jewels before Akasha. But from this she shrank back in horror. At once we saw the error. It had been her mother's necklace, and lay on her mother's body in the tomb near Uruk, and of course Amel, being only a spirit, couldn't guess how bizarre and distasteful it could be to bring this thing here. Even now he did not catch on. He had seen this necklace in Akasha's mind when she had spoken of the other one. Why didn't she want it too? Didn't she like necklaces? Makare told Amel this had not pleased. It was the wrong miracle. Would he please wait for her command, as she understood this queen, and he didn't? But it was too late. Something had happened to the queen which was irrevocable. She had seen two pieces of evidence as to the power of the spirits, and she had heard truth and nonsense, neither of which could compare to the beauty of the mythology of her gods, which she had always forced herself to believe in. Yet the spirits were destroying her fragile faith. How would she ever escape the dark skepticism in her own soul if these demonstrations continued? She bent down and picked up the necklace from her mother's tomb. "How was this got?" she demanded. But her heart wasn't really in the question. She knew the answer would be more of what she'd been hearing since we had arrived. She was frightened. Nevertheless, I explained, and she listened to every word. The spirits read our minds, and they are enormous and powerful. Their true size is difficult for us to imagine, and they can move with the swiftness of thought. When Akasha thought of this second necklace, the spirit saw it. He went to look for it. After all, one necklace had pleased her, so why not another? And so he had found it in her mother's tomb and brought it out by means perhaps of some small opening. For surely it could not pass through stone. That was ridiculous. But as I said this last part, I realized the truth. This necklace had probably been stolen from the body of Akasha's mother, and very possibly by Akasha's father. It had never been buried in any tomb. That is why Amel could find it. Maybe even a priest had stolen it, or so it very likely seemed to Akasha, who was holding the necklace in her hand. She loathed this spirit, that he made known such an awful thing to her. In sum, all the illusions of this woman lay now in complete ruin. Yet she was left with the sterile truth she had always known. She had asked her questions of the supernatural, a very unwise thing to do, and the supernatural had given her answers which she could not accept. Yet she could not refute them either. "Where are the souls of the dead?" she whispered, staring at this necklace. As softly as I could, I said, "The spirits simply do not know." Horror, fear. And then her mind began to work, to do what it had always done, find some grand system to explain away what caused pain, some grand way to accommodate what she saw before her. The dark, secret place inside her was becoming larger. It was threatening to consume her from within. She could not let such a thing happen. She had to go on. She was the queen of Kemet. On the other hand, she was angry, and the rage she felt was against her parents and against her teachers and against the priests and priestesses of her childhood and against the gods she had worshipped and against anyone who had ever comforted her or told her that life was good. A moment of silence had fallen. Something was happening in her expression. Fear and wonder had gone. There was something cold and disenchanted and finally malicious in her gaze. And then, with her mother's necklace in hand, she rose and declared that all we had said were lies. These were demons to whom we were speaking, demons who sought to subvert her and her gods who looked with favor upon her people. The more she spoke, the more she believed what she was saying. The more the elegance of her belief seized her, the more she surrendered to their logic. Until finally she was weeping and denouncing us, and the darkness within had been denied. She evoked the images of her gods. She evoked her holy language. But then she looked again at the necklace, and the evil spirit Amel, in a great rage, furious that she was not pleased with his little gift, and was once again angry with us, told us to tell her that if she did us any harm, he would hurl at her every object, jewel, wine-cup, looking-glass, comb, or other such item that she ever so much as asked for, or imagined, or remembered, or wished for, or missed. I could have laughed had we not been in such danger. It was such a wonderful solution in the mind of the spirit, and so perfectly ridiculous from a human point of view. Yet it certainly wasn't something that one would want to happen. And Makari told Akasha exactly what Amel had said. He that can produce this necklace can inundate you in such reminders of suffering, Makari said, and I do not know that any witch on earth can stop him, should he so begin. "Where is he?" Akasha screamed. "Let me see this demon thing you speak to." And at this, Amel, in vanity and rage, concentrated all his power and dove at Akasha, declaring, "I am Amel, the evil one who pierces." And he made the great gale around her that he had made around our mother, only it was 10 times that. Never had I seen such fury. The room itself appeared to tremble as this immense spirit compressed himself and directed himself into this tiny place. I could hear the cracking of the brick walls, and all over the Queen's beautiful face and arms the tiny bite-like wounds appeared, as so many red dots of blood. She screamed helplessly. Amel was in ecstasy. Amel could do wondrous things. Makari and I were in terror. Makari commanded him to stop. And now she heaped flattery upon him, and great thanks, and told him he was very simply the most powerful of all spirits, but he must obey her now, to demonstrate his great wit as well as his power, and that she would allow him to strike again at the right time. Meantime the king rushed to the aid of Akasha, came and ran to her, all the guards ran to her, but when the guards raised their swords to strike us down, she ordered them to leave us alone. Makari and I stood staring at her, silently threatening her with this spirit's power, for it was all that we had left. And Amel, the evil one, hovered above us, filling the air with the most eerie of all sounds, the great hollow laughter of a spirit that seemed then to fill the entire world. Alone in our cell again, we could not think what to do or how to use what little advantage we now had in Amel. As for Amel himself, he would not leave us. He ranted and stormed in the little cell. He made the reed mats rustle and made our garments move. He sent winds through our hair. It was a nuisance. But what frightened me was to hear the things of which he boasted, that he liked to draw blood, that it plumped him up inside and made him slow, but that it tasted good. And when the peoples of the world made blood sacrifice upon their altars, he liked to come down and slurp up that blood. After all, it was there for him, was it not? More laughter. There was a great recoiling in the other spirits. Makari and I both sensed this, except for those who were faintly jealous and demanded to know what this blood tasted like and why he liked such a thing so much. And then it came out. That hatred and jealousy of the flesh which is in so many evil spirits, that feeling that we are abominations, we humans, because we have both body and soul, which should not exist on this earth. Amel ranted of the times when there had been but mountains and ocean and forests, and no living things such as us. He told us that to have spirit within mortal bodies was a curse. Now I had heard these complaints among the evil ones before, but I had never thought much about them. For the first time I believed them just a little, as I lay there and I saw my people put to the sword in my mind's eye. I thought, as many a man or woman has thought before and since, that maybe it was a curse to have the concept of immortality without the body to go with it. Or as you said on this very night, Marius, life seemed not worth it. It seemed a joke. My world was darkness at that moment, darkness and suffering. All that I was no longer mattered. Nothing I looked at could make me want to be alive. But Makari began to speak to Amel again, informing him that she would much rather be what she was than what he was, drifting about forever with nothing important to do. And this sent Amel into a rage again. He would show her what he could do. "When I command you, Amel," she said, "count upon me to choose the moment. Then all men will know what you can do." And this childish, vain spirit was contented, and spread himself out again over the dark sky. For 3 nights and days we were kept prisoner. The guards would not look at us or come near us, neither would the slaves. In fact, we would have starved had it not been for Cayman, the royal steward, who brought us food with his own hands. Then he told us what the spirits had already told us. A great controversy raged. The priests wanted us put to death, but the queen was afraid to kill us, that we'd loose these spirits on her, and there would be no way she could drive them off. The king was intrigued by what had happened. He believed that more could be learned from us. He was curious about the power of the spirits, and to what uses it could be put. But the queen feared it. The queen had seen enough. Finally, we were brought before the entire court in the great open atrium of the palace. It was high noon in the kingdom, and the king and queen made their offerings to the sun god Ra, as was the custom, and this we were made to watch. It meant nothing to us to see this solemnity. We were afraid these were the last hours of our lives. I dreamed then of our mountain, our caves. I dreamed of the children we might have borne, fine sons and daughters, and some of them who would have inherited our power. I dreamed of the life that had been taken from us, of the annihilation of our kith and kindred, which might soon be complete. I thanked whatever powers that be that I could see the blue sky above my head, and that Makari and I were still together. At last the king spoke. There was a terrible sadness and weariness in him. Young as he was, he had something of an old man's soul in these moments. Ours was a great gift, he told us, but we had misused it, clearly, and could be no use to anyone else. For lies, for the worship of demons, for black magic, he denounced us. He would have us burned, he said, to please the people, but he and his queen felt sorry for us. The queen in particular wanted him to have mercy on us. It was a damnable lie, but one look at her face told us she'd convinced herself that it was true, and of course the king believed it. But what did this matter? What was this mercy, we wondered, trying to look deeper into their souls? And now the queen told us in tender words that our great magic had brought her the 2 necklaces she most wanted in all the world, and for this and this alone she would let us live. In sum, the lie she spun grew larger and more intricate and more distant from the truth. And then the king said he would release us. But first he would demonstrate to all the court that we had no power, and therefore the priests would be appeased. And if at any moment an evil demon should manifest himself and seek to abuse the just worshippers of Ra or Osiris, then our pardon should be revoked and we should be put to death at once. For surely the power of our demons would die with us, and we would have forfeited the queen's mercy, which we scarce deserved as it was. Of course we realized what was to happen. We saw it now in the hearts of the king and the queen. A compromise had been struck, and we had been offered a bargain. As the king removed his gold chain and medallion and put it around the neck of Cayman, we knew that we were to be raped before the court, raped as common female prisoners or slaves would have been raped in any war. And if we called the spirits, we'd die. That was our position. "But for the love of my queen," said Enkil, "I would take my pleasure of these 2 women, which is my right. I would do it before you all to show that they have no power and are not great witches but are merely women, and my chief steward, Cayman, my beloved Cayman, will be given the privilege of doing it in my stead." All the court waited in silence as Cayman looked at us and prepared to obey the king's command. We stared at him, daring him in our helplessness not to do it, not to lay hands upon us or to violate us before these uncaring eyes. We could feel the pain in him and the tumult. We could feel the danger that surrounded him, for were he to disobey, he would surely have died. Yet this was our honor he meant to take. He meant to desecrate us, ruin us, as it were, and we who had lived always in the sunshine and peace on our mountain knew nothing really of the act which he meant to perform. I think as he came towards us I believed he could not do it, that a man could not feel the pain which he felt and still sharpen his passion for this ugly work. But I knew little of men then, of how the pleasures of the flesh can combine in them with hatred and anger, of how they can hurt as they perform the act which women perform more often than not for love. Our spirits clamored against what was to happen, but for our very lives we told them to be quiet. Silently I pressed Makare's hand. I gave her to know that we would live when this was over. We would be free. This was not death, after all, and we would leave these miserable desert people to their lies and their illusions, to their idiot customs. We would go home. And then Cayman set about to do what he had to do. Cayman untied our bonds. He took Makare to himself first, forcing her down on her back against the matted floor and lifting her gown, as I stood transfixed and unable to stop him. And then I was subjected to the same fate. But in his mind we were not the women who Cayman raped. As his soul trembled, as his body trembled, he stoked the fire of his passion with fantasies of nameless beauties and half-remembered moments, so that body and soul could be one. And we, our eyes averted, closed our souls to him and to these vile Egyptians who had done to us these terrible things. Our souls were alone and untouched within our bodies, and all around us I heard without doubt the weeping of the spirits, the sad, terrible weeping, and in the distance the low, rolling thunder of Amel. "You are fools to bear this, witches.